Hello, 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 everybody.
Yeah, I was going to type that you weren't here before you did it.
Hey, we Ember's in the chat. Logan Fisher's in the chat. Pragmatic
There's,
Crystal. You said you need to be blue. Yeah, let's give how do I can't remember how to do that. How do we give wrenches?
you'd have to ask Ember. I don't know if you
Well,
click
not
next to their name or there's some
I
sort of
think I
setting,
can
but
I think I can figure it out. Before we start the stream, let's give Pragmatic Crystal a wrench.
oh yeah, she's one of the best
Everybody's getting
in
a wrench.
business. She won't put
Pragmatic
up with those
Crystal a
Nazis, and
wrench.
neither will Ember. Or
All right, where's my live chat? Hold on. All right, I see Asho, I see Ember. There's Pragmatic.
oh wait, oh yeah, she's one of the best.
Everybody's
Hold on,
getting
we can't start yet. I got to go put my tie on. I forgot that. Damn it!
you forgot your tie.
Sleeveless shirt and a tie.
Got to keep it fancy. I understand.
Ember's telling you
Report
how to do
block.
it.
Oh, where's Ember at? Hold
He
on.
said click on the three dots beside the name, select make
Make
mod.
mod. Well,
It's
so
that simple.
for me, it just says report block.
Oh
Participants
wait.
group chat.
Oh no, I can't make it. I was gonna do it. It's like, oh, I can't do it. You're the creator.
Yeah, it just says report or block.
See, I've got the mod tools, but nothing there that I can make her blue. Yes, I
Yeah.
can. I'll
Well,
sync
I
to her,
mean,
and that'll make her blue.
we did it before. All right, well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Oh
Let's
wait, which account? I don't. Which account are
yeah,
you
I'm
on?
I'm on the right one. I'm on the right one.
Okay, making sure. And I'm the rookie.
Uh,
I feel better about my rookiness now.
no, I'm learning as I go. But let's switch to this account, and then let's get started. So I don't know if you guys didn't read the title. Asho and we're just going to be visiting random Christian channels, and we're going to be leaving various comments as the actual for real Jesus. This is not the fake Jesus's account. I happen to log into the actual for Joel Armies. What are you doing here, Joel Armies? I haven't seen that name in a while. The Purple J. Well, you're welcome to join. We're going to be trolling your ilk.
And while he's doing that, I want to thank everybody for being here, supporting us, and Ember for promoting it. I know PC promoted us. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely. I appreciate it as well.
promoted Nara. I'm just the one that he's carrying.
Antichrist Superstar. Oh no.
Oh, I love it.
Antichrist Superstar.
I still like Purple's her Antichrist.
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 All right. Antichrist Superstar. The actual for real Jesus is not going to like the Antichrist Superstar. I'll tell you that right now. We might be butting heads on this stream.
Well, does this mean the real Jesus is going to send me to hell quicker than, not even going to wait till I die? Tonight's going to be it. He's going to wipe my ass out, send my ass to hell, and I'm burning. I'll be waiting for you guys.
Okay, so basically,
Joel, we all can't be perfect, buddy. It's all right.
here to peer review. That's not quite how peer review works, Joel Armies, but that's all right. We're gonna go to various Christian channels. We're gonna leave some silly comments. We're just gonna have a little bit of fun. A lot of these topics are, as we all know, they can be very sensitive, especially when coming from religious, conservative, hate speech that they often tend to give out. So these are serious topics, and some of these topics might get actually serious. We might get into slavery or some anti-trans videos. Who knows where we'll end up? But today, we're just going to be silly. We're going to have a little bit of fun with it because it's good to have fun. We're going to be posting as the actual for real Jesus on these Christian channels. And we're going to look
every time you say that. The real for real Jesus.
The actual for real Jesus. Well, because I have Jesus as a subscriber. But I don't think that's the real Jesus account. This one is the actual for real Jesus's account.
No, I've got the real for Jesus on my account that's sub to mine, and it's PC. She was number 3.
Was I number one? Who was number one? No, I wasn't number one.
No. There's actually an XJW. That me and him were talking 2 months ago. Justin Porter. He was my first sub. I subbed to him. He subbed to me. And every once in a while, he puts out videos. I haven't seen him for a while. I hope he's still alive. And I don't mean that sarcastically. He's an older gentleman. So he was my first. I think Beck was number 2. PC was number 3. And that should be all the people I've got subbed to me. Thank goodness. And I almost already caught Titan with his hundreds of subs with no videos.
Yeah.
And I think I did thank you for I saw that you did that also in Beck's, non-stream stream tonight. I hope you had a good first day though.
Yeah, see, the Lord Jesus, I don't think you're real. I don't think you're the real Lord Jesus. I really don't.
If he's the real Lord Jesus, can you please turn water into wine for everybody? Because we just ran out in the backstage. You got a wrenched ember? You're bluer than my singing. Please stand up. Please stand up.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Oh crap, we're all going to hell quicker.
All right. Let's get into it. So this one seems really good. What's a
No, I'm trying to correct Ember because he said he didn't have a wrench and I didn't read it. Oh, I think about he wanted to post a link or something. He didn't have a wrench.
No
he was
wrench
talking
on
about in
Bex.
Bex. Yeah, so I'm an idiot. Well, there's Patricia. Good to see you. I was just going to mention to Ember that, I just saw you. I asked him about you the other day because I hadn't seen you for a minute. So you're welcome. So Joe, you're not the only Exian in here. Patricia also is a theist.
Yeah, but Patricia has real good head on their shoulders. As a political libertarian, I uphold morality well as individual moral responsibility. The bias of Bill of Rights on a record biblically. The Bill of Rights is not a biblical. Oh my God, we're not getting into this, Joel. We're not getting into this, Joel Armies. We're having a bit of fun here. So we're gonna go through some of these channels. We're gonna leave some silly comments. I am taking comment suggestions. If you guys feel that there's a comment that needs to be posted by the actual For Real Jesus, drop it in the comments and we'll post it. Let's have some fun. This one is Christianity for Beginners. Christianity explained logically, which is interesting because, well, we all know.
And now that I think of it, we should exchange phone numbers in case you get banned.
Well, that's why I made this other account here. I hope it's so I don't have premium on this account, so we might have to go through a couple of ads here, which really sucks, but.
And you watch, you get banned. Okay. Turk's gonna walk in and say, "I told you, all going to hell."
By rising from the dead. So if Christianity is all about Jesus, then who is he? Jesus is the Son of God, which makes him truly God. But he was also born to a human mother, which makes him truly human, just like the rest of us. Because he's truly human and truly God.
He's both God and human at the same time.
But he's not married. So we got that clear.
Bridge the gap between God and humanity. But if he's the Son of God, then how is he also God? It's because God is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. One being, one God, and 3 persons. This is called the Trinity, which explains how...
I love how the video, the title of the video is Christianity Explained Logically, and then they immediately go into the logical... Well, he is what he is, and he is what he isn't, and he is what he isn't.
And see, what I don't understand... Stop that for a second, if you would. Now, and this is something I learned from my JW days. If you notice there off to the side, it's talking about being one being in 3 persons. Can't happen. The 2 are interchangeable. Being, it could be 1 person, 3 beings, and be the same meaning. So you can't use it to define, it's more of a 3 persons making up the essence of God, maybe, but not, 1 being, 3 persons. Doesn't happen.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, nothing about the Trinity makes sense.
No.
Hey, Joel Armies.
Stop that tape.
If Joel Armies, if you believe in the Trinity, if you're a Trinitarian, explain the Trinity in the comment section, please.
God and also worship God. He worshipped God because all humans are made to worship God, and he's the ideal human. He healed the sick, casted out demons, and helped the outcasts. Eventually, people realized he was the Messiah, or the Christ, that the prophets predicted, and that he was starting the kingdom of God. But the religious leaders didn't like Jesus challenging their authority, and they wanted to kill him on a cross. Now, Jesus could have stopped this, but he didn't, because he said it needed to happen. But why did Jesus have to die? You see, the world and everything God created is filled with evil, which we deserve because we have all sided with evil. But Jesus died as a sacrifice.
I don't recall ever once in my life siding with evil.
I was married 3 times, so yeah, I did it a few times.
For evil, so that our debts can be forgiven, and we can live in a redeemed creation forever. So why did Jesus die? To sacrifice himself for others, even the people that hated him. But on the 3rd day...
Oh boy. It's the same divine essence expressed in the 3 divine persons. No problem there. What is a divine essence? Pretend to be confused. Oh man, Joel, I think Joel Armies is going to make this stream the most interesting.
Oh yeah, Joel, I'm Fisher, not confused at all. But the Trinity itself isn't biblical. It's nowhere found in there, and I'd have to agree with Patricia to a point that Jesus himself never once in the Bible said, "I am, God." Period. Don't happen. And then we can do the egg. We can do water. It doesn't matter how you explain it. It still doesn't make sense. Hey, Logan, how you doing, buddy?
Energy substance. All right, let's keep going.
Right. Let's keep going. Dead, triumphing over sin and evil. So because Jesus holds the whole world together, the resurrection of Christ will bring with it the resurrection of the entire world. And that means anyone who is in Christ will also be raised from the dead and have eternal life. Shortly after the resurrection, Jesus ascended into heaven. Why did he do that? He ascended to his throne to rule over his kingdom because he wants to involve his people in the work of spreading the kingdom and redeeming the world in anticipation of when he's going to come back and finish the job. So how can people spread the kingdom? At Pentecost, Jesus sent the Holy Spirit to his people to empower them to build the church, which is the kingdom of God here on earth. So for anyone who has faith in Christ, the Holy Spirit unites them to Christ through the rituals of the church. So being a Christian is being a citizen of God's kingdom, and this involves helping the poor, resisting evil, and spreading the gospel. And we do this with the hope that all evil will be destroyed and all good things will be restored. So if you want to become Christian, you first need to believe the good news, then you need to go to church to participate in God's kingdom, and then you need to get baptized if you've never been baptized before to become a citizen of God's kingdom. And if you want to know more about Jesus, there's a whole book for that. Now, nobody ever said it was easy, and you might even suffer for it, but so many people have found an everlasting hope in Christ that's greater than all the things of this world.
Have you ever wondered what would happen?
Get out of here. All right. Any suggestions, Esso? What do you have?
Oh, sorry, I'm getting kind of wrapped up into Joel's nonsense. But
yeah, you got to ignore Joel. Well, in all seriousness, I appreciate Joel's dialogue and conversation. We've had so many back and forths. Disappeared for a long time, but now he's back. I appreciate the dialogue in the comment section, but I'm not going to engage in the live stream. But he's welcome to Peace Harmless, Joel Armies.
Oh, I don't mind it, but if I was watching, that'd be one thing to be able to interact and then kind of like get off on a tangent, kind of like
Ember. Yeah. That's why I must ignore Joel Armies for this stream, or that's all we'll be doing. Is this will become the Joel Armies stream, and that's not what this is. All right. Do we have any suggestions for the comment section? Posting as the actual for real Jesus. Is that what it's called? Yeah, the actual for real Jesus.
Yeah, but I don't want to get banned on the very first one with what I want to say.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Joel Armies. I never have once ever reported any comment. Not once. All right, let's go with
Okay, I gotta focus.
Let's go. Let's keep it simple. I'm gonna go with all right. I'm going with JK. I'm actually never coming back. Oh man, no subscribers. All right.
Were they Mormons?
Let's go.
No, I bet you they were Mormons. They had name tags.
Well, I think that was
such and such.
I think that was just like the auto play for the next video.
Oh, okay.
I think. All right.
See, I wonder.
Let's see. You know what? Let's go to cross-examine. Let's troll Frank Turk a little bit.
Okay, I turn that off. How to get this back? Boom. See, Patricia said Jesus, he always called. Yes. Hell, that would have been a good comment to put in that last one that Patricia did.
Yeah, Patricia is a strange kind of Christian. I don't know if I've engaged with a Christian like Patricia before.
Well, I would like to see Patricia and James Miller side by side. I mean, James is Ember's house theist, and it seems they have a lot of beliefs that are similar anyway, at least on, who Jesus was, I believe.
All right. What do we got? Biblical inerrancy. This is a 2-minute video. Let's do this. Biblical inerrancy.
We have a systematic theology that we're trying.
Yeah. What do you think, asshole? Should we open up the room?
I would. I mean,
get some more people in. Yeah. Let's see.
I'd also like to play that the Turk one I sent you about slavery. It's like a 2-minute one. Because, as a matter of fact, I was watching a Mind Shift video about biblical slavery. It's one of the best ones I've seen yet, by Brandon. But he walks through it, step by step. And there's like 5 points Frank just throws up there and assumes, that defeats, slavery wasn't, like the transatlantic slave, sort of thing. He brings up a lot of good points, walks through some scriptures. I mean, mind shift, that is, not Frank. But the very first, like I was telling you, the very first comment that I saw was from a black man, I believe. And I couldn't resist leaving a comment about, how can a black person, knowing the history of his ancestors, condone, defend, slavery of any type. It just, that's one thing that does trigger me. And I'm a white guy, probably my ancestors probably owned slaves, Joel, actually the Bible not once mentions an indentured servant. Not once in the Old Testament. You go to the New Testament, and it's even, I converted to what, a bond servant. Either way, you still own them for 7 years. It's not like you can be an indentured servant and say, "Hey, I'm going to walk away for 3 or 4 or 5 weeks for a vacation and come back." It doesn't happen. Well, citations, please.
Yeah, I think. Oh man, see, no, I'm not getting dragged in.
I'm getting sidetracked.
I'm not getting dragged in. No. I think there is a form of debt slavery or indentured servitude, as you can possibly call it. That's fine, correct, but the Bible still does allow for chattel slavery.
Say indentured servant, not at all.
Yeah, well, the words might not have been around at the time.
That was my
for debt
point.
Payment. Yeah. I mean, I would argue that it's a form. In some instances, it is some type of form of indentured servitude, fine, whatever. But indentured servitude is also incredibly immoral. But
right. Either way, but I mean,
but
the words themselves aren't there. Just like the Trinity.
there's more. But that's a different. That's talking about indentured servitude. It still allows for this chattel slavery,
right?
But not getting into it. I was trying to see if I could pin this. How do I pin a comment? I was trying to get this the link pinned to the top, but it's not letting me do it in the YouTube chat.
Oh, I should have been using
It's not letting me do it on
script, not these Walmart special eye readers.
Bear with me just a moment. Let me see if I can get this pinned.
Yeah, I don't talk to BS doofus anymore. He cloned me. But then again, if you get cloned by BS, you've hit the big time. And Ember's jelly.
All right, I'm gonna post that link one more time because I can't figure out how to. I don't think it's recognizing me as the owner of the channel because I couldn't make Pragmatic a give a wrench, and I can't pin a comment. So I don't know. Oh, you know what? Let me try this.
It's gonna be midnight before we really start.
Yeah. Okay. So
I'm on 16-hour stream. Let's beat Ember's record.
Oh, I wonder if it's logging. I think that's what's happening. All right. I think I'd have to log out of this account to do that. So we're not going to do that. What is this? Biblical inerrancy. What does it even mean? We're trolling the comment sections. So if anybody has a good comment suggestion, let me know and we're going to post it.
Trying to meld this stuff together between James, for example, James's, emphasis on works and other apostles.
That audio is terrible.
Paul, who says basically, it's grace only.
Right.
So you try to reconcile that.
Right.
Are there guidelines or principles now that we're having to defend a kind of a different definition of inerrancy and a different? What are your guidelines?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. In the late 70s, there was a group of
I didn't hear that question at all.
scholars that came together. One of them was my co-author, Dr. Norman Geisler. They came together and they had a conference in Chicago on inerrancy, and they came up with a whole bunch of different beliefs regarding inerrancy. You can go online and find Chicago's statement on inerrancy, and they have all different qualifications as to what inerrancy really means. It's kind of a moving target. I mean, people will say, well, I think it should be this, and I think it should be that. And so they'll argue over that kind of thing. Sometimes they're arguing who's inerrant about defining inerrancy, right? Okay. But we get the general idea. Some say inerrancy is X, others say it's Y. In fact, some of the scholars today say the Bible's inerrant in whatever it teaches. Okay, not necessarily in every single historical detail, but it teaches theologically, they'll say. But of course, Jesus said, can't trust me about earthly things, why are you going to trust me about heavenly things? So there is a debate right now over inerrancy. But it's, again, my point is, that's an intramural debate among Christians. Inerrancy shouldn't come off your lips talking to an atheist or a skeptic. What you're trying to do is get them to trust that Jesus is the Savior. And if he's the Savior, then the dominoes start falling after that. Because whatever Jesus teaches is true. And so you just got to figure out what Jesus teaches.
What? Why? How come? Oh, he's such an idiot.
Oh, man, I can't.
You know Google. It's that magic little box. You ask it everything.
Hey, Nitty. Welcome. B.S. Lewis, YouTube Punk. Welcome, everybody. Appreciate you stopping by. It's an open stream. We're trolling Christian YouTube channels. We're trolling the comment section. Posting as the actual for real Jesus. So if you have any comments that you want to leave and didn't quite want to leave it on your account for obvious reasons, feel free to post it now. All right, what do we got for biblical inerrancy? What's a good comment to leave as the actual for real Jesus?
I'm trying to think how you spell it. Maybe you can spell it better than I. Can you spell bullshit for me? Uh-oh, you just got demonetized.
Oh man, I'm so far from monetization. I'm not worried about that at all.
I just hate commenting to Frank though, because he's such an idiot. I mean, it's the same thing for every video. We need Ember to come up with a comment for this one.
Sorry, now
There you
I'm
go.
getting caught up in
Inerrancy equals without error. And then put bullshit. No. Inherency or inerrancy, big difference. Oh, that was for Joel. Sorry, Aunt.
All right, we're going with inerrancy. Nah, I messed up a bunch in this book.
I forget that you're answering as Jesus.
Oh man, why does it still say baby Jesus and not the actual for real Jesus? Damn it.
Because God's not letting you take his title.
Yeah, man. All right, let's click on the comment. Oh,
Let's
well.
go back to Ember's.
We have a systematic theology.
What's
Nora's
that?
5-year mission. Did you see what Nora put earlier about you and your where is it at? Here it is. These are the voyages of the Nora live stream. Its 5-year mission is to create more mods, investigate more claims, and boldly refute what has never been refuted before. I think you need to add on to that PS and to learn how to use channel controls.
That's what I was gonna say. Well, I think to be fair on this one, I think I figured it out, but I'm logged into a different account, so it's not letting me. It's not letting me do what I need to do.
BS is saying that you can only change your name every 14 days, which I don't know. That's a new count, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a new account. Yeah. Well, that's like the generic name that it gave me, but I was hoping that would show. Hey, it doesn't matter. We're gonna have some fun.
You're still baby Jesus in diapers to me.
No,
Ricky Bobby.
Yeah, exactly. The email that I created for it was actually like 6 pound 5 ounce baby Jesus at gmail.com. Joel Army says, so what's the point? I think I've made the point of this pretty clear, right? Right? We're trolling the comment section.
I think Joel's actually giving some of them something to do while they're trying to wait for you to figure out what you're doing, and me for that fact.
The key there is trying the assertion to the original autographs, which allows the Christian to get away with whatever. And there, see above two.
Hold on,
Chicago State Manuscript, God's word inspired without another assertion, history, science, archaeology, and the original manuscripts. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Bible is far from inerrant. There's no doubt about that. All we're doing here, Nitty, we're not taking a serious look at any of these videos. We're clicking on the videos, getting an idea of what they're about, and just leaving some silly comments. I think he was just having a bit of fun.
I'm guessing. I thought he was addressing Joel when he at first.
Could be.
If I'm wrong, Nitty, correct me.
Everybody in the stream has the Lord Jesus. The Lord Jesus. That you're not the real Lord Jesus. You're not the real Lord Jesus. I don't know if you saw this, but I hacked the actual for real Jesus. I hacked the Jesus's account. So I don't believe that you're the real Jesus. Yeah, Nitty, he is a Christian, and he's a comment. He's a commenter. He leaves tons and tons of comments. Everybody in the stream has full permission to ignore Joel Armies for the stream. Engage with him if you want, of course, absolutely. But he's just going to come and kind of take over the stream, and we're just having a little bit of crusty bark.
Punk, that kind of hurts my feelers.
Yeah, we're not doing anything serious here. We're not doing anything. We're not doing anything.
I miss
Krusty. I love that. Krusty Bark. I watched that B.S. Lewis, the Krusty Bark saga. I was dying.
Did you see him when he came in with ads crack?
Yeah, it's correct on last stream.
Yeah, so I said I got the big time. BS has cloned me, or maybe it was Satan or Jesus that cloned me. BS wouldn't do that.
Yeah, Joel Armies is a comment beast, a self-proclaimed comment beast, no doubt about it. Nobody needed my permission. I'm just, people who might be unfamiliar with you might think that they're about to engage in some meaningful dialogue. And I have learned the hard way that that is not the case with you. So I'm just letting people know what to expect. But everybody's free to do whatever they want. You're free to post whatever you want. And we're going to keep posting on some of these Frank Turek nonsense. Oh my God, the LGBT solution. How did I miss this? The LGBTQ solution nobody's talking about. Sounds a little final solution-y to me.
Wait, who did that one? I think I saw it.
Do you think you'd be happier as a boy?
My mom would never allow it. That's abuse.
Oh, you can hear me.
It seems the rainbow wave of unity plus activism has been faster, stronger.
I think God himself is speaking right now. Who's talking in this voice?
And more successful than Christians imagined. What advice would you give local churches seeking a strategy for addressing this culture shift?
Who talks like that?
The rainbow wave, the vast cultural influx of LGBTQ plus influence, that has been a shock. It has been something that many Christians are still grasping for, some kind of...
Joel Armies, this is the last comment I'm responding to. Nah, man, you repeatedly promised to cover the videos in my playlist. You lied. I sincerely took a look at quite a few of your videos in your playlist. They're all obnoxiously long and incredibly boring. And I stopped caring. I stopped caring completely.
What?
Absolutely stopped
and
caring.
And Joel, does this mean that because he didn't bow down and, take precious time to reply to any of your videos, that makes him a liar? I mean, that kind of pisses me off. You should ask, hey, why haven't you? Don't assume that he lied. You're married, aren't you, Nara?
I may as well be. I'm in a very long-term committed relationship.
Do you have a job? You have a job.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow. And you're letting those get in the way of responding to Joel's videos?
Yeah, well, it's not that. Honestly, it's not that. I did take a look in there. Nitty, if you're wondering, yeah, Joel, you head over to Joel Army's channel and you can see his playlists and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, the videos are an hour plus long. Nothing would make really good content, in my opinion. That's just me. It's really boring. It really is.
Oh, I love that.
It's boring. It's
bow down before the one you serve. You're gonna get what you deserve, Joel. Anyway.
Some resolution, some solution to the problem. And one of the risks that we run is looking for a quick fix. Historically, solutions from the church for large-scale social problems are hardly ever.
I think I got it sped up to... You telling me to speed it up, Nitty? I got it at 25
for a quick fix. Whatever. Usually they're all long-term, deeply rooted foundation building type of things. So I think this may sound counterintuitive, but one of the first bits of advice I would give to a church that's looking for some sort of strategy in addressing the rainbow wave is...
What the fuck is the rainbow wave? That's a new term. I've never heard the rainbow wave before. It's usually like the LGBTQ mafia or the alphabet.
It must be the bus that it's the bus that the LGBTQ community, rides to all their, events.
Everest, this is from Cross-Examined, so it's absolutely 100% anti-LGBTQ. They would never post anything that remotely shines LGBTQ in any positive light at all. They like to they like to spin it and make it, they'll use not so harsh language, but yeah.
Either way, it's disgusting and
Oh yeah, Frank Turk. Frank Turk is really bad. And I'll just go on a small tangent about Frank Turk and why I hate him so much. A lot of people will use their religion as a backing for why they're so anti-gay anything. They'll say, well, because it's a sin, because you're going to hell, I love you, I don't want you to go to hell, this, that, and the other. Frank Turek explicitly takes religion completely out of it. He makes a non-religious argument of why people should not be gay, of why gay people should not be allowed to marry. He just completely, he says, we don't need the religion. I'm not doing it because it's a sin. I'm doing it because I think gay people are disgusting. He doesn't literally say that exactly, but that's pretty much what he's saying. I can't stand Frank Turk.
But he can have gender reaffirming, surgeries.
Yeah.
Friggin'
Yeah,
hypocrite.
gender affirming surgery. Yeah. He had tig-o bitties, and he didn't think that he identifies as male, and he didn't think that fit with his male identity, so he had him removed. It's Frank Turk. I mean,
I wish you would have said that. Now I can't not picture Frank without boobies now. Tiggle bitties. Ugh.
I mean, essentially, yeah.
I'm going to
I'm sure I'm probably promoting.
I'm out. I'm an idiot. So sorry.
Promoting a well-known ministry there. But if we can do healthy traditional family right, we have the potential to short circuit, cut off, hotwire a lot of the alternatives that people are appealing to because their family was broken, or their family was hurt, or their family was such a bad experience. Our focus on traditional marriage,
That's exactly right, Nitty.
Francine Turek.
Francine Turek.
Oh, and Frank Turchits. Oh my God.
Well, see, and Francine Turek, that's exactly the point, is that if he felt that his breasts matched his identity,
don't say
he wouldn't have had them
Frank
removed,
in the same sentence. Damn it.
if Frank's breasts
his moist, tender.
His moist. All right.
Wait till he gets his thighs worked on. They'll be even juicier and tight. Buns of steel. Oh, I'm going to throw up. Thanks.
Titties Turk.
Shut up. Titties Turk.
Oh, boy. All right. Let's keep going with this.
Great. Now I'm going to get banned because of you. Wow. Taking me down with you, buddy.
Gender, traditional rearing of children is invaluable. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of the church across its history has treated these as secondary in terms of
hold on, technical difficulties. Yeah, let's
the
keep going.
intellectual importance. What can we do to sort of fortify Christianity for future generations?
Cancel.
Yes, we need to win the university. Yes, we need to be a profound influence in the great conversations that are shaping society. But we also need to do family right. And I'm not talking about family as a combative type of thing or the apologetics against gay marriage or anything like that. I'm talking about helping men to know what man.
What an ultimate slap in the face that would be if I got canceled, if my channel got canceled because of Titties Turk.
But think, Nara, if you get canceled, give you time to get your big old titties worked on.
My goodness.
Man means, helping women know what woman means, helping married couples know what marriage means from a biblical standpoint. You might say this is sort of a pre-apologetics role that I think the church can be really good at. And without it, we struggle at the more traditional apologetics in addressing gay marriage and addressing binary gender and addressing biblical sexuality, biblical gender. We struggle with those if we don't have enough good reference points to turn to saying, here's what traditional marriage looks like. Here's what healthy gender looks like. So I would say first and foremost, whatever your strategy is that you're looking for your church, start with taking family, traditional family seriously and dig down deep into the fortifications for that. Don't relegate that to just some practical church ministry. Understand the theology behind it and communicate that and how civilization grows out of that garden.
Wow. Okay.
I want to say, so we're going to talk about traditional marriage. So we're going to talk about what? Incest? As part of marriage. I mean, you had Adam and Eve, and what goes after that?
Yeah.
Founded on, incest, and then later on and say, okay, incest isn't good. But then we had how many people, like the two daughters, that slept with their father. God, I can't remember who the heck that was.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Whoever it was,
Yeah,
somebody can tell me in the chat maybe. So that's a traditional family. That's traditional marriage from a biblical standpoint of view.
Yeah. The whole. I mean,
Job.
the traditional family thing is just. It's. I mean, that's a strong argument that Frank Turek makes a lot. Well, I mean, they all make it a lot. The traditional family, a lot. Yeah, a lot. It was a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could have said Mickey Mouse, and I said, yeah, that's who it was. Oh.
I know. See, I want to keep the language clean, but I want to make it fun because I know if there's a lot of strong language, YouTube will automatically hide it. I get on some of my videos, I get some.
See, and that's what I would say. Put something in there. So I guess according to biblical family values, and marriage, incest is part of that. Sleeping, with multiple wives, like David. Matter of fact, when I think of it, how many times did Solomon have his concubines? On and on and on. So if that's biblical marriage and family, traditions, as this clown was saying, I'm going to go become Mormon. No, I can't handle one woman. Why? I don't know what I'd do with more than one, to be honest. They're smarter than me. Polygamy, yes, Patricia. And remember, don't make any grammar errors. Aunt is watching.
All right, I'm going with all right. Actually, before I post this, does anybody got a comment that they would like to leave posting as Jesus Christ himself on this this lovely video? I'm going with Adam and Eve's children banged each other to populate the earth. I support this traditional family.
Way to go, baby Jesus. In diapers. Knock it off, Jesus. Yep. You're going to burn for infinity plus one.
All right.
Traditional family, one king, hundreds of wives, even more side chicks. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Incest is the best. Read the Bible, folks. Yep, I think we're going to have to time out Ember too. Good. How dare him says that incest isn't family traditions from the biblical standpoint of view. Wow, Ember.
Well, you know what? We're posting that too.
Hell yeah. Comment. Pray the gay away. Hey, Dave. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, wait. I'll be the welcome wagon while you're doing your thing.
Yeah. Hey, Cap. Welcome.
Oh, wait. I say hi to Dave, and he says hi to you instead. Dave's in timeout.
We're all one in Christ.
Pray the gay away. I still love that.
Yeah, pray that we're gonna. I'm sure as we go through Cross Examine's channel here, I'm sure there'll be a nice spot for that.
Is there actually a internet etiquette guy? I'm sure there's 100 of them, 100 different women that are etiquette.
Gay the pray away.
Gay the pray away.
That's good. I like that.
If you can hump it,
Gay
you
the
can
pray
dump
away.
it.
We're going with that. We're going with.
Oh no, Dave, it's over. I'm breaking up with you. And those flowers I just sent you, I want them back.
Oh. Oh.
Pray the gay away.
Oh boy. All right. So I just I just learned that one of my oh goodness. Okay.
Oh, that was yeah, it was.
All right. Well,
See, it wasn't Lot what I was talking about. Lot's the one that offered his 2 daughters to the mob so they wouldn't go after the angels. And I think it was it Job? Maybe it was Job that his 2 daughters crawled into bed with him because they saw his, or somebody's, whatever it was. I'd have to go back and reread the story. It's been a while. Sorry, it's like one of those things you can't remember something. You wake up 2 o'clock in the morning, you remember it.
Oh yeah. All right. So if you're just tuning in, we are going over Christian comment sections. We're having a little bit of fun. We're trolling the comment sections, posting as the actual real Jesus or baby Jesus. I don't know what it's posting as. If you have any comments that you want to leave, drop them in my comment section and I'll post them on their channel. It is an open stream. I'll post the link again if you want to join in. Join on in.
I guess I'm going to go back and reread that story. So Ember said that was Lot too. I'm not disagreeing at all because I can't remember who it was, but I remember the story.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so many stories in the Bible. Who can keep it all straight? Okay. All right. Is hell eternal or temporary? Ooh.
At this time, we would like the family members to move forward and put on your soldier's Army 1-star badge.
Oh, this is an ad. I was getting ready to get pissed. It said, don't tell me they're going after the Army people. Okay. Ooh. I was triggered.
Just recompense.
Man, they have an intro on their 3-minute long video.
For an offense against somebody that is infinitely holy would be an infinitely eternal punishment. What is your view of
finite
hell?
Crimes for infinite punishments.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I it seems like I might have actually covered this video. It's sounding real familiar, but I didn't cover it as Jesus Christ himself.
Are you a eternal damnation, a universalist, or an annihilationist?
I think we're out of time.
Okay.
I agree with you because you just wrote an article on this actually in a 4-case book.
An IVP is an academic book that will be coming out, forthcoming. It's, you know how those books are. They never come out, but they're going to come out. So
I agree with the traditional view that hell is eternal conscious torment because that's what the Lord actually says, I think, in Matthew 25.
Hey, sorry, Nitty.
Oh, no need to apologize. It's your channel.
It is for children.
Hey.
Love is
hey, welcome.
battlefield.
I just I feel awkward now. One of my children just messaged me and said, "Hey, I'm in your stream. I'm watching your stream." So now I feel weird. Get out of here.
Oh,
no, you can stay. We can all stay.
Oh, it was Nitty. I'm saying, okay, where in the stream is your kid? I don't say them.
Nitty. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm a little slow. Sorry.
No, she messaged me and said, "Hey, I'm watching your stream live," and I was just talking about Frank Turk's chest. It's awkward, but we're gonna keep going. Yeah. So yeah, Nitty. Hey, we're just I'm sure you heard this a million times already, but we're having fun. We're keeping it lighthearted, not doing a deep dive on all this stuff. We're just doing a fun stream. We're gonna leave some silly comments and
let's
go have a little bit of fun. Yeah, let's do it.
And that's one thing I can't do, and I'm not ever gonna even admit or try to fake that I can sing.
I'm sure you have a lovely voice.
Yeah.
Don't prove it to us. Do not prove it to us.
No.
I have faith.
The Cupid's shuffle or something.
I have faith that your voice is lovely, and we can leave it at that.
Hell is described as eternal conscious torment, not torture, by the way. If it's eternal conscious torment, and yet it's annihilation, it ends, then that would seem that heaven would end too, because it's described with the same word eternal. Now, I'm not a Greek scholar. I know you are. If you see any wiggle room in that?
No, my thought would be that if God is infinitely holy, the only just recompense for an offense against somebody that is infinitely holy would be an infinitely eternal punishment.
Right.
When I say that, I don't think that it's like the Dante-esque thing. I think it's just a place where people who have turned away from God, and we see this as pastor all the time, people that have turned away from God, they sort of almost dehumanize in so many ways. So it's an ugly place is all I can say, but I don't believe that people are annihilated, and I don't believe that everybody gets to heaven.
Right. I think there's a couple of misunderstandings too when it comes to hell. And one is people think, well, that would be unjust for God to have someone
be tormented, and torment is more internally generated than externally generated. That would be torture. They think it's somehow unjust, but by definition, since God is the standard of justice, whatever happens in the afterlife can't be unjust. That's right. It has to be just. And people are also...
It's actually
How
watching
is God
these videos.
the standard? Of
Yeah,
course,
well,
he's the
it's
standard for morality.
when you hear
Oh,
such
Garbage?
such nonsense, it's hard not to it's hard not to get into it. It really is.
Or want a donkey
Getting
punch
fired
him?
up.
Even
goodness.
like in our justice system, it's not necessarily that you broke the law of the government, and the government being a nation, the whole nation needs to nuclear attack you, because that's the force with which the nation has to enact justice, right? Like that's what you're saying when you say, when you sin against an infinite God, he can dish out infinite punishment. Well, we don't do that. We don't define justice that way at all. We, what's the word? Have punitive consequence equal, or sometimes unfairly, to what the crime was, right? It's, yeah, it's ridiculous. It's like,
at least within reason. It's not like if you steal a
Sure,
candy bar, you're going to be in prison for life.
God's into war crimes. We know this.
I think Jesus needs
Take
to tell
children
Frank in the comment
you know.
section that yes, I do send people to hell. Because my daddy set him up for failure. I don't care what anybody says.
God's
I had I did a live debate or a debate, and I lost. I had a debate with somebody live, and I lost the recording. I'm hoping that I can find it somewhere. This was quite a few months back, and we went into that very issue of eternal punishment, and the core of why I personally find Christianity, even if it were true, I think it's absolutely abhorrent, and that's kind of the crux of my argument, is that you're set up to fail, pretty much.
Right.
And
how many times have you heard a Christian, say that God is merciful and just? You can't have both. That was or you're merciful. You can't have both.
Yeah, his argument was kind of what Nitty just said, that you get in eternal punishment or infinite punishment because he's infinitely good. So even the smallest transgression against this God is huge. And I followed him down his own line of logic. He used this, like, if you slap your brother, it's different than if you slap your parent, than if you slap a cop, than if you slap a judge, than if you slap, when he went all the way up to like the president. The higher up in authority you go, basically the higher the punishment is, and since he's the ultimate authority, that's the ultimate punishment. And I kind of just asked him, I wish I could remember how I phrased it, but I mean it was kind of a debate ender. Because instead of the infinite punishment, this infinite God could just explain to me what I did and why it was wrong, and I would have to understand, because I mean he's God. He would know how to explain it to me. So wouldn't that be wouldn't that be a much better system than eternal punishment? How about just eternal education? You keep learning. I wish I could find the debate. It was great, but it was a few months back, and I'm misremembering a bit.
God's logic, or let's say emotions towards dealing with transgression, are exactly what my children do with toys or stuff. Like, you hurt me. This is a capital offense. I'm going to destroy all your toys. I'm going to destroy your room. It's like he stepped on her foot, and she just everything. It's just eternal, complete annihilation is what you get for this little transgression.
Right. But Nitty, you as a parent, when they say one of the kids stepped on the other one on purpose, it's not like, hey, I'm going to give you a god awful, hate to use that term.
I don't burn down his room
punishment.
In it.
You explain. You say, hey, we don't do this. You don't hit your dog, sister, brother, whoever it is. Sit down, think about it, or whatever the punishment system you've had set up. It's not automatically okay. You stepped on the foot. I'm destroying all your toys. I'm destroying. You're never going to have kids. Like,
Imagine your neighbors call the cops on you because they found out that whenever your child like doesn't eat dinner or calls you a name or something, calls you a name, right? But you've been around on this earth for 40 years. You're 40 years their senior. They've transgressed against your older, greater self. So you know what you're going to do? You're going to starve them for 40 days. Because I've got to scale this up to my level, because I'm just so much greater than them.
You tell me I should have fed my son when he was like 3 years old or something, because I kind of skipped that part, I guess. I mean, he was working by the time he was a year and a half.
But I think what my point is that Christians fail to realize that that's what they're saying God is like. Because just because he's bigger, mightier, has the bigger stick, and has been around forever, that he has the right to enact this level of punishment on being so small and futile as us. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that really is the argument.
I mean, it's similar to my mom says she gave me life and she can take it away, and I get sick of hearing Christians. Well, God give you life; He can do what He wants with it. Bullshit.
Yeah.
I control my own.
Parents that say that, I'm sorry.
point.
Maybe your mom's amazing now, but parents that say that, I have no respect for whatsoever.
Oh, she says it jokingly. No, trust me.
Okay,
we're
good.
Italian. We joke about everything, and I'm very morbid to begin with.
Right.
I mean, I always tell her when I get mad at her, I'm going to poke her in the eyeball.
Yeah, that's the garden, right? Like, don't eat that cookie. Oh, get the fuck out my house. Sorry, your kid's around, but
yeah, don't eat the cookie that I knew that you were going to eat and still placed there for you to eat anyway.
Yeah, don't cuss in front of Nara's child that's in here. I'm sure they've never.
No.
Words. Sorry, Everest.
I personally do not swear, but hey, she's on the internet. She hears it all. So it's all good.
She plays Call of Duty. It's fine.
She plays COD. Me. She's in the COD lobbies.
If she's ever played against me in COD, she's heard a lot of cussing. Especially when my controller goes dead. I get so mad.
Yeah. Let's
concerned. You mentioned, well, why would God?
Okay, so basically what we just discussed is Frank Turek's argument. So what do we want to respond with here?
PC said to tag him. Like I wouldn't say at FF Turek, but at Frank Turek.
I think
Jesus.
I don't think Frank has a YouTube channel. I think the cross-examine is Frank's. It is Frank Turek. Yeah, I think it's. This is his.
Or at least one of his cronies may answer it or reply to it or delete it.
Yeah, they'll eventually just hide you on the channel.
I'm sure, but.
I'm pretty sure I'm hidden on this channel.
Yeah, I mean, I still get responses. I do quite a bit of commenting on Cross-Examined, as you can imagine, because I despise Frank Turek.
I'll swing at this one. Big Daddy Gotti has to hurt all the kids because we stepped on his toes.
So burn, baby, burn.
Oh, wait. Has to hurt all his kids forever.
Right.
Oh, what happened?
Richard, that's what I always say. God is nothing more than a temper tantrum thrower. He throws himself on the ground, holds his breath, kicks it. Well, I guess God supposedly doesn't have, hands and legs, but a spiritual tantrum.
I like and hate when people tell me things like God is simple, where that immediately nullifies tons of verses in the Bible where God has emotions, God has a personality, God has different ways of interacting with people. None of that is simple. There's no philosophical or rational definition of simple that gets you out of that stupid assertion. Anyway.
But he loves you.
Right.
George Carlin.
All right, I went with because we're posting as Jesus. So my Big Daddy Gotti has to hurt all his kids forever because we stepped on his toes.
Because we stepped on
comment.
Because they stepped on my toes. I guess.
Yeah, right.
Let me read this from Ann. Gosh, I can't do the welcome wagon thing if you guys keep talking over me. Gosh, I feel like Ken Hovind, and we need Donnie in here. You guys quit stepping over, asshole. Anyway, if your kid stole a cookie, would you lock them in the basement and set it on fire? God's answer: hell to the yes.
I would.
I like that comment. Put that in there too, there, Big Daddy Jesus, baby, whatever. If you want. Many Christians, if you don't believe in hell.
Oh boy.
And Patricia, that's what I hate, even when I was a believer, that too many people made hell a salvation issue. I mean, you're not
maybe
saved on an accurate view of hell. You know, granted, if you commit sin.
When I was a Christian, I'd have to caveat that with something like, if they haven't heard or believed in hell, then there might be a chance that they never heard about Jesus either. So God will be like, oh, you didn't hear about the stuff. So how good were you?
Yeah, I always try to soften up hell, because to me it was like any separation from God was hell. You know, that was my view of hell, period. I mean, I didn't want to go around, you know, hate somebody, you know, into loving God. Of course, it's all based on fear anyway, so we're screwed.
What is that dog in the criminal mask?
The fatal flaw of moral relativism, which I make the argument that all Christians are moral relativists.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah.
It took
but
me
of course they say
leaving
that
to
they
see
aren't.
it. Right.
Well, BS for me, when I was a believer, salvation was nothing more than, you know, the good news, the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. I mean, that's how you were saved. Not, your view of what hell is, what you eat, what day you hold, hold holier than others, or anything else that some of these, especially the sects like Jehovah Witnesses. I mean, there were so many dogmatic things that I never thought were, salvation issues, like a blood transfusion. Nowhere in the Bible does it say anything about thou shalt not get a, transfusion. It does say don't eat blood, but then if you finish it to the end of the chapter, it says go to the, to the river, wash yourself off, wait to either sun up or sundown. I can't remember, and you're clean again. So obviously, if eating blood was such a immoral act that you're going to die permanently, then why taking a bath solves it is beyond me.
Logan Fish, everyone is a moral relativist. I mean, yeah, I guess. I guess we're all moral relativists. I suppose. I think you can make us. Morality is relative, right?
Well, so I think you're the most fun way to say it is I'm a moral relativist in practice, but a moral anti-realist in belief. Meaning I don't think there's like something in the fabric of the universe that says like, killing a person is wrong. Like it's not like a fundamental truth or something. That's just a preference that a lot of humans share, but
a lot of humans seem
but like
yeah,
an orca would just play with us until maybe we do die. They don't care. But if that moral was written on the fabric of the universe, orcas wouldn't do that.
Right. If you have a good parent,
maybe they're sinners too.
Orcas are definitely going to burn in hell forever. There's no doubt about it.
Dicks.
PC, that breaks my heart, because many in the congregation that I went to did the same thing with the same results. It's then the kids.
But hold on.
So you
they made
discussed the
unskippable
morality
ads.
argument, and you've gone over it several times, and how atheists.
All right, I think we can do this without watching the whole. I mean, we can get a pretty good idea of what they're going to say just with the title, right? I don't think we have to watch this entire video. So, I mean, of course, Frank Turek is going to argue that Christians are not their morality is that's their God is their ultimate standard for morality. It's not relative.
Objective.
Yeah, they have an objective morality based in God Himself,
which I find sad in itself.
Yeah, well, I mean, if his morality wasn't awful, I would find it a little less.
Well, it's a good thing that he wasn't back in World War II, and would have to choose whether or not to lie to hide Anne Franks or not, because according to him, he's got to turn her in.
Regardless. I can't remember who said it. Somebody in this stream. I'm almost certain somebody in this stream, was it B.S. Lewis or YouTube Punk, said something that I never thought of before, and it has stuck with me. He said something to the effect that all of the Jews that died in the Holocaust are currently burning in hell, and that is a Christian's objective morality.
Oh, I got one. I got a comment for this. For you,
Yeah,
that's the real Jesus or whatever.
Let's go with it.
This one time, I killed a child born out of adultery because I'm the objective and absolute source of morality.
Okay, time out for a second, Nara.
If you're not familiar, that's a story in 2 Samuel. Sorry.
Ember's put in there how you can say at Nara, second way to mod folks. Go to YouTube Studio, open settings, community, and type the mod name into the mod box.
Yeah. No. I'm almost certain that I figured out the problem, and that is I was logged into both accounts, but for whatever reason, it just automatically logged me into. Let me try one more time here. I had it open on 2 different screens.
Okay, and then the second thing is Ant suggested muting the ads while they play.
Yeah, I did that on that one, and then they made it unskippable. So
at least we don't have to listen to them.
Yeah,
I think that's what Ant's point was. Yeah. Hey, Eric, how you doing? And anybody else I might have missed?
See, it says.
Now we're back to the 5-year mission to boldly go where no admin's gone before.
Yeah.
We try to add other mods.
I'm concerned that if I click this button, it's going to log me out of. Yeah, we're going to do it.
Hey, Steph.
Stand by. All right, so now I am for sure on my main account. Pragmatic Crystal. Yeah, see, okay, here we go. Add as moderator. All right, there we go. We figured it out. And then I think, let me post this link one more time, and I think I can pin it. Look at this. The knowledge is endless.
Why is live chat not default? I hate that. Because I'm going to cut and paste.
I am a genius.
Yeah. The joke of the day.
I am. Hey, I just figured out how to pin a YouTube comment, and I feel really proud of myself. All right.
You go, girl.
Get it. All right. So now hopefully this does not log me into this account. All right. Where were we? I once killed a child.
Just one time I killed a child born out of adultery because I'm the source of absolute and objective morals.
Man, I swore I thought I was going to hear this one time at band camp and I was going to die.
So that's the story in 2 Samuel where David grapes Bathsheba. And yes, that's what happens. And instead of doing anything to David directly for that, he punishes the child as if that's the adequate punishment for the parent, which it's not. It's not, because the child is innocent. And it's hilarious, or in a very disgusting and disturbing way, because all the Christians would be like, you shouldn't have born a baby born of adultery. You should still raise it. It's got to be carried to term. You let it live, it's not their fault that their parents, sinned and it's born that way. It's like, and not only that, God once again tips his hand as to what he really thinks about women. They're the property of a man. So he is not.
Cattle.
It's not sufficient to kill the baby. David's other wives need to be raped in public by his other children, because that's the moral thing to do.
Yeah, that is the moral thing to do. Yeah, and wasn't there was a similar story to in Sodom and Gomorrah with the angels and
Not
whoever's
this, not
daughters
similar
in
to
the
that
mob?
in particular, but yes, that's similar.
just with that last bit.
No, well, the best parallel is actually, I think, Judges something like 19 or something like that, where like basically the same thing happens in the tribe of Benjamin, but instead of the
Solomon, Logan. I'm sorry, did he?
Oh yeah. Anyway, the same thing happens when someone visits the Benjamites, and they, instead of the host offering the man, he offers the woman, and no, he protects the man, but actually gives up the daughter to the or the harlot, whatever, to the crowd.
Numbers 5:27, according to Antichrist. God commands unfaithful wives to go to the priest, drink a potion, or the potion he makes, and the baby will miscarry. God ordering abortion in the Bible.
Yeah, that requires like the most convoluted apologetics like ever.
Oh yeah.
But even there are some Jews who try to step around that and say like it's not an abortion, it's just preventing the pregnancy from happening. And then
Which they're also against.
Well,
Richard.
Sure. But also that it will and then leave the woman barren or something like that.
Yeah.
It's all about the Benjamites.
But for the
baby.
Christian, it's like it's a whole mess, because
Yeah.
child rearing is a gift.
Yeah.
Well, abortion's part of the traditional family back then too?
Yes.
Okay.
If you take that passage to mean that exactly, then yes.
Hey, skeptics and scoundrels, welcome. It's a open stream. We are I can't remember names. I just call everybody, but whatever. They're whatever. Everybody calls Captive Desk Dave. So I know his name is Dave, but I'll just still call him Cap. It's an open room, so
Jehovah's Witness, so he knows all about the anti-Trinity arguments.
Yeah.
My YouTube name is so close to my real name that people forget my real name, so it's great.
Yeah,
They just
Bob.
call you Nitty.
Yeah.
It's Bob. It's the Bob.
Yeah,
Not ask
and
Moses for
and sure, that's that's what I was saying. They're
morning
against
after
even morning after. They seem to hate Mr. Desk.
Call Moses, I need a morning after potion.
You are going to burn.
Levi, get in here. Oh, sorry. Maybe, yeah. I'm going to go on this quick tangent.
PC, yay!
What's really
PC's
there is
blue.
actually something very interesting about that potion. It's that the water is tainted, the earth is used, which is like a literal dirt or a tainted substance, and there's something else I think that's added as well that is considered unclean. So you have three unclean things going into a holy dish, and then that's being distributed to the woman, and it's all a symbol of the act of sex that she had. So she was unclean, he was unclean. It's going to result in something that's unclean. So we're going to purge it with something pure. It's a mirrored set of symbols. So there you go.
Amber, is that where Moses changed God's mind in Exodus?
All right. All right, so I got sidetracked there. Let's see, what else do we got?
We
here
all
on
did.
Frank Turk's channel. It's so easy to get sidetracked, man. It's so hard to stay on.
Ooh, there's my camera.
On focus here, but that's what makes it fun. The
It had to be
tangents.
either Exodus 20 or 34, or around that area, because that's where the 10 Commandments. It had to be between the second set of 10 Commandments, or the second 10, opposed to the last 10 Commandments. I know it'd be 34. I don't. I got myself confused.
Oh yeah, when the people say like, God, we're thirsty, bro. We're getting dehydrated, and God's like, you don't freaking trust me. And the most like, hold up, God, like, what's the matter, bro? And he's like, they just.
But Moses did provide them water off the tap. He
Twice.
took a staff and hit a rock.
Twice.
So it was straight off the tap, buddy.
What was the story where I think it was when they were wandering in the desert? Who's the
Mel Brooks?
Aside from B.S. Lewis, who makes like the cartoons, the animations about biblical, real popular?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. I'm sub to him.
Yeah,
Dark Matter.
Gosh. Dark Matter. Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
He did a video I saw a real long time ago where they're one of the punishments that God Dark Matter 2525, yeah. He I can't remember the story, but essentially God punished his own people with poisonous snakes.
Yep.
And God comes down and he starts shooting snakes out of his fingers, and oh man, that was fucking hilarious.
I think that's when they wanted to hang on. What did they
I think they were doubting him in some way, shape, or form. It was a harmless transgression against God, and he.
Oh please!
But
the Jews never questioned God. They got to see him. They know he was real. They obeyed everything to the letter. Don't be pushing your agenda, Nara. Because God knows. Oh yes.
Okay, all right. Let's keep going.
Oh, they complained about the food and water.
Yeah, was that it? Some small silly thing, but the animation.
Chronicles 13:9 through 10.
Remember which one it is.
Got killed. Uzziah. I never get good at the names, for trying to keep the ark from falling apart.
Snakes in a desert. Yeah. If you haven't watched that video, oh my god! Just thinking about it. I watched it so long ago, but when he animates God coming down and just shooting snakes at his fingertips, and there's a whole music to it. It's hilarious. But
Logan, do, buddy.
All right, let's keep trolling here. I want to find the one.
Let's get a real nasty one.
Well, I would love to find the one where Frank where Frank talks about his breast reduction. I would like to find
Here we
that
go
one.
again.
No, let's.
Chigo
I kind
biddies.
of want to give that one a rest,
Right?
Because
I had to take nausea medicine to that one, Nara.
Go ahead, Nitty.
I kind of want to give that one a rest, because lots of non-believer YouTube and Christian YouTube is all like, let's talk about gender and transness, and it's like, we're three straight white dudes. We need to shut the fuck up.
Well, Frank
shit.
You're assuming we're all straight, Nitty.
All right, fine. You're right.
You're right.
My bad. See, look
Yeah,
at me. I'm terrible.
I semi agree. I semi agree with you on that. The only problem is, and I agree for this stream. It's more of just, like I said, this is in the beginning. We might come across some more serious topics, but we're just gonna take some time and just be silly with it all, just for fun's sake. But the only reason that I do tend to talk about it is because more and more Christian channels it seems as though that is all that they are talking about. And I think if we just leave it up to it is. Oh my goodness, it is. You know what? Let's do a quick comparison here. See how many
it's fomenting the fear of the icky.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. And I think if we just leave it up to trans people to speak on trans issues, they're going to get buried.
Well,
that's why I tend to talk about it.
Then have them on.
Yeah, no, it's an open stream. Anybody's welcome to join. Absolutely.
But anyway,
yeah.
But I've said this before to my mom
Christian titties
and on other channels. It's that if sexual and gender dimorphism is false, the Christians can lose everything. And I don't think that most think about it that way, but it starts to pull at fundamental parts of their belief structure that they cannot let go of. Because, like, say, for example, science just definitively knocks out of the park, and it basically has, but that you know, that we're not just this simple male female stuff, right? It's already knocked out of the park that that's basically not true in a 100% sense at all. And you know, but Christians have to hold on to that, otherwise the fall doesn't make any sense, because we're more complex than, you know, this simple bifurcation of penis, vagina, sperm, egg. Just like, you know, the relationship of God, man, it procreates. We like they lose all that stuff, and they just cannot do it, because as soon as they start to lose that, they have to start questioning the Adam and Eve narrative and all that other stuff. And if that didn't happen, or if that's not true, then what did Jesus die for? Jack shit. Like.
Nora, you might want to take. Oh, go ahead.
I was just looking, doing a quick comparison, and it gets the clicks, it gets the views, just in these two videos here. How not to defend the resurrection. You got 18. Respond drugs 14K. And then you look at the LGBTQ one. It's got 123,000. Noah trans student. You need to hear this. 120,000. In comparison to their 9,000, 12,000, 11,000.
Right.
It gets the clicks, it gets the views. There's no doubt about it.
Dude, that's sad. You might want to take or tell baby Jesus that supreme scientist is claiming that you're the original soup Nazi. Just for a side note.
Well, that, you know, what's interesting is that's a really big, to me, that's a big indicator that at least through this channel, the algorithm is feeding the viewers of this channel, and maybe channels like it's feeding them these videos first. And part of it is because people are talking about it, and the people who spend time online watching these apologetics channels it's creating like a, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a vicious cycle where it's like you hear about it, and then I want to respond to it, or I want to engage it. Oh, I'm hearing about it again, so I got to respond to it. I got to listen to it. I got to engage it. Oh, here it is again. Somebody else is talking about it on the news, so I got to hear it. And then so the algorithm's like, oh, you like hearing about this? Here's more.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I also think that, well, I don't think, I'm almost positive, feedback loop, that's it. I'm almost positive that YouTube isn't limited to what you search on YouTube, because it's owned by Google. So whatever you're looking at, like Google-wise too, it's your video recommendations are also going to be tailored to the other things that you're searching. And if you use Chrome, which, you know, you're like, oh, what the hell website am I going to? Like, you know, it's going to be like, oh, you visited Dennis Prager's shit? Like, here you go. Here's more Alex Jones and Tim Pool.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure it's all...
Steven Crowder. You're welcome.
Steven Crowder.
I got recommended Crowder when I was a Christian a couple of years ago.
Yeah, well, oddly
Because I
enough,
was watching all this shit.
I've been getting recommended Matt Walsh a lot recently.
Well, if you click
to
on
put it in
LGBTQ videos, of course.
Well, to put it in context, I only watch this stuff when I do a video like once or twice a week. I spend literally hundreds of hours a week. Well, maybe not hundreds, but many hours. I listen to primarily like true crime and like I think you mentioned This Is Monsters. Maybe one time. Yeah. I mean, that's
Isn't that
literally
channel
all I
awesome?
listen to. So my recommendation, yeah, it is. It is. What a great narrator. What a
He's
great
so
narrator it
good.
is. But yeah. So I mean, my recommendation, the feed looks nothing like this. It's all interrogation, investigation, crime, this, that.
Good.
Because it's nice to listen to and but anywho, where are we at? Where are we at? It's an open stream. Anybody's welcome to join. I hope the link is pinned. I know I pinned it. Yeah, it's pinned. It's pinned.
My homepage is filled with like Meatloaf and classic rock performances right now because I got on this like I must listen to Meatloaf kick.
Yeah, you went yeah down the rabbit hole. Yeah. Yeah, okay, all right. Anywho, yeah, anybody's welcome to join. We're going through random videos. We're leaving silly comments. We're keeping it lighthearted today. Getting sidetracked like you wouldn't believe, but I mean, I guess that what makes this stream fun, so. All right, do a quick catch up on the comments. Peterson, so yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it was strange to see Matt Walsh show up in my feed because, I don't get recommendations for religious stuff or anything like that. So when he started popping up, it was interesting. Say that. All right, should we get off Frank Turek?
No, but let's get away from him.
Get off of him, get away from him. Let's see. Let's see what the autofill. Stand to reason. You know what? Let's go over to let's go over to Buy the Book Ministries. Here's another peach of the internet. Let's see. Walsh is a horrible person. Yeah. Walsh is a horrible person, which is why it's I didn't appreciate him showing up in my recommended feed.
And that's one of his better qualities, is being horrible. Sorry, I just ugh.
Yeah. But see, I personally go ahead.
What I was going to say real quick was that it'd be kind of interesting to see how these people are away from religion. Because I'm sure some of them are actually nice people other than their friggin' theology, which makes them a terrible person. But
for some of these channels like Turek or Sean McDowell or like Greg Kokel or somebody like that, I think some of them have a persona and a character they're playing, but they might not even realize it.
Right. Or they do realize it, and it's all about the grift. But I mean, to me, like Matt Powell, he is the biggest bastard in the world, and there's no way he's nice at all in the real world. And if it was, I'd still donkey punch
him. Patricia, I'm torn on progressive Christianity. What I don't want to happen is, see, this is why I'm torn, because what a wonderful thing it would be to happen if progressive Christianity became the norm, became popular. But what I know will happen if that happens is when America finally pulls its head out of its ass and starts just treating everybody equally. We can leave it at that. I know it's going to be Christians who are going to say, look what we did for the various communities. Look what we did. We spearheaded the fight for equal marriage rights. We spearheaded I know that that's going to happen. So when I see progressive Christian channels coming out more and more saying like, oh, Jesus didn't really say this, or if a man lies with another man, it's an abomination, is a mistranslation. I foresee that that's what's going to happen. Just like with the whole slavery thing.
Yeah, and when I was a Christian, I kind of hated progressive Christians. Well, I was told to, partly.
Yeah.
But and then when I deconverted, I still didn't like them because I valued the propositional truth of the Bible, and I still do in a way. Like there seems to be very few options to you when you read particular texts. You cannot read being like pro same-sex marriage in the Bible. You just cannot.
Right.
It is not possible.
And that's why they go with the that's why they're trying to say that it's all mistranslations.
Right.
Well, all of these it's
not there. And
No.
or that some form of hell. I'm sorry. It's the new, at least if you adopt the New Testament, it's there. Right. Or you can't argue that sex before marriage is okay. Right. It's not possible. There's no other ways to read the New Testament text. It's just, and so when a progressive Christian's like, oh, that thing's not that bad. It's like, no, you don't really value what this is saying. And you're tied to this belief structure or system or identification for some other reason. And it's on you to figure that out and probably take away your channel.
Well, I've got a question. Would Flo be considered a progressive Christian?
Who?
Flo, the commercial progressive insurance, forget it.
Oh my God. Okay. Jesus.
But that's asshole. Oh my goodness. Yeah, my I can agree with that. I can agree with that sentiment. But I think we are much closer to the secular community ending. I know you're just using kind of genocide as a placeholder, but ending whatever crime against humanity you want to take. The secular community is going to end these things long before the majority of Christians come around to progressive Christianity. And I like who said Supreme Scientist said progressive in quotes. And yeah, they're not really progressive so much as Christians for the modern world. It's not really progressive. It's just kind of Christians who are starting to become on par with the social norms. There's nothing really progressive about them. All right, where are we at here?
But moderates and progressives, well, if the progressives are trying to be moderates, they're going to get pulled in either direction most of the time, and then they're trying to live life in a constant cognitive dissonance of the opposing positions, if they're being honest and don't turn apathetic, which sucks.
Yeah, I think they're
either.
In the Christian community, they're considered progressive, whereas the secular community would see them as in the middle.
Right.
Patricia, never mind. No. Don't. Yeah, no. Speak your mind. Say what you want to say. It got a good dialogue going. So yeah, no. Say what you want to say. We're just. Talking.
I don't feel sorry for progressive creators because I haven't been to their comment section lately, but I can't imagine it's any fun at all from the fundamentalists.
Yeah,
like condemning them to hell and all that other shit.
Yeah, and they absolutely are. There's a real actually this guy by the book ministries talks about him a few times. Some progressive, I believe he's gay of some sort. Openly gay man ordained as pastor by this horrible denomination. How despicable. How despicable.
What is that guy's name? I'm trying to remember it. I've watched 100 of his videos. The one with the fro?
Who?
Oh, yeah.
Frederick? Pastor Frederick?
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Is that who it is? The black guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Pastor Frederick. Yeah.
Because I think Dave said something about him
this
being
guy.
a bigot. That's an understatement.
This guy here, whoever this is, he's the progressive Christian that this channel seems to hate. But anywho. You can either be moderate or progressive. You can't be both. Some people lie to themselves and think they're progressive. Yeah, like I said, Maya, I think in the Christian community, they would be viewed as progressive. And let's just be honest. I think I made a video about this, Christian code words. Progressive really just means they don't hate gay people. That's all progressive means.
Yeah.
In a nutshell. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. If they're being called a progressive, if you've labeled yourself a progressive Christian, you might have more. There might be more to it than that. But if you're being called a progressive Christian in a derogatory sense, that's all it means. Like when he says, it's on the channel, but that's all it means.
Or you hate the authority of the Bible. That's one other thing I think can be like when Mark Driscoll says, "Oh, these progressive Christians are out here."
Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt, Nitty. Stephanie, I apologize if you've been waiting. You're just outside of my I had to scroll down to see that you were waiting in the room, so I hope you weren't waiting long. If you were, I apologize, but
just 45 minutes.
Just 45 minutes.
No, I didn't even see the link. I was like, link.
Okay.
What is this link? I was kind of chilling, which I should still be doing, but you hit on just. I don't know. You took a Gatling gun and aimed all of my favorite topics, right?
Well, I followed the chat where it led. That's all.
I mean, my God, are you familiar with the term the social gospel? You know what that is?
Oh yeah,
social gospel. I don't believe so. No. Maybe.
Well, it's what today might be called the progressive Christianity. It's the gospel that says, if you read the Beatitudes, as they're written, you're supposed to take care of the poor. You're supposed to, the rich and powerful are not as rich as they think they are. I mean, granted, it's all built into the. It's basically God doesn't look kindly on assholes.
Oh shit! I'm in trouble. God.
Literally,
none of us here necessarily believe that God is necessary to implement the ideas that the hungry ought to be fed, and that the naked ought to be clothed, and that the imprisoned ought to be serviced to, and the blah 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 blah. But it used to be a major feature of mainstream Christianity, and it's fallen out of favor and what's replaced it is the Joel Osteen model of the prosperity gospel, and God will reward you here with all of the things that he said you couldn't drag with you with your through the eye of the needle to get into heaven. So when you think in terms of the social gospel, I think in terms of Bayard Rustin, a gay man who was a Quaker, who was Martin King's right-hand man, who organized the March on Washington, I think of people like my grandfather who founded Goodwill Industries, a Methodist minister. I think of in arriving in turn of the 20th century, in 1895, arriving in Boston in an immigrant in the immigrant slums, sought to do something about the social conditions around them.
Go away.
And so it's kind of a thing. And I think, when you talk about progressive Christianity,
Where you at, Kat?
that's taking that you can call it cherry picking, but it's also stuff that stream in American Christianity has actually done a great deal of good. I'm not going to make the argument that Christianity has done a great deal of good across the board.
Well, yeah, it's
because
like they did good
at its root, Christianity is and biblical scripture is, exactly as you say, full of reasons to follow an absolutely horrific conception of a Godhead. I mean, God does terrible things.
Amber.
Yeah, I want to address Patricia real quick. If you're still here, Patricia, you said you think you know everything about Christianity and Christians, but it's not as simple as you think. And Maya kind of pointed out that there's nuance to every group. No group is a monolith. And yeah, I do know that. But we're talking about Christians. We're talking about a certain type of Christian. And I'm not making the comparison. I want to make that very clear. I'm not making the comparison between Christians and Nazis. I'm just using an analogy. You can say that, well, I know some Nazis who helped Jews escape to Germany. And you can say, I know some slave owners who helped slaves escape to the South. Well, we're not talking, I'm sure there are some Christians who do great and wonderful things, but that's not what we're talking about. It's just Christianity, the institution, by and large. Christians like this guy, okay, I'm going to sum it up with this. Patricia has such a vastly different view, a wildly different view of Christianity that I personally have not heard of before. And it's so different from the common Christianity that I don't want to say that you're almost a different religion. I don't want to say you're not a true Christian, but you're definitely not a Christian by and large. You're a different breed of Christianity, so far removed from the typical standard Christianity that I'm sure you're a wonderful person, but anyway, I'll end that.
Now I'm deeply curious.
Except that I'm going to stick up for you, Patricia, over here and read. Strains within Christianity, they come, they go. There was the first Great Awakening that was Jonathan Edwards preaching hellfire all throughout New England in the early colonial years, and there was the second Great Awakening that led to people like Joseph Smith, of the burnt over district, and this is another form of Christianity that arose in the early 20th century. I'm reading from Wikipedia. The social gospel is a social movement within Protestantism that aims to apply Christian ethics to social problems, especially issues of social justice, such as economic inequality, poverty, alcoholism, crime, racial tension, slums, unclean environments, child labor, lack of unionization, poor schools, and the dangers of war. It was most prominent in the early 20th century United States and Canada. Theologically, advocates of the movement sought to put in practice the Lord's Prayer, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." They were typically post-millennialist. That is, they believed the second coming could not happen until humankind rid itself of social evils by human effort. Now, if you think about what that means what we today might call progressive Christianity. And what I've been seeing is of late is that strain has receded in the face of another strain, more fundamentalist, more millennialist, that surrenders to God the time and place of the perfection of the world. So you see what I'm saying? Are you catching on to what I'm talking about here?
Yeah. Yeah, the
we
I've
haven't
had a
seen,
lot of
as people who've grown up particularly in the wake of the great liberation movements of the civil rights movement, the gay liberation movement, all of that stuff. Many of the leaders there came out of that tradition. And it was attacked brutally by, it's inherently progressive in its outlook. And like everything else in politics, in religion, everything else, it has been viciously and conscientiously attacked and suppressed by forces of retrenchment to go back to an outlook of enforcing regimes of patriarchy, of white supremacy, of the rich are blessed by God, of all of these things. And it's the same if you view that tension within Christianity the same way you view the tension in politics, you'll see the connections. That's what I'm saying. No, I'll shut up.
No, it's well said. You have a way with words. It's actually really impressive. I think your channel, I took a look at your channel description.
I'm the granddaughter of a Methodist preacher, and the daughter of a Methodist preacher, and the sister of a Methodist preacher, and the aunt of a Methodist preacher, and the sister-in-law of a Methodist preacher, and the aunt of another Methodist preacher, and the niece of a Methodist preacher. So what the fuck do you want? All deeply embedded in that tradition. And literally, on my dad's bookshelf in the library, I read all of these things as a kid.
So what you're saying
to understand to get an appreciation of the faith. I lost my faith very, very early on account of the fact of my personal circumstances. I couldn't believe this God everybody was telling me about would play such a horrible trick on me.
So what you're saying is Methodist preaching is the family business, and you said, "Fuck this, I'm going sailing."
Well, I didn't get around to the "fuck this, I'm going sailing" part until later on. But yeah.
So you're not a grifter, you're a drifter.
Yeah.
Well, all right. So, cricket. We needed Ember's cricket soundboard. So.
Oh God.
There we go.
Oh God. Here we go.
I was distracted by the Jesus's.
I don't have the crickets. That's Ember.
Maybe they were actual crickets.
Maybe.
So anywho, what we're doing here is just going through some channels, and we're just posting silly comments. We're keeping this particular stream lighthearted, even if we're touching on some not so lighthearted subjects, as you may have noticed. And then we're engaging in some really good dialogue in the meantime. So I don't know if
Well, as you
I'll
saw
follow this.
earlier, as you saw earlier, I can be somewhat flip. Just let's get funny.
Yeah, we're just having a bit of fun. Because I think by and large we all tend to take this very seriously because it's a serious topic. It's literally affecting our lives, but every once in a while it's nice to have some fun. With this, it's always good to have some fun. Every once in a while, it's nice to have some fun with these really bad channels.
Maya, I want to know which Jesus. We've got two of them in here.
Weird shit.
I guess Eric came up with it first. My bad.
So Jesus is quoting Eric now?
The chat is getting weird. There's two Jesuses. There's a mirror me.
Wait a minute.
I am very disturbed right now at what I'm seeing.
Eric, don't bitch. We could have a Frank Turk in the chat, and the real one at that.
So that's happening.
There's a Skeptics and Scoundrels in chat, which is me, and there's a Scoundrels and Skeptics in chat, which I have no idea who that is, because that's like just out of nowhere, like WWE, just adversary out of the smoke, challenging me. And I'm afraid if we touch each other, we're going to annihilate into pure energy, like antimatter and matter. So I'm very scared right now for all of us.
Until you pointed that out.
Of the Satan.
Go ahead.
It's the spirit of the Satan. It's the adversaries in chat. It's the anti-Eric.
Yes.
Is this B.S. Lewis doing his thing of making a parody channel?
Probably.
Most likely.
But, like I say, if BS clones you, you made the big time, Eric.
It's an honor.
I just figured as opened a portal to the parallel dimension, the antiverse.
Yes.
Oh,
no, it wouldn't be the anti-verse, it'd be the as-verse. Or a whole verse, I don't know.
Ooh, a whole verse sounds interesting.
Let's find. Can you find somebody really ridiculous? Most of these people are really ridiculous.
What do you mean by ridiculous?
Well,
let's get suggestions from the audience there, Nara.
Well, I would say ridiculousness is a function of sincerity and insanity. The higher the insincerity and insanity, the more ridiculous it becomes.
So this is a really good channel for that.
Yeah.
Legit. I mean, Pastor Frederick by the Book Ministries.
He is stone cold nuts. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's really bad. He just kind of a lot of people like Frank Turek, and which I'll still argue Frank Turek is more dangerous than a person like this, because Frank Turek hides his stuff really, really well behind the veil of, we just love you and want you to go to heaven, this and that. This guy just comes out and straight out says, I mean, like when Uganda passed their anti-gay basically death bill. I mean, he was all for it.
A genocide bill.
Yeah. He was. I mean, literally, he just said like, we need more presidents like this. We need this is my kind of president. He's off the chains. But what are we looking for? What are we in the mood here?
Maybe something a little bit lighter than just
lighthearted. Yeah,
a little bit more lighthearted. Okay.
How about something about Noah's Ark? Let's try that. Or something similar. I mean, sure, we can't piss off anybody talking about Noah's Ark.
Proof of Noah's Ark. That always goes well.
Right. Or something from Ron Wyatt. Everything he says is true and founded before he
Ember will enjoy the proof of Noah's Ark, I think. I would too.
Well, this video here that is definitely not geared towards children. It's got 1.5
No, we know they don't target
views.
children.
They
would
do
be
not
unethical.
Target children. Oh, VeggieTales knows. Well,
that would be grooming.
To be fair, VeggieTales is a Christian cartoon, so I'll
no
give
wonder
it
I hate it. I do. I'm glad my son never watched them.
Lance Walnut keeps the VeggieTales tomato on his bookshelf when he appears on Flashpoint.
Oh boy.
We got a suggestion in there. How about, talking about only drowning babies? That's lighthearted. Ain't that right, Logan?
Well, that's a bonus feature in the flood, though.
I guess that's true when you think about the actual story of Noah's Ark. It's not very lighthearted.
The Jehovah's Witnesses that I've been talking to at my door past numerous weeks, like no joke, they've come back like I think they're on their 9th visit now. Like
wow,
every Sunday.
Jeez.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're an apostate.
No, I keep that from
word,
them.
and I hate that. Okay, I hate that word, but you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I absolutely understand what you're saying by that. For context, if a Jehovah's Witness thinks you're an apostate, or you state that you're an apostate to them, you're a former Jehovah's Witness and you've gone apostate, they will cut off communication and never come back. So I'm also not going to do that because I want to have fun with these people.
Right.
So
Godless Granny does the opposite. She's not an apostate, and she tells them she is, so they just go away.
Yeah. But anyway, I straight up, I think maybe on visit 5 or 6, we were talking about Noah's flood, and I think I was basically talking about that and saying, like, hey, gentlemen, do you disagree with this statement? God drowns babies. It got very awkwardly silent for a moment because they knew that if they said, yes, we disagree with that statement, they're going against the biblical account. But if they say yes to that statement, that feels really icky because you're basically calling God a baby drowner. I love stuff like that. Yeah, infanticide.
Infantigenocide.
Well, did they look in the reasoning book for an answer to that?
Yeah. Oh man, that's old school reasoning book.
Yeah.
Wow. Are you former XJW?
I walked away 2 weeks before I was to be dipped one. So I'm not an apostate according to them. But at one point in Indiana, I had the largest private collection of Watchtower books. That's just how much I was into it.
Well,
but I've got the Purple People Eater. I've got every edition of the NWT.
Oh my God, we got some stuff to talk about then.
Yeah,
even
at the 85.
We don't want to bore all these non-JWs here.
Well, the thing about
it
is,
understand.
I sent you a message on one of your videos because I said I'd love to see your story, and of course, I'm sure you're busy like everybody else. But
I didn't catch your name when I got in here. What's your name?
God. I'm not Jesus. There's already two of them.
Okay, God.
I'm a goddamn asshole.
Okay, cool.
I go by asshole 64.
All right, gotcha. Yeah. So, Asho. Okay, sorry, I didn't see your name at all, so it's hard for me to tell because the way I have things set up, I don't see you super clearly. But okay, Asho. Yeah. Reasoning book. They didn't bring that out because that's like super old school stuff now.
Oh yeah.
It was all
that's kind of like a joke that we tell. Around here anyway with the X's.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, didn't mean to derail the conversation, guys.
It's all good. It's all good.
Hashtag XJW things.
Yes,
since I've started,
I have a long flood joke. It's too much to type in the chat, but I'll summarize. Basically,
how do you summarize a joke?
I shorten it. I truncate.
Knock.
So a hurricane is coming to North Carolina, whatever, and the authorities come and knock on this guy's door, and he goes, I don't want to evacuate. And they're like, well, it's mandatory. You have to. And he's like, oh, okay, fine, I will, but then doesn't. And he stays. And then the hurricane comes and the flood comes and the waters start getting higher and higher. And he goes, oh shit, this is serious. So maybe I should pray to God for help. And I know I'm sucking at summarizing this, but I'm trying to remember where it goes. So he goes up onto his roof and prays for rescue. And as the waters rise, a guy in a rowboat goes by and told him, come on, get in, let's get out of here. And the guy says, no, I have faith in God. God will save me. And the man in the rowboat goes away. And then he prayed for God to save him some more, and the waters rose higher. And then a speedboat appeared, and the speedboat pilot says, get in, we got to get you out of here. And he says, no, I have faith in God. God will save me. So the speedboat takes off, and then the waters rise higher, and the man prays again. And finally a helicopter appears, and the pilot says, we're going to lower a rope down. And then the man goes, no, I have faith that God will save me. And then the waters rise, and the guy drowns. And when he arrives up in heaven, he marches straight up to God and goes, what the fuck? You didn't save me. I had faith in you. And God says, I sent you 2 boats and a helicopter. What the fuck else do you want?
It's really funny how
That's
like
good.
we can both take like inside when you're inside you take that in a certain way and you're outside you take it in another way. You know, it's like on the inside it's basically you know, God might be helping you ways that you don't anticipate. On the outside though, it's like very very different. Like it's not quite exactly what it should be taken on the inside, and it's really funny because jokes completely mean something different once you're out, and it's like a different language almost at that point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I enjoy that one because it highlights one of the things that really really pisses me off about the really zealous believers, where they try to give God credit for everything, even the stuff that mortals struggle to do. Like, you know, a person has a difficult surgery, say a quadruple bypass or whatever, and you've got these skilled surgeons who spent decades getting good at what they do, and you survive. That's, you know, it's a very risky procedure, and the motherfucker thanks God instead of the doctors. Son of a bitch.
Yep.
Yeah. Asshole wants an open relationship, but is too afraid to ask. We are in an open relationship, B.S. Lewis. We hide nothing.
Yeah, if you want it, he opens up his pants. Okay, there we go. Anyway.
Yeah, he's the reason I made my OnlyFans account, and he's my only subscriber.
And I'm a broke bitch now. But anyway, I enjoyed every minute of it.
Yeah, and I just so happen to be able to afford a new air conditioner. I'm just saying.
And this is, he charges 25 cents a minute, so I can do this a while.
25.
Yeah, I don't last long. I usually get about 3 or 4 minutes worth, and I'm out.
All right.
I thought we were here to talk about babies. I thought we were here to talk about babies drowning, guys.
We are here to talk about. Let me
up here.
Let me issue
about porn.
Let me issue a quick apology to my to my child who might be still in this stream. I apologize.
No, let me handle this for you. Everest, I might be your daddy.
Oof.
It's possible. We're pending DNA tests.
I knocked your wannabe daddy out.
Jerry. Oh wait.
You are not the father. All right. Which?
Oh, scroll down.
What Noah's Ark
is that
are
a
we?
Non-Alchemist video about Noah's Ark? I know that's not an apologetics one, but Non-Alchemist is usually pretty fun.
Non-Alchemist is great. He's an excellent.
Well, that
channel.
should be gold.
Yeah.
See, non-stamp collector, riddle, the beginner's Bible.
Oh shit! Yeah, non-stamp collector. That's what I meant. Non-Alchemist is a live face person. I'm always getting them confused.
Live face person.
All right, yeah, I'll leave it up to you guys. Which one?
You know, if you knew how to do a poll, but I'm sure you don't.
Oh, you know, I'm not going to take another 45 minutes to try to figure out how to. I will figure it out.
The AIG one might be the most fun, but AIG is a bag of dicks.
Yeah.
So let's do it then.
It's a fact.
Who is
comments?
Who is AIG? Is that Ham or is that the Australia?
It's Ken Ham's organization. It's that
mind
one that says
blowing.
mind blowing. Yeah.
Yeah, 18 minutes. All right. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, fuck it, let's do it.
skeptics beware.
Pull all the pieces
Yeah,
together.
that calls to me because my name is Skeptics. So yeah,
and you are a scoundrel.
It's like God is directing me to this video.
Yeah, and you say you need proof.
No,
here's your proof.
I don't need evidence.
Everybody in the world knows that we're in a relationship.
I need proof.
Hold on one sec. Before we start this, Logan had a pretty good one. I wanted to point this out. I put it up in the chat, but what did Noah use to see in the night? Floodlights.
Oh God.
Daddy jokes.
I found it fun, and the joke that Ember had told I've never heard before, so I appreciated it.
Yeah, well, long form jokes don't get as much traction anymore, so there's a reason why, but they don't get retold, and so people haven't heard them as frequently. I think Logan probably wins BS's nickels because,
yeah, I was gonna ask.
Brevity is the soul of wit.
Guys.
5 years.
Where did Noah keep the bees? In the archives.
Nice.
I'm telling Bree you made a stupid bee joke.
Don't tell her. Please don't tell her. She'll never.
You're banned.
She'll never talk to me again.
Biz off, Eric. Biz off.
I don't think I can handle it if Bree never talk to me again.
Oh, goodness.
We got 2, 4. So it looks like 6 of us are gonna get banned tonight, somehow, some way.
Yeah, is this true, Maya? Should I be aware of streaming AIG?
Oh yeah, they do.
You have to be super careful. Mark Reed got a copyright for not even for AIG. It was for Ken Ham's personal channel, and AIG still put in a copyright claim.
Right.
Mark's fighting it, but they're a bag of dicks.
So probably keep the volume low and frequent pausing would probably be your best defense against that.
Nara, make somebody pick somebody out in the audience and make them a blue wrench, if you would. Because I keep clicking on stuff to unhide it, and just so we don't have, because right now all the blue wrenches are on the panel.
Yep,
That's
you should
true.
wrench
Maya.
You should wrench Maya and Pragmatic and Aunt Jur.
I got Prag,
but she had to leave. That's why I said, we're the only ones to watch it. So I mean, unless you don't want to, that's fine too, Nara. But
yeah, well, what I'll do is
and don't take 45 minutes to do it.
Yet? You ever wrench?
No, I'll play the video because I am using my hacked Jesus's account, the actual real Jesus. So
is that okay?
I'll play the video.
If you get a wrench in here, I'm saying instead of just volunteering or ask her at the very least. Oh, and Aunt was in here too. Sorry, yeah, Aunt's great.
Everybody's getting a wrench. All right, I'm playing the video.
It's Oprah.
Make sure you get Joel one too when he comes back.
Oprah wrench time. Oh my goodness.
You get a wrench, and you get a wrench.
What did what did Oprah give everybody? Oprah gave everybody something on the last stream. No. On our last stream. We remember we did that silly video where Mel Gibson destroyed
Oprah.
Oprah.
A car and a wrench so they can fix their car. Give them Fords. They'll need the wrench.
All right. Hold on. Let's see. All right,
wasn't
sped
that about
up a little bit?
Child trafficking?
And you get a child? Maybe that was it. I think that was it.
Yeah, because it was about the Sound of Freedom, and we were talking about,
and you are a good
or you
mod.
were talking about. I can't remember. The talk was about what the fuck did they do with the children after they bought them off of the other traffickers and became traffickers themselves.
Yep.
Like,
yeah.
What do you do with the kids? You get a kid. You get a kid. You get a kid.
Hand them
so
up.
Messed up.
All right. All right. I'm gonna play the video. If you're whoever's listening, think of a spicy comment to leave for this video, and you guys as well. We'll leave something silly.
I got
on
it.
This
Ghost
argument
pepper
stinks.
Hey, maybe we should type in Ember's entire joke into the comment section. All right, I'm playing.
Why are you going to bring up Ember's sex life?
The idea of a man building a giant boat to rescue humanity has been the subject of much interest, scrutiny, and
oh boy,
ridicule throughout human history. And Noah and his ark have been represented in many different ways.
It sounds like Calvin. Oh, it's AIG Canada. Yeah, that'd be Calvin. Mr. Smith.
You can also maybe put it at 1.25 speed or 1.55 or 1.5 speed to kind of...
It's at 1.25.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right. I thought it was a little faster already. All right, cool. Sounds good.
All right.
Ways over the years. But what did the ark really look like? Does the Bible shed any light on the size or construction of the ark? How would it compare to the ships we have today? How could Noah possibly round up all the animals on the earth?
How could Noah possibly round up all the animals on the earth?
Spoiler
that is
alert.
A good question.
He didn't.
This is actually a true story. A guy in Maine, who was a devoted Christian, wanted to build a boat, and did build this boat. Didn't know a goddamn thing about boat building. He fancied himself a modern day Noah. he built this boat that was totally unseaworthy. He built it up in Rockland. And when he got the hull completed, he launched it, and it sat in Rockland Harbor, and it became a bit of an eyesore because he couldn't get any of the stuff together to get it finished. And it was it wasn't particularly watertight, but yet there it sat. Eventually, they kicked him out of Rockland Harbor. He sailed down to Portland, or got the boat somehow to Portland. Finished outfitting the boat and went off to do his sea ministry wherever. And apparently the Spirit of the Lord was not with him, because the boat sank in the Atlantic Ocean quite dramatically and tragically, with, some loss of life. I mean, it's just, people do the weirdest things.
And that question there, on the screen, has Noah's Ark been found? Several times in several different locations.
Oh yeah,
that's many different people.
starting with Flavius Josephus, or probably starting with Flavius Josephus. First century Jewish historian Flavius Josephus claimed that remaining pieces of Noah's Ark have been found in Armenia, which was debunked.
Noah's Arks.
Yeah.
Noah's Ark.
Random thought, Ember, it'd be fun to do like an episode talking about all of the times Noah Ark has been found and the differing locations and the different stories on them.
Well, has it been found after Ron Wyatt? Or is Ron Wyatt the last one in the 70s that claims to have found it?
I think there was something more recent, like maybe within like the last 10 years, somebody was claiming they found the Ark.
Oh,
I think it was so dubious that even AIG rejected it. But like, yeah,
you're undermining where we thought we found it. Stop.
If it doesn't meet AIG's standard of evidence, then it must be pretty bad.
You're too crazy.
You know why they wouldn't use it? Noah didn't sign a statement of faith, so they're not going to back up anything he says.
Is there any symbolism in the Ark?
Fine.
All of these questions and more will be answered as we explore the Genesis account of Noah's Ark.
What kind of question is that? Is there any symbolism in the Ark? Like, symbolism in the Ark basically is saying, what can we cram and read into this as much as possible? Instead of just literally, what can we shoehorn into this story for our narrative is what I just saw there.
I think it's deeper than that, though, Eric. I mean, more and more people, even Christian scholars, are trying to get away from, Noah in a lot of the stories, since, more and more of them think that Moses was a fictitious character.
Yeah. Science.
How do you say, Noah's Ark is literal if you don't think Moses was real?
Science has eroded the Adam and Eve story down to pseudo-history, according to William Lane Craig, and it's doing the same with Noah's Ark. And lots of Christian Christian groups are coming to the terms with that, saying, hey, we cannot prop the story up against the overwhelming amount of evidence that shows that it's false. So it's symbolic. It's a pseudo history. It's something else other than what's actually on the written word. Yeah, it's
I don't know how many times I've heard from Christians, the Bible wasn't meant, to be a history book, when the Bible is wrong about history.
Yeah.
Same thing with science,
Yeah. It's an admission to defeat, but it's in a way to at least still be able to hold on to the power of the book and try to wield, that power still.
Damn, Eric shows up and I almost sound intelligent. I think I like this. This collab might be good.
Almost.
I'll be a freaking genius by the time we get 20 minutes into the stream.
The account of Noah and the Ark is one of the most widely known events in the history of mankind. Unfortunately, like other Bible accounts, in this day and age, it's often taken as mere fairy tale. However, truth, as they say, can often be stranger than fiction.
Oh, Jesus.
This is a giant eyesore.
All you have to do
I'm waiting for a Flow commercial to pop up now.
For Bible-believing Christians, the Bible is the true history book of the universe.
Raw faith,
And it's in
there it
that
is.
light that the most
There it
asked
is.
questions...
For Bible believers,
Except
the
when it's
Bible
wrong.
is true. That's what you just said. Why'd you say that? What a pointless statement. Remember, guys, we're all in this together. That's what
I already cut you off at the knees, Calvin. Try another one.
about the ark and the flood of Noah can and should be answered with authority and confidence. And if we're to answer the critical questions of the day, let's make sure we're doing it from what the Bible actually says, not versus some straw man argument or popular misconception of the day. For example, most people will often confidently dismiss the account of Noah's ark by simply stating there's no way Noah could have fit all the animals on the ark. And yet, when you ask them how many animals were needed to go on board, or if they know how big the ark was, they'll often plead ignorance, but then still reiterate, but there's still no way he could have done it, which shows that they probably...
I mean, I don't think you have to know how many, the exact number of every single species that would have to fit on the ark. I think, intuitive arguments are not the best arguments, but I think it's pretty intuitive that, I mean, all of the species, well, at least two of every species were supposedly to fit on this ark.
You're using the wrong word. It's two of every kind. It's
kind.
We're
Yeah,
not talking about species here. We're talking about kinds.
Two of every kind.
It's a very nice, fuzzy, flexible term that you can use because science doesn't adopt that word. There's no definition or classification of a kind.
Fun fact about that, though.
Wouldn't kinds be more like species?
The word that's translated as kind was originally in the Greek versions was the same word used for species, which is why Linnaeus referred to kind and species interchangeably in his own writings. This whole substitution of kind for species is a relatively recent thing that creationists came up with to make their nonsense work.
Yup.
No, kind does have a very specific meaning and definition. An example
Not to a
would be
creationist, though.
Yeah, well, an example of a kind would be a dog. I've never seen a dog produce a non-dog.
What kind of dog, though?
A dog. You know what a dog is.
But
we all know what a dog is. A dog. It's furry. It has 4 legs.
A husky, a German Shepherd, a Great Dane, a Newfoundie.
They're all dogs.
A Newfoundie.
A Mastiff.
That's a new one.
A wolf is a dog?
They're all dogs. Yeah, so.
Oh.
They have some misconception about
they have to bring forth after their kind. What happens when you put a Great Dane with a Chihuahua?
You get a dog.
Is a fox a canine?
You get an exploding dog.
Oh, to inject some reality into what this guy's saying here, there are currently 2.16 million species on the planet. In 2021, it's listed 2.13 million species on the planet. So if species and kind are interchangeable, then that means 6,000 years ago, Noah fit some very small number of kinds on the ark. And thanks to 6,000 years of rapid asterisk not evolution, that ballooned into 2.1 million kinds 6,000 years later because God magic. But not evolution.
4,000 years later. The flood was 2,000
Oh, yeah, you're
years
right. 4,000
Yeah.
years later. That's right. Because the flood was like 1500 BCE, according to most. Yeah, so you're right. So like 3,500, 4,000 years.
It would be longer than didn't the Exodus take place right around 1500? They were slaves in Egypt from like 1700. I mean, it all doesn't matter. I think like 1700.
The Exodus, according to Bible chronology, is very shortly after the ark. Like very, very shortly after.
That's
and if you run the math on that, that means that we should be seeing hundreds, if not thousands, of new species appear daily.
Yeah. But no, God obviously pumped the brakes about 500 years ago, back when we started recording these types of things. So.
That's convenient.
Hey Amber, can I send you this story of the raw faith? This is the boat I was talking about. The guy I met the guy when I was working down at Portland Yacht Services in Portland, and the boat is just it's got a picture of the boat as it was her final moment and all of this. It's just unbelievably weird. It's kind of a tragic story.
It is when people die for ridiculousness.
Well, the cool part, my favorite paragraph in the story is just underneath a picture of the boat going down. I misremembered. Nobody died in the thing, but the boat was completely lost. The Coast Guard deployed significant resources in saving Mackay. There were 2 Falcon jet sorties and 4 helicopter sorties from Cape Cod, plus a C-130 plane that flew in from North Carolina, and the cutter Reliance, which steamed to the scene from Kittery, Maine. Normally, a situation like this would warrant some grumbling about how maybe Mackay should have to pay for being rescued from his own stupidity. But the fact that the Coast Guard had in fact been monitoring and in fact supervising his stupidity for years sort of stops them from bitching too much. It says something, however, of how tolerant they are. They didn't just seize the ship and chop it up for firewood in the first place, which is absolutely true. If you had seen this thing, you would it's like, wait a minute. It was, wow. Kind of a good
Nora,
story.
we've only got 10 more hours to go with the stream.
Yeah.
What are we here for again?
I have no idea.
What are we doing?
We're here to discuss kinds.
Boats.
Be happy, Nara. We're preventing a copyright strike by constantly interrupting this guy.
You're probably right. No, I let the stream go where it goes.
If you're just joining the stream, don't forget to subscribe while you're here. It's free and it's totally reversible.
Where's PC when you need her?
and light.
If you regret your decision.
All right, I'm going to send this. Unless you want to make me a mod, and then in that case, I can post it myself in the chat.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Nice.
Yeah, let me. I'm gonna hit play on this, and then.
Good point, Dan. Thanks.
Deeply at all. Let's dive into this and get more specific. And let's begin with this question: just how large was Noah's Ark? Well, unlike the many more whimsical drawings that often depict the Ark as some kind of overgrown houseboat with giraffes sticking out of the top, the Ark described in the Bible was a huge vessel. It was so large, in fact, that it wasn't likely until the late 1800s that another ship was built that exceeded the capacity of Noah's Ark. The key to understanding just how large it was comes directly from the Bible's account of God's commissioning Noah to create this huge craft. In Genesis 6:15, we read, "The length of the Ark
about 1.5 football
cubits,
fields,
its width 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits."
I'm actually interested in exactly what this math's going to come out to, because I'm going to, here in a moment, once I get a number from this guy, if he gives it, determine, like, let's say we average 1 square meter per small animal and maybe 3 square meters. No, not 3 square meters, 9 square meters per large animal. I want to see exactly how many animals we could fit onto the Ark. If we didn't have to worry about structural concerns about the Ark, we could use 100% of its interior capacity. I want to see exactly how many animals we could fit onto this Ark if we didn't have to worry about physics.
Yeah, and I'm glad he mentions giraffes with their heads sticking up out of the, like, where did they put the giraffes? Did they get a double high room?
Yeah.
Like, what do you do with that?
I also love how, multiple times, this is probably the 4th, 5th, or 6th time I've heard an apologist mention, isn't it so silly how we've depicted Noah's Ark in the past in these children books? Like, I've heard this so many times, and it's like, just because it's depicted in a silly, kidsy manner in a children's book doesn't mean the story's not silly to begin with. It is a silly story. It's just it's further embellished for these children books to make them more appealing to kids. It doesn't change the absurdity of the whole base story. It's like the way he tries to compare how absurd children books are to the Bible is actually quite amusing for me.
Yeah, let's remember these aren't like straw man arguments. This is Christians that make these books.
And who says that giraffe heads weren't sticking out the top of the Ark? He doesn't know.
Now, the word cubit, the primary unit of measure in the Old Testament, isn't one commonly used today. So understanding the length of a cubit is the key.
There's a commonly used cubit?
The size we're talking about.
I measure everything in cubits. Personally.
I mentioned this in the previous stream I was in tonight. A cubit is part of a cubert.
I thought a qubit was memory storage in a quantum computer, but
I tried to convince my wife to measure some special things in qubits. She didn't wanna.
So a qubit is based off the distance from the elbow to the fingertip. So that's like, for me at least, I'm a very lanky person. That's probably about 24 inches is a qubit, so 2 feet. Am I reading that right?
But remember, in ancient times, the patriarchs lived 1,000 years and were 1,000 feet tall.
True.
Everything was just 1,000.
Length of a cubit was based on the distance from the elbow to the fingertips, so it obviously varied in ancient people groups. But when Noah came off the ark, only one cubit measurement existed, the one that he had used to construct the ark. Now, the exact length of this cubit is unknown due to the effects of the Tower of Babel, where people scattered from one another and began using their own cubit.
Well,
So it requires
that's
some logical
convenient.
guesswork.
That doesn't help us at all.
The actual measurement, we have no fucking idea.
The cubit is measured from the elbow to the fingertip, but because God killed literally everyone, Noah was now the standard for the cubit.
He's in a French museum. We've got the gram and the meter and Noah's forearm.
How do you set a standard? Kill off literally everyone who disagrees with you.
Sounds like God.
That's true.
I mean, it does work.
This truck.
All right, let's just say I'm Noah, and I'm a 6'3" lanky guy. A cubit's 24 inches. That's right there, from my elbow to my fingertip. So, I will stand in as Noah here for this guy's example.
Work to reconstruct the most likely length of the original cubit. Most ancient cultures ended up with 2 cubits, an older or royal cubit, and a common or shorter cubit. Using an older cubit, which is the most likely cubit length in Noah's day, we can get a close estimate. One known and well-attested ancient royal cubit was at least 20.4 inches, so we know that the Earth must have
20-inch
no less than
cubit,
5.
weak. My cubit's 24 inches.
These tiny ancient humans.
Pity their cubits.
Too bad we're all here together. We can all
Noah's was just a rowboat, and he brought all embryos.
What do a bunch of atheists do at a party? They put their forearms on the table and measure cubits.
What do atheists do at a party? We all measure our cubits.
Oh boy.
510 feet long, 85 feet wide, and 51 feet high. Now, in the Western world, wooden sailing ships never got
You
much
just
longer
jumped
than
to
about
the end there.
300.
So let's pop back just a second. I'm going to write these numbers down. He just completely skipped
Wooden
over the
sailing
cubit
ships
thing.
never got much longer than
Naturally,
about
you want to take the cubit
51
and
feet.
develop that into a common measurement, but he just completely dropped that and just went, "Oh, it's this many feet by this many feet by this many feet." So what was the point of all that if you didn't use it? Maybe fluff. Maybe he wants to say more than what he has to say. All right, so 510 feet long, 85 feet wide. And 51 feet high, not 50 feet high. 51 feet high.
Now I kind of want to go measure Ken Ham's Ark Encounter and see if it measures up.
Yeah. You measure the building itself or the facade? Because it is just a facade on a real building. It's not an actual ark. Anyway. All right, I'm going to crunch some numbers here. You guys can keep on progressing.
High. Now, in the Western world, wooden sailing ships never got much longer than about 330 feet long. Yet the ancient Greeks had built vessels at least this size 2,000 years earlier. China built huge wooden ships in the 1400s that may also have been as large as the Ark. But the biblical Ark was one of the largest wooden ships of all time, even though it would be a mid-sized cargo ship by today's standards.
My son is Braxton, and he was diagnosed
No, another Braxton.
Oh,
God. But the common question for many skeptics and Christians alike is obvious.
Skip.
That was a good joke, Ember. That was a good joke.
Not another Braxton. You know what? I think since we are... Yeah, no, we'll keep going.
How could Noah have possibly built the ark? To most people, the task of building the ship described in the Bible just seems overwhelmingly impossible. But again, before people dismiss the idea, they should look at what the Bible actually says. You see, the Bible doesn't tell us with wooden literacy that Noah necessarily built the ark all by himself. And as a matter of fact, the idea that he would have doesn't really make a lot of sense. When we see other accounts in the Bible, such as that Solomon built the temple,
I'm curious who helped Noah build the ark and didn't get a ticket on. That's
slaves.
I'm saying guys in the Union helped him.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he had the animals help him while they were congregating. Like the elephants could hold up the keel and shit.
Have you ever seen Russell Crowe and their version of Noah's Ark? They had those those creatures from heaven, the angels that were fallen.
Oh yeah,
Noah's Ark.
Yeah,
What's it called?
The Nephilim and shit.
Yeah, there you go. Supposedly they helped and they defended when it started raining, and then all the heathens tried to get on there. Then they ended up going back to heaven once they got killed.
They had angelic bouncers at the ark.
Yeah, I've heard.
I don't actually believe he was
when,
the one.
I think it was Ember and I. We did the demons tier list. No, I'm sorry. I didn't do that with Ember. I did that with Dave from Deep Drinks.
Yeah.
There's so many
we
stories.
Were fallacies.
Yeah, we did the fallacies list. Yeah, that's right. But with the demons thing, like there's a lot of like hypotheses around exactly where demons came from, and one of the ideas of where demons came from is that angels descended to Earth, became men, got frisky with the ladies, created the Nephilim, and then when the flood occurred, then their bodies were killed, but then they became demons. But anyway, like this whole idea of creatures helping Noah and then dying and ascending, or dying and like transcending to some other realm. That's actually not an original idea. There are people who believe that this is kind of what happened and what created the demons back then. Some people, some Christians, not.
Oh, I just thought they took major licenses in that movie.
Hey, Eric. While you're crunching numbers, I have another couple that you might want to include just to, all right. So an elephant eats between 149 and 169 kilograms of vegetation daily, 330 to 375 pounds. Right.
Oh yeah, the food supply.
Right. Okay, so that's just the elephants, and also along those lines, an elephant can produce up to 100 kilograms or 220 pounds of dung per day.
Ooh.
They also defecate about 12 to 15 times each day. And
I think the methane alone would have killed everything on that boat. But yes,
well, that's shitty.
Quite so.
But I don't know if this would be crunching numbers or squishing them. But
I'm simplifying.
Just watch where you step, Stephanie.
I'm cutting this down. I'm cutting this down to the bone. We're not worried about structural integrity of the ship. We're not worried about food.
Okay.
We're not worried about shit. I'm just looking at just how many animals could we store on this boat if we didn't care about
as many as God
anything.
needed to.
Yeah, exactly.
I suspect that an elephant consumes a good deal of water to wash all that stuff down. So where's the water coming? Well, we got plenty of water. We're not worried about water, are we? Because it's raining the entire time.
Oh yeah, don't forget they also have to find room for the whales too.
No, the whales are in the ocean.
They just brought them on sperm form. Sperm whale? For those that didn't get it.
The actual way.
Anyway.
Every stone or building the physical structures himself, but that he designed and commissioned it to be built. Now, this isn't to say that
See how
Noah wasn't personally
little
involved in
thought
the
it
construction.
takes to just basically say, that ain't real. What are you doing with all this shit? Where's all the food coming from? Wait a minute.
So that explains why the water got so high so fast. All the shit from the boat raised it at least 30, 40 feet in the air. Or sea level, I guess.
Of the ark. But understanding that besides his son's help, Noah could have hired skilled laborers or had relatives such as Methuselah and Lamech to help build the vessel. All that being said, based on an analysis from Scripture,
he made his 900-year-old great grandfather help.
Bye.
Yeah, right. Like,
You know,
what a plan, God. Like,
hey,
killed the
come on
help.
over. Come up into my house. Build me a boat. Okay, that's great. I'll see you later. Because God got a mission for me. I'm going down the road. See you. Bye bye. By the way, good luck with your
Forget about
whatever
it.
you're doing.
With whatever you do.
That's how they handle the poop. They forgot about it.
Maybe the helpers that Noah had were actually believers and they were going to be on the ark because they're like, yeah, no, God's going to flood the planet. But Noah was such an asshole that the workers at the end of the project were like, screw it, I just want to die. I'm not getting on that boat.
How does none of this stuff occur to these people? It's like, well, he could have invited some people by to help him build the boat, and then left him to drown.
Yeah.
Remember,
Noah called the Amish. The Amish raised the boat.
remember, according to the story,
Barbecue.
every single human on Earth was 100% evil and completely irredeemable. So,
Oh, yeah, there are people who say that.
So
yeah.
who would have helped him?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah.
and would you really want their help? They'll freaking murder you and take your cubits and pesos or whatever.
Yeah.
And also, since Noah was in that set of humans, I could totally see him saying, screw you guys, have fun drowning.
Yeah. I'll pay you after the project's done.
Yeah.
Oh, he did pay him. He paid him in Nara coins.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You get a coin, and you
Maybe
get a
Noah-
coin. Everybody
Noah's-
gets a coin because you're gonna be dead soon.
Noah's just a duplicitous asshole the whole time.
My even the babies, yeah. So they say, like Ember just said, they're everybody was sin, everybody was irredeemable, the human race needed to be wiped out. I like to make the argument, not to put value on life here, but like what did all the puppies and the kittens, like they all got drowned too. Somebody said it, and I will never remember who or where I saw this comment, but it was something to the effect of, how many kittens do you have to drown before you are the irredeemable asshole?
Yeah.
And I mean, I would say one, but I mean, God just, he did his thing.
In fairness,
Like, what did they do?
Yahweh was already an irredeemable asshole.
This is true.
I made a joke about that once. I think about a year ago on my channel, in one of my community posts. Basically, the way that Christians defend God and his murdering of babies, it's like God could literally murder infinite babies and still be righteous in these people's eyes. Like, God could set up a gigantic baby generator in the sky that's just dumping thousands of babies out of this portal into a literal meat grinder 24/7 for thousands of years, and he will still be righteous in front of these people's eyes.
He could murder a baby on Fifth Avenue.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, Frank Turek
I
actually
know
makes that.
This is... Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't. Do you folks remember the Piranha Brothers from Monty Python bit? Very extended bit of the Monty Python thing. So it's like, this guy walks in and Dinsdale Piranha was a mob boss who had who imagined he was followed by a giant hedgehog, but aside from that. It goes in and talks to one of Piranha's associates and said, and I think Eric Idle's gone, well, there's that one time he nailed my head to the floor. He nailed your head to the floor. Oh, well, he had to, didn't he? It's like, this is what this reminds me of. Yes, and there's a story that he nailed your wife's head to a coffee table. Yeah, he did that. He was a cruel man, cruel but fair. It sounds like Yahweh to me. It's like, oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, Frank Turek makes the exact argument that I think it was that Eric just made, that God is the only one who has the right. Somebody asked him, question from the audience about the whole baby killing thing. And yeah, Frank Turek said it straight out. Like, he has every single right to take whatever human life he deems necessary because he is righteous. He can't do wrong. So it has to be right to kill whatever baby he deems because he cannot do something wrong.
Yeah.
It's
essentially the Richard Nixon defense. If the president does it, it's not a crime. If God does it, it's not immoral. Yeah.
Right.
And if Dinsdale Piranha does it, it's because Spiny Norman told him he had to. And Spiny Norman, by the way, was the name of the giant hedgehog that followed him. Which sounds an awful lot like Yahweh, but, you never know.
5 years to build the ark. So except for the fact that you wouldn't want to have to go back and repair work that had been done too many years previously, there's actually no reason to believe that Noah and his sons couldn't, or that they didn't, build the ship themselves in the time allotted. You see, despite what many might believe, there's no reason to think the physical strength or mental processes of men in Noah's day weren't at least as great as our own. There's actually compelling...
There's no reason to think they weren't super beings who could just fucking levitate the beams into place.
It wasn't
Why
a
not?
matter. It wasn't a matter of mental capacity. It was a matter of knowledge. They did not have the technology back then to do this. Period.
I like
that too.
What it says on the screen. There is actually compelling. Oh, I read that wrong. Never mind. Nope. I'm playing. I misread.
Scientific evidence that the genomes of all living creatures are slowly degenerating due to the accumulation of slightly harmful mutations, which means the genetics of people in Noah's day were likely even far superior to ours today.
The ancient people of Israel, or maybe it wasn't Israel at the time, but the ancient people were far superior to us. Definitely.
It's the John Sanford argument. It's genetic entropy, guys. I can totally prove it, except I don't have any DNA to prove it.
Except I got nothing. Exactly. I mean, this is just recycled Greek mythology, Golden Age, blah blah. Now it's the Clay Age or something. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's like they read the Odyssey and they went, 1,000 ships, huh? Well, what about one big fucking ship? Haha, suck that, Greeks.
I thought this is more Sumerian, right?
It is.
Yeah.
But, it's all mixed up. You got your Greeks, you got your Sumerians, you got your this. Well, not Sumerians, but Babylonian. Every culture has a tale of a flood.
I think
it raises an interesting question. If the Tower of Babel, which did exist in Babylon, was destroyed immediately after the flood, and then how did Babylon, which had the Tower of Babel in it, exist to enslave the Jews after the death of who was it, Solomon?
No. I don't think that the Tower of Babel is. That's you're kind of that's not where the story came from.
I think the Tower of Babel was a couple hundred years after the flood story. So there's already an issue there of population growth and multiple peoples and nations forming and then converging together, work together on a tower. And then, no, you're talking about the enslavement of the Israelites by the Egyptians?
No, by the Babylonians, because Babylon.
That was
like, oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because Babylon had to be destroyed and the people scattered.
Yeah, that was the destruction.
In order for the languages to happen.
That was the destruction.
But then the Babylonians still existed to enslave the Jews later.
Yeah, that was the enslavement. That was the destruction of Jerusalem, the destruction of the first temple, and the enslavement of the Jews in 586 BCE. So we're talking about
which the JWs get the date wrong.
Yeah, the JWs say it's 607 because their chronology requires that.
It's all fucked up.
Yeah. But no, the real date is like 586, 587 BCE, which is about 1,000 years.
And there is archaeological evidence for that.
I think there is archaeological evidence of well, yeah, the first temple being destroyed and the Israelites going into captivity That there is archaeological evidence of that.
Yeah, and third party evidence too.
Yeah. But anyway, that was 1,000 years after the supposed flood.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. But you know, it's a side nitpick. Let's just assume that after the peoples dispersed, some of them returned to Babylon and built a new tower that was slightly smaller and didn't piss God off.
Yeah. and actually, B.S. Lewis brings up a really good point there, is that the Egyptians were actually building pyramids before the flood and after the flood. So somehow the Egyptian civilization survived the flood.
And also,
they hid in the pyramids, obviously.
Yeah.
That's why they built the pyramids.
Yeah. They all got inside the pyramid and waited out the flood underwater. Ra was
it was airtight. It was fine.
Those stones were a tight fit. Can't fit one human hair between them.
Well, it's like the core.
The capstone.
It's like the core. The more pressure that pyramid got put under, the more solid and airtight it became.
Yes.
Brilliant design.
Oh boy.
For harvesting and cutting timber, as well as for shaping, transporting, and erecting the massive beams and boards required. If 1 or 2 men today can erect a large house in just 12 weeks, how much more could 3 or 4 men do in a few years? After all, the Bible reveals Adam's descendants were making complex musical instruments, forging metal, and building cities, so their tools, machines, and techniques were not primitive. And history has shown that technology can be lost.
City.
In Egypt, China, and the Americas.
That's such a loose word for what they could have considered a civilization, right? Like,
yeah,
how many people makes a city? Go on, like ask people in Montana.
Yeah, a lot of hand waving.
Yeah, or even not that long ago, like in the 1890s, New York City had farmland on Manhattan. Like the population was like it was a small town compared to what it is now, but it was still a major city in the context of the time.
People mostly floated back then. Yeah.
Down here we
face
float.
down.
Yes.
Oof, dark.
I have a balloon for you.
It was often the earlier dynasties that built more impressive buildings or had finer art or better science than those who came later. For example, the ancient Maya were the first Mesoamerican civilization that built stone cities and astronomical observatories with a mastery of mathematics than the later groups like the Olmecs and Aztecs who came after them never surpassed. And we must recognize that many so-called modern inventions we have today are actually reinventions, like concrete, which was used masterfully by the Romans over 2,000 years ago. Even accounting for the possible loss of technology due to the flood, early post-flood civilizations would have possessed all of the engineering know-how necessary for a project like Noah's Ark. It's very reasonable to believe people were sawing and drilling wood in Noah's day only.
That's a huge statement he has no evidence for.
Yeah, he may as well just assert they had UFOs.
Mankind invented things, forgot them, and reinvented them. So the ancient civilizations must have been really advanced. Like, no, he's taking a couple little factoids and just completely running with it.
A few centuries before the Egyptians were sawing and drilling granite.
Well, to a point, he's right about the concrete, though. I mean, you think about how long they've lasted. And was it the Romans that came up with the concrete? They found the secret was salt water and lime, I believe.
I think there's multiple ways.
Yeah,
I watched a few videos on concrete, and yeah, the Romans did have concrete. We've refined it to a much better point today, I think. But yeah, for the most part, they discovered it.
But there's a lot of shit that, like indoor plumbing, right? We've had it for a while now, but the Romans had it, and we only recently regained that technology.
Yeah,
it's,
but
the Dark Ages weren't just cloudy days, you know.
Yeah, but the point here is that let's just give him that okay, yeah, the Romans were masters of concrete, and they discovered it. They were masters of it. We lost it for a while, then we rediscovered it. That doesn't mean the Romans were more advanced than us.
No. They just happen to have the better,
Yeah, they were.
But here we got the Colosseum that's been around for what 2,000 plus years.
They were good at concrete. That doesn't mean they were good at everything else.
Oh, right.
But he's trying to take.
They weren't really good at space flight.
Yeah,
they weren't good at cell phones either.
Yeah.
Their towers sucked.
Yep.
You couldn't recover.
Civilizations have collapsed in the past. I mean, there was the Bronze Age collapse quite famously, which actually plays into biblical history.
Yeah.
The story of the Bronze Age collapse is fascinating. what's the guy's name? It's Klein, I think his last name is. And it's suddenly at, around 1100 to 1200 BCE, this flourishing international market of various economies just collapsed entirely. The Hittite Empire, done. The Mycenaeans, done. All these civilizations where there's producing remarkable art, remarkable architecture, remarkable stuff, done. And done and gone, and it didn't come back for 500 years.
Yeah. But my ultimate point is being that this AIT schmuck is basically saying, oh, the Romans or this civilization had mastery over this one particular narrow technology, right, and then trying to generalize that and saying, therefore, they were really advanced. Like, no, they were really good at one or two or three things. That doesn't mean they were
better. Doesn't mean
technology masters,
advanced by any means.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
this is hand waving.
It was shit they knew, right?
Right.
It's just they knew this bit of stuff, and it's.
But
this is what's real weird to me about all this.
This is just the frantic hand waving of apologists trying to get you to accept something that is likely true. Yeah, Romans were good at concrete, and then taking that huge jump to they must have had technology to build a big boat like this. Like there's no connective tissue. There's nothing there. It is just going from step 1 to step 20, and he just wants you to go with him.
And let's also keep in mind that what we're talking about are people living in Canaan or Canaan. I've heard the people of Canaan pronounce it Canaan, but living in essentially the Judean highlands, that there's absolutely zero archaeological evidence that anybody would have been there. There's nothing.
Anyway.
Ain't got nothing.
Anyway, really quick, I crunched the numbers. The arc dimensions brings us to 673,000 cubic meters. If we split that room up between 1 cubic meter sections for smaller animals and 27 cubic meter sections for large animals, we can fit about 12,500 large animals on the ark and about 300,000 small animals on the ark. And somehow, in 3,000 or 4,500 years, those, we'll say 350,000 animals, kinds, became multiple millions of kinds today, and that's without any regard for actual like space for the actual structure of the ship, or food reserves, or water, or living or exercise centers for any of them. They're just chambers in this ethereal arc that we're thinking of.
Does that include the various species of lice?
Yes,
all the parasites.
Lice.
That was the brilliance of it. The lice lived on the animals. God doubled up on room.
That's my favorite thing to bring up is the pubic lice. Like how did they get on there?
Well, Noah was a righteous man. Let's remember that.
Yeah.
So he didn't have pubic lice?
He ran some tight pants.
No, but Mrs. Noah did.
She was not a righteous woman.
Oh, and she didn't have a Bic razor either. So what do you expect?
Well,
did you see what Ham did?
So her and Noah's relationship was on the rocks, and she was on that boat full of animals for such a long time.
Oh God!
And that's how chlamydia survived.
And it's not a flower.
Oh goodness gracious. Okay. All right.
Yeah, she's definitely checking this stream out. I can tell you that
all the
right
kids are
now.
Oh wow.
All right. Let's let the windbag talk.
The idea that more primitive civilizations are further back in time is an evolutionary concept. In reality, Scripture says when God created Adam, he was essentially perfect, the best physically and mentally that mankind has ever been. Today, the individual human intellect and physique has suffered from 6,000 years of sin and decay.
Keep rolling. Go ahead.
Sudden rise in technology in the last few centuries has nothing to do with increasing intelligence. It's a combination of publishing and sharing ideas, and the spread of key inventions that became tools for investigation and manufacturing. One of the most recent and
she's right.
Which part was not biblical?
I don't think the most perfect. I don't think so.
This we're going to get into that contraption they found, claiming it's the first computer.
The Antikythera.
What?
No, it's Aunt Jur. She's in chat.
Now, the Antikythera is as anybody who's seen the new Indiana Jones knows, is actually a time travel GPS.
Well, that explains why they can't figure it out then.
Yes,
because they were more advanced back then.
That's true.
Because they had concrete.
widespread tools, of course, is the computer, which may make us feel superior somehow to our ancestors, but is likely quite needed now, as it actually compensates a great deal for our natural decline in mental performance and discipline, since it permits us to gather and store information. Perhaps
says the creationist.
He gets the spray.
Well, I bet you he's got pelvic life. They're smarter than he is.
Yes, I mean, he's not wrong. There is an increase in mental decay in modern humans. There are more creationists than ever.
That number's going down quickly, though. Not quick enough.
Here's my exegesis. It's like, what the hell? I mean, so God makes Adam the most perfect being, according to this idiot. Except he wasn't perfect because he kind of had a nosh on the tree that God told him he shouldn't do. So how's he perfect then?
Well, it does actually explain something, though, right? He was made in God's image, and he was made without any sense. Yeah, he was made without any sense of right and wrong, which tells us that God also has no sense of right and wrong, which is why God does all the horrible fucking things.
Yeah, so God had a luau too at some point in time, and I don't know.
Now let's move on to one of the most common queries posed surrounding the idea of this floating wooden zoological masterpiece that almost always comes up, and answer this question. So how could Noah round up so many animals? And of course, you'll often hear a follow-up question after it, something like, are you saying Noah had to travel to Australia and get some kangaroos and koalas, followed by a chuckle or two? Well, once again, let's start by checking to see what the biblical text actually claims before we make our analysis.
Start with
Genesis
the claim.
6:20, we read, of the birds after their kind.
What a silly question. Obviously, the kangaroos hopped all the way to Noah's Ark. And after the flood, they hopped on all of the broken trees. Because after the flood, the tectonic activity was immense and all these continents drifted apart. So they had to hop on the trees to get back to Australia. This is actually in AIG material. I'm not making this
I
up.
never thought of this before, guys. Wow. It's amazing.
I just think the kangaroos made penguin floats. Or rafts. And,
oh, yeah, they rode on the penguins. That's a good call.
There is a God. I proved it. Checkmate, atheist.
I mean, we're all forgetting about the lost continent of Lemuria, which is how everything got from the Middle East across to South America and to Australia. And then once they were all in place, the continent sank, taking all the fossils of all the dead animals as they migrated across with them, which is why we can't find the fossils either.
I think Paulogia, I believe he said that was actually what broke him of this whole thing, was when he read AIG material explaining that kangaroos could have used the fallen trees, floating trees in the water to hop back to Australia.
So ridiculous.
Well, why stop there? They could just hopped on the dead bodies that were floating in the water.
Yeah.
This could be super fun. Do you have it?
It's times like this I wish I knew how to do the poll thing. I'm gonna learn. I promise I'll learn. I'm curious what he's gonna say.
Don't press it, Naro. You just learn how to pin your links up.
And I'm not doing it now.
You better take a break.
Kind, and of every creeping thing of the earth after its kind, 2 of every kind will come to you to keep them alive. This verse contains a critical key concept in answering the question.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
I just noticed that he has a tie, a leather vest, and a.
Well, he is
Yeah.
Canadian.
Oh.
Well, yeah, you can tell that with a plaid. Are you kidding me? He's a lumberjack. He's okay.
Very rustic, like wooden background too. Yeah, he's going for that. Hey, we're all here on the ark together. Let's tell a story here.
Hey,
Yeah.
PC's back. Welcome back, PC.
Why the tie?
Pragmatic is back.
We're safe again.
Also, it's a telling. There's one word in what he quotes here that's a little telling. That there's 7 of every clean kind and 2 or 1 pair of every unclean kind. So I guess it's actually 2 words, clean and unclean, because which animals were clean and unclean wasn't determined until over 1,000 years later when Moses got the rules from Yahweh. So this story was clearly written after that. Details.
No way, Noah was God's
a little
best
bit
friend,
weird.
so why wouldn't
It's
God tell Noah?
I don't know why it is so difficult to accept the idea that this is an anthology of tales. You know, much like Hesiod. You know, it's just why pretend it's anything different? It's just stories.
Because it's in the cherished book that must be believed at all costs.
Yeah.
Aesop's fables.
And that's the foundation. So, well, it's in all of these stories, you can pick out little bits of things, and that may be terrible stories, but I love that book. Well, it's a terrible book, but you've got there's some neat shit in it.
Oh, hey, I found Paulogia's blog post from 2015. Tell me again how kangaroos floated to Australia on logs.
Oh, post that in there.
Yeah. Wow, this is
I don't think so. I think the kangaroos actually. I think what happened was that the whales came by and said. Yeah, and they basically did that, and they basically said, hop aboard, and so you got your platypus, and you got you got all your marsupials hitching a ride, and the whales go, hey, no problem, we got the word from the fella upstairs, and we'll be fine because look at us, we're here. It's like, let it rain, I don't give a shit, and so off they went. I think that's how it happened. I don't think it was logs. I think that's heresy.
Mm-hmm. Well, if Jonah can survive 3 days in the fish, little Tasmanian devils can handle this, for a week or two. I'm sure.
Part. Maybe maybe
the fish carry the other animals if things could survive. Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. Maybe that's yeah. Okay, I tell you what. You all stay down below. I'll take care of getting you there. I've said that.
Yeah, Logan said the koalas were in the kangaroo's pouch, so they were carried like a stork.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we just made 2
I think we've got our own religion, guys. Let's do it. We'll make Stephanie our high priestess.
All right, I posted Paulogia's blog.
And you know the most about boats, so here we go.
I posted Paulogia's blog in the chat, and also the reference in his blog to the actual AIG article that is floating the possibility that animals could have floated on logs back to Australia,
so to speak.
Yep, I forwarded the Paulogia post into the general chat.
Cool.
Using my wrench.
It's possible.
Use those wrench powers.
Let me ask you guys real quick. Are you familiar with? I've had one interaction with P-Town. He's trying to get on the stream. Is this?
Oh yeah.
Oh, Pete. I see. Yeah.
I'm not.
He'll be like
sure.
Joel.
Yeah. I don't want. This is not a debate stream. If that's what you're looking for.
We're here having fun with us and fine stuff. So.
All right. We're welcoming P-Town in.
What's up, P-Town?
Hey, I think he's got the answer to this kangaroo problem.
Look at this cute panel. Got all the big dogs on it, almost.
All right.
Bow.
Well, I
man.
can't promise I can. I
Wow.
can definitely make fun
Easy.
of this dude's outfit, but I can't promise I can blaspheme like you guys do. But I'll try not to, interfere too much on your little entourage.
Don't worry. It's a little blasphemy will get you everywhere,
I do love how Calvin's got like a little model of his ideal of the ark next to him on the side table.
Have you guys ever seen the Red Green
guys.
Show?
Giraffes sticking their head. Giraffes sticking their heads out of the ark is absurd.
That's what I'm
it looked
thinking
like
right
this.
now.
Woman can't
Right
find
now, I'm
handsome.
thinking-
Isn't
This
there
has got a
some
real
aspect-
Red Green Show vibe, and what you need is you just need the guy with the suspenders and what? Well, that's Red Green, and the other dude. Oh man,
Hey, welcome back, Crystal.
this is very Canadian.
Oh yeah.
And as an update, here it is 3 hours later, and none of us have got banned yet. Go team.
That's good.
Oh, I doubt they're doing this.
It's
real time.
There's still time.
Christians. They went to bed. They went to
God
bed at,
works
like-
in God. You don't know when God's.
They went to bed at like
God
8
will
They went to bed at like
drop
8
the
p.m.
ban.
They gotta be up early to pray.
But we all might want to look outside and see if it's raining, because that might be a sign.
Yeah, this dude was definitely in bed by 8 p.m. There's no doubt.
Could you guys imagine?
Because it tells
like-
us that Noah didn't have to set out and serve.
Could you guys imagine
Yeah.
like a Oren Raw / Undertaker look with a snake strapped around his shoulders?
Totally.
Preaching young Earth creationism.
Ooh, like Robin Bullock, kind of, but with a snake. Sure.
Like just Oren Raw, just like.
And would he be an
just,
Appalachian snake handler?
He hold up the
just
snake to the
handling
camera.
the big snake while he talks about the biblical perspective.
He'd hold up the
I think
snake
that
to the
would be
camera and then like hold the snake's mouth open and go, "This is how Satan tempted Eve."
He's
Eve,
talking-
does that
talking to
fruit
me
look
right
really
now.
good?
It would be the Christian's version of Jeff Dunham. I kill you.
This is how
You
it
call-
went down. Trust me.
God did
You call
already.
it Noah Dunham.
What's that paraboa or whatever a snake's
Noah
called?
Dunham sounds like a
Oh, yeah.
professional wrestler to me. I don't know.
Oh yeah, we're gonna wrestle souls for Jesus.
Yeah.
WrestleMania, and yeah, there we go. Noah Dunham.
Oh yeah, snap into the Bible.
Dunham, I dare you to kill me.
This silly atheist is going up against the king.
That's a good idea though. We should have maybe
you
like
could just do a whole entire like WWF WWE skit on young Earth.
Call Jay. We need his help for this one.
I'm surprised Vince McMahon didn't come up with that character name. Jesus.
You guys remember the show? They had the death matches. They'd pick two celebrities,
Celebrity
throw them,
death match. Yeah.
Yeah.
death match.
I say we throw Ken Ham in there with every old Earth creationist and see who comes
Ken
out.
Ham versus Hugh Ross.
Yeah.
Hovind here.
Y'all
I
think you're
can't.
coming from Ross?
I can't say it out loud. It's in such bad taste. This joke.
Say it out loud. Say it out loud. We're all getting
Send it
banned
to
here
me, I'll
tonight.
say it.
Nettie, it's late. You can probably, but maybe not. I don't know.
Where'd Pete Town go?
Yeah, I don't know.
Here-
P-Town
Oh
left.
shit, he got
This is-
raptured.
This is the power of Satan.
Hey, Pete, we're just having some laughs. We're not attacking anyone. We're just having some
Of
laughs.
course not.
Hovind here. I'm gonna beat you harder than Cindy.
Oh god.
Oh, that is
Okay,
fantastic.
yeah,
I
you were
told
right. You
you.
shouldn't have said that.
You should have said that.
Oh, now you fucking.
We should have believed you.
It's
well,
it's the hypocrisy, you children. Yeah.
I
Is it
think
harder than Cindy or harder
That's
than
so
Eric the
gonna-
dentist?
Ooh,
Ah,
I'll be
sorry.
right back. I gotta refresh my drink.
Oh boy.
For the record, child or spousal abuse is terrible.
That's
but
not funny.
When we're
No.
talking about Kent Hovind, just kind of everything becomes funny because he's such a joke.
yeah, I definitely set the bar a lot lower when we're talking about people like Kent Hovind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
Actually,
there's a thing I could say about him.
it's not funny. It's the hypocrisy is absolutely true, but my God, that guy.
Well,
holy
part
shit.
of the human condition is laughing at atrocities because you can't quite process how terrible they are. Like.
Well, that's the whole that's the whole premise behind the producers, isn't it? And
Yeah.
every film Mel Brooks ever made,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You
But
have to
actually,
laugh
we,
at
we may
things.
see a real throwdown between William Lane Craig and Ken Ham. They've been going at it on the videos recently.
Ken Ham,
Yeah.
Awesome.
William Lane Craig is lowering himself to Ken Ham.
He's got to do something.
That's shocking to me.
Yeah, it is rather. I mean, Craig's not stupid.
No, he
Ham is
tried to play
stupid.
both sides for a while. He's actually a board member of the Discovery Institute, even though he publicly
God.
says young Earth creationism, it doesn't make any sense. We don't need to take Genesis literally.
Yeah,
but he
pseudo-history.
supports their research, which, there's a whole freaking conspiracy thing about it. It's a long tangent, but TLDR, the Discovery Institute, publicly states they want to take over the fucking world.
I think,
but that's a whole thing.
Is that I can't quite see? Is P-Town back?
Yeah,
No.
okay.
Okay.
Out
Hey,
back quickly.
yeah.
I'm just
P-Town,
joking. I was having technical issues.
Okay, yeah, no worries. This is not an attack or not a setup or anything. I'm just genuinely curious. What do you subscribe to? Do you subscribe to a literal interpretation of Genesis, or do you go with like William Lane Craig's pseudo-history interpretation of Genesis?
Well, most of the top apologists, they'll take a conservative route, even if they do ascribe to being a young Earth creationist.
Okay.
I do affirm to what the Bible actually says.
Okay, so you reject William Lane Craig's pseudo-history interpretation, and you interpret Genesis literally.
I do for a multitude of reasons. So
okay, I mean, I don't even know the reasons.
But I just want to emphasize the importance of that surpasses just the actual importance of the narrative. It's honoring what Scripture actually says, right? So it's honestly all the atheists watching this channel need to know that it's not a prerequisite to being a Christian.
No, I'm
but
not
I
trying
do
to
still ascribe to
establish
that. And I never thought I would be a young Earth creationist. I never thought
No,
that. I was an atheist.
I'm just trying to see how you align with either William Lane Craig or
it bothers me, but I also understand why the top dudes don't take the position that I do. I get it because it's controversial and it really alienates people.
Do you think God looks like William Lane Craig and goes, "Oh, hold on, that's a deal breaker. You don't believe Genesis."
Do I think God looks like William Lane Craig?
No.
No,
do you think that?
If he looked like
sorry, I was like, what?
Yeah. Do you think God looks at William Lane Craig and goes, "Hold on now, you aren't interpreting Genesis literally. You're doing this pseudo history nonsense. That's a deal breaker. You're going to hell." Do you think that's what God's saying?
Actually, if I may interrupt, I think William Lane Craig and many people made God in their own image. To be honest,
I absolutely agree with that. I think that's a tangent, but I think everybody who believes in a God, that God is somewhat of a reflection of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for instance,
even if as they read their texts, they are trying to ascertain the nature of God, they have to draw that nature out of their own imagination somehow.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, back to my original question. P-Town, do you think that's a deal breaker between William Lane Craig and God? Do you think God's going to condemn William Lane Craig for rejecting literal interpretation of Genesis?
I can't speak for God. Clearly, I'm not a perfect person.
You don't have to speak for him. You just have to guess what God's thinking.
Based on the limited knowledge that I have of William Lane Craig, I think that he's playing his cards right, considering his approach to things. I don't even know what his position is because he's so
his
good.
position is Adam and Eve didn't actually exist.
Has he said that? I didn't know that.
This is called pseudo history, or he's calling Genesis pseudo history or
William
mytho
Lane
history.
Craig
I'm sorry,
said that.
but I think he also calls
I already wasn't a fan because I assumed that he would ascribe to something like that. But
yeah, but it's basically
he actually said that though.
Mytho history. I'm sorry, I was wrong earlier, but mytho history.
Yeah, mytho history.
I would like to see you demonstrate that.
In a certain sense, I suppose you could say that that's if to the degree to which you connect it to actual things that actually happened, yeah, maybe, but that's letting the key of imagination into the interpretation of the text, right? It's not what P-Town is talking about, which is the literal interpretation of the text.
Yeah.
It's like, this is written down, but I don't like it, so I'm gonna let myself make another story that sounds a little bit better to me.
Well,
Yeah,
it's an effort to make compatible the conflicting stories of Genesis versus scientific evidence,
which are multiple. But there you go.
I'm aware of, like, Nitty touched upon the gap theory in his last video. If you, I can also pitch Hugh Ross's perspective, where you can actually manipulate the Hebrew text to fit your narrative as an astrophysicist. But there are a few things that just completely contradict Scripture. There's no way around it. For example, human evolution, the way that we are indoctrinated with now, it just doesn't fit with Scripture.
Not indoctrinated.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm using the. I know I'm on the wrong channel.
Well, it's
but
bullshit.
I have to.
It's totally bullshit.
All right. Well,
Right. I know we're not supposed to be here to debate. We're not supposed to be here.
I do agree with P-Tone on this, that the Bible account is incompatible with evolution as we understand it, with old Earth creationism. These apologists who are making this case for a non-plain reading of the Bible. Oh, the Bible says this, but what it really means is, no, that's bullshit. If you're gonna believe the Bible, believe what it actually says.
I agree. If you're gonna believe in the Bible, go for it. You better do the whole thing.
I think it's important to understand the arguments from both sides so you can have your own opinion when the multitude of evidence is presented to you. And I'm sorry, but the essence of Christ plays a role in your life, and then your life is transformed. I think that all all of these things are important.
I don't care about warm feelings. I care about
everything. Well, we're
not. For the record, I just want to say I'm not.
Let's leave the
There's
warm.
only one preacher here, and the preacher's on the screen. Let's go.
And I thought that was gas.
I am not a passive-aggressive, homophobic fart knocker. Okay, as far as
fart knocker got me. Not gonna lie.
Sure that's just
yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, let's continue on with the video
for
here.
me, so I'm gonna bow out for now. So later,
you're Nitty?
Yeah.
See you, Nitty.
Night, y'all.
Bye, Nitty. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Oh yeah.
If you're up in 9 hours, we'll be here.
At the rate we're going, yeah.
It will be about 12 minutes into this 18-minute video.
Yeah, Nitty will be shocked by the time he gets back. P-Town's going to be an atheist.
Thanks for coming on, P-Town.
Thanks for coming on. Whatever.
We disagree, but you're welcomed here.
So far.
As long as they don't drink
So far?
But I got my finger on the trigger. But don't fear me.
All right.
Places to bring the animals on board. Thinking it through, with the devastation a global flood would have wrought, the world map would have been completely different before the flood. There would have been no Australia, Iceland, or Africa, for example. None of the continents we have today. And on the basis of Genesis 1:9 and Psalm 1:4-8,
we don't know that either.
Yeah.
Or he doesn't know that, to be precise. Like, it's another case of he's putting extra information that the story doesn't say to try to make the story more plausible.
Something don't add to the scripture.
This is
make God angry.
This is how fast action plate tectonics breaks into the whole thing. It's like, it's the twist, the pretzel twists these people have to engage in order to make all of the things we actually know.
It is a massive amount of hand waving. It is fast talking, factoid. We know this, therefore we can know all these other things. And it's like there's no connective tissue, there's no logic or reasoning or argumentation there. It is just if A, then B, and there's been no establishment that A necessarily leads to B. And it's very difficult to listen to because it's so fast and so rapid fire, and it's so hard to process because it's just claim. It's like you could take 20 hours to really crawl through this and tear it apart if you wanted to.
Well, if you guys actually want the
let's
alternative
don't.
perspective, I'm here, okay, and I can give you the logical explanation for what he's trying to say. When you guys ever are
I used to
ready for
be I used to be a Christian, so I understand the Christian perspective on it. I think
Well,
other people here have also been
when it
Christians
comes to
before.
this, what would have been your perspective then? What's your
I-
logical process?
Regarding exactly what? Because I used to believe that Genesis was a literal telling of history. I was a Christian.
It says the way that the continents fit together at the time of the flood, before the flood, I guess in this case.
Right. So
what was your logical perspective then when you were a Christian?
My logical perspective about the continents fitting together.
Trying to use your words, yeah.
Before the flood?
Right. Well, this is what he's referring to.
Yeah, as a Christian, I didn't believe in rapid continental drift and tectonic shift during the flood, like some of these guys do. Because
you didn't have a logical explanation for what he.
No, we didn't even address that as a problem because we didn't even think that was a scenario.
So, from my perspective, I think that's part of the essence of why I do this is because I think that it's dangerous not to have that approach and that substance and that education when you are a Christian, so you're equipped to be able to handle this sort of stuff.
I think I see the disconnect here. You're a young Earth creationist, right? You think the Earth is 6,000 years old.
I'm saying it's a possibility, and I think there's enough evidence to.
Well, I'm asking you what you believe, not necessarily what the case is, but what do you believe?
I do believe
6,000-year-old
that,
Earth.
yes.
Okay.
According to Scripture, I believe that's what it says. Yes.
My particular flavor of Christianity, we didn't believe in a young Earth, 6,000 years old, but we did believe in a young man. Man was created 6,000 years ago, but the Earth was here for a vastly long period of time before that.
Okay, yeah. So the gap theory. But when it comes to the flood, though, specifically, we're talking about if you look at the continents and you look at the continental shelves, and if you actually lower the sea level, you can see that pretty much most of it was connected. All of it was connected at some point, and I think that's foretelling based on the chronology of Scripture. I think there's evidence for the Bible based on that simple aspect. When you look at a map, and anyone can go do this, if you look at the globe or if you go onto Google Maps, you can see that just lower the sea levels a little bit and everything is connected. So
everything is connected.
In essence, there is evidence.
Hold on. You're dumping a lot out here. So hold on.
Hold on just a second.
Everything is connected because it's all part of the same planet. We have evidence that Pangea was a thing.
You're going too deep. I'm saying just lower them a little bit because the continental shelves are a distinctive aspect. It's not a complete.
Sure.
If you just get rid of the water,
but the Bible doesn't mention anything.
If you lower the sea level to the edges of the continents,
the continental shelf. Which is,
I understand what you're saying. I'm not stupid. Yeah, I comprehend what you're saying, but how deep do you think the ocean is at the eastern edge of North America?
How far towards the edge?
At the drop off
of the continental shelf.
At the continent, so you're talking about from where the ocean level is to where the shelf is, or to where the bottom of the sea floor is?
To where the continent ends and the oceanic basin begins. That's the continental shelf, correct?
Yes, I think it's got to be.
How deep is the ocean where that occurs?
Well, it's of course going to vary. I'm assuming, but I assume it's less than a mile. That's my guess. Definitely less than a mile deep.
So you're saying it's less than 5,000 feet deep?
Yes, definitely. I think it's kind of an anomaly how much it drops off is what I'm saying. So it looks like the world was at one time, not just connected, but there was a formation established based on the evidence provided.
Sure, continental drift theory wasn't confirmed until the 1950s, but early cartographers noticed as soon as we started making maps of the Western Hemisphere that it looked an awful lot like South America would fit right in that crack in Africa, and North America bore a striking resemblance to the northwestern edge of Europe and so forth. But they didn't have any of that information when the Bible was written.
Well, that's a whole nother different discussion, but I think it's an important conversation to have as well. I'm talking about something different though, but that's definitely an important conversation to have as well. But since this is a blasphemers channel, I'll just say it. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, from your perspective, regardless of if the ocean levels subsided, it's still stupid to think that the diversification of life that we observe now was simply by, for example, the kangaroos just hopped their way to Australia. Yeah, okay, the penguins, they literally wobbled and swam there, and they're just there. Like I still see the obvious challenges that the Bible doesn't answer. I'm not ignorant of that, and I don't have answers to. I can play devil's advocate.
Sea turtles, mate.
I think that the ultimate objection that I'll bring up here is that the Bible has stories that describe these fantastic events. All right. Those were written a long time ago by people who had no idea about the diversity of life on the planet, continental drift, anything like this. Now, thousands of years later, we have this vast scientific pool of information and knowledge and study, and we're learning more and more every day. And we're seeing how natural processes can explain all of this. But there are still people who want to shoehorn these Bible stories into our history and shoehorn them into these facts and make excuses about what can be explained by what based on real evidence that we have, but still keep their stories relevant. And I don't see how this can be taken seriously for the most part, but also how this can be a plan for a God who earnestly expects people to believe in him and these stories. I think if there was a plan behind this, and
before there's too many points being made, so I can address them.
Go right ahead.
Because I'm not very good at this.
No, yeah, that's fine.
I agree with you, but from my perspective, like I said in the beginning, I think that it's important to understand both perspectives and to weigh the opinions of both sides, so you can, because ultimately, quite frankly, we don't fully know.
I actually disagree with you there, but go ahead. I'll let you finish, and I'm going to tell you why I disagree.
Now, let me give you an example, and I'll give you an extreme example. Look at the book of Jonah, okay? It's a ludicrous story. Objectively, it's false. He's swallowed by a fish that somehow is translucent. He goes to the very depths of the ocean, and somehow he can see mountains and valleys. He's between the roots of the mountains and the sea, right? Mm-hmm. It's falsifiable based on objective reality and science. While at the same time, he's describing something that we have only recently discovered, just like if you reference other aspects of scripture, say Job 38, when it comes to the springs of the sea, also being kind of between the roots of the mountains, like the foundations of there's a lot of science in the Bible that's conflated with what we would call fables, imaginary fairy tales, nonsense. But I think it's important to reference how also it hints to something that we've only recently discovered. And so you can have your opinion, I can have mine, everyone can have their own, but when's the last time a scientific textbook said, hey, by the way, God or Jonah or the Bible got lucky and saw this way before we discovered it? I think it's noteworthy and worth referencing. Right. You follow me? It's just
I see your point of view on that, but here's the thing. So here's my initial disagreement. You're saying we need to examine both sides and consider both sides of the story. And here's the thing. Both sides of the story don't just get an automatic pass as possibly true, and then we have to compare them against each other. What you do is, because those are two conclusions, the naturalistic, hey, this is the conclusion we got based off of evidence, and then the other side, which is the conclusion we got based off of the stories in a book. Both conclusions are not accepted. You start at you're a blank slate, the null position. You don't have an opinion one way or the other. You are opinion free starting off. Then you start looking at the evidence. You look at the scientific evidence. You see how it builds up. You see how things relate to each other. And you see how these scientific fields build off of each other and explain the world that we see. That doesn't mean that the Bible stories get an automatic pass like that. The Bible has the same exact burden of evidence, burden of proof, the need for good argumentation and logic and everything to build up its case. And in my opinion, the scientific evidence and all that has built up their case, and they have established that. And that's why I accept that. I don't start with that conclusion and then point back and go, look at all the scientific evidence that leads up to that. You start with no opinion, and then you follow the lines of evidence that are most compelling. And and like I said, from my point of view, the Bible is not compelling in that. Well, secondly, and that was my response to your first thing. Sorry, we're totally derailing the video here. I'll be really quick.
We knew it was going to happen, and I apologize.
Yeah.
No matter what's going to happen,
I appreciate you guys humoring me. And then the second thing is that with the story of Noah, I reject the claim that the book of Noah and the Bible makes any type of profound scientific or realistic or claims that reflect reality. I think we have a lot of poetic language that it's very loose and fuzzy, and that people today can take and interpret however they want. If you wanna say, oh, the Earth hangs on nothing. The Earth hangs on nothing. It's floating in space. Like, this is what the Jehovah's Witnesses use when they come to my door. This is loose, lazy, sloppy language used in the Bible. It's poetic and it's beautiful and it's great for stories. But when you start trying to apply this in any type of like scientific or any type of sense that reflects reality, it is done so poorly that it can be interpreted any way you want. You can look at any scripture just about that supposedly describes reality and fiddle with it until it fits the current scientific consensus. I completely reject that the Bible has anything accurate to say about reality when it comes to that. If you want to prove me wrong on that, point me to a scripture that gives us scientific knowledge that we didn't have before we discovered it on our own.
Okay, well, with that last statement, Eric,
before you do, stop trying to deflect and distract against obvious scientific facts. You know, the continental shelf extends out 200 miles, right? And then it's roughly 200 feet deep out to the edge of the continental shelf.
Only 200 feet? Wow. I did not. I said a mile, but only 200 feet. That's not that much.
And at the edge of the continental shelf, when it descends to the ocean floor, it's like 1,600, not 200 feet. That's 200 meters deep. And then it descends to 16,404 feet deep, 5,000 meters deep. So you're not going to be able to explain. I mean, you're grasping at straws here. That you cannot explain that because there wasn't as much water and the water all came from the flood, if that's where you were going, you can't explain the connection between vastly separated land masses. You have to resort to another explanation, like the one that was just offered in the video, that, oh, well, the continents were all joined. But then the consequences of that is, how do you explain how the continents got separated over the course of 5,000 years since creation? And that requires that you need to explain tectonic activity over the course of 5,000 miles, 5,000, 6,000 years, whatever the fuck it is you people believe, and as opposed to millions of years, billions of years. You can't. And this is what I meant when I said you need to turn yourself into a pretzel in order to explain observable natural processes that happen before our eyes that we can see today. That's the problem you're faced with, and that's the problem you'll have in convincing me or anybody else to believe in the literal word of the Bible. I am with Eric 100%. It is a poetic text, as real and maybe in some respects not as real as the Homeric epics or the Bhagavad Gita or any other story that is told that has arisen from human imagination, which is admirable. I mean, the thing that's another tangent I could go on. It's like the human imagination is the most precious thing we've got, because we can imagine devils, gods, demons, angels, all kinds of things. We can even imagine physics. And physics actually explains stuff to us that none of those other things can.
Can I interject, Stephanie?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Look, I completely disagree. I think that
Of course you do.
tied into skeptic and scoundrels. I believe that the Bible does provide a scientific explanation that is compatible with the evidence.
Yeah, you provided
that we
one that doesn't
observe,
work.
specifically when it comes to plate tectonics, as well as the continental shelf. And I will emphasize too, skeptics and scoundrels, that it does have predictive power, and there's multitude of evidence for it. And I'm going to stand firm to that until I'm proven wrong, and I'm ready and able to provide evidence for all of those things.
Okay, so you mentioned when you're proven wrong, so you're talking about falsification criteria. What's a falsification
I don't want to
criterion?
cut you off, but let me. I forget, because it's hard for me to respond to everybody. But
Yeah, no worries, I understand.
Ultimately, when it comes to you, what we were really focused on before Stephanie was the epistemology, the approach to the scope of knowledge, and how do we attain it. I would disagree with although I acknowledge your viewpoint when you're trying to take a purely logical and reasoning approach. I think that your approach, I agree with you from your perspective, is not in line with God's way of doing it. In essence, and
sure.
Just to really cut to it, so there's nothing wrong per se with it, with your approach from a man's way of doing it. Hopefully, I just wanted to jump to it, but
sure. No, like I said,
so our discussion would be on something completely different, on how can you decipher what's the best way to approach learning things. I can give you examples in your everyday life, Eric, where you use the same methodology I'm using when it emphasizes probability.
Sure.
And
I mean,
in the classrooms, in the courtrooms, in the hospitals.
Yeah, you're dumping a lot here, so hold on here. So anyway, I'll say this last thing, and I'll let you say your bit, then we can move on with the video, because I don't want to hold up this stream for too long.
Yeah, and I'll back out too.
Yeah. So the way my epistemology works is I apportion my belief to the claim and the evidence. The more extreme the claim, or more extraordinary the claim, the higher my epistemological burden, or my burden of proof, or my standard is for that claim. So if there's a very mundane claim that's given to me, I will probably just accept it just for pragmatic convenience reasons, as long as it's not like an earth-shattering, worldview-shattering claim if I'm wrong. When it comes to the more crazy claims that I come across every once in a while, like the Jehovah's Witnesses at my door, or what you're presenting here with, Genesis being literal, and Noah's flood and Jonah's fish and stuff like that, my requirements for that are going to skyrocket based on the level of the claim, because you're now leaving the realm of reality that I understand and going into something that I consider to be a fantasy. So you better bring some damn good evidence when it comes to that if you want me to accept your position on that. And if you're going to sit here and say, okay, hey, the Bible has scientific claims about plate tectonics, you better give me something really good and really solid, and show me that this was indeed written before we had any knowledge about these types of things. And if you don't have that, if it's just flowery, poetic language that can be interpreted this way, I'm not going to be impressed by that, because I can point to just about any ancient book and find something like that in it. It is mundane to come to me and say, this book teaches us about this scientific thing the same way this other book teaches us about this scientific thing, using very vague and abstract language.
Now, I know that Stephanie wants to talk, but it's
anyway,
really,
sorry. I'm
really...
just gonna say I'm gonna shut up now. You can respond to me, and then let's move on with the video, because I feel bad for Nara. We're totally hijacking his stream.
I'm gonna leave.
No.
And I think it's important that I respond directly instead of letting Stephanie talk in this particular case, just because it's it's easier for me because I'm not very good at remembering everything after someone else talks, but or I'm not even good even if I get to speak right afterwards. So look, I mean, I'll just jump to it. I do think that there's parts in scripture that reference specific aspects of plate tectonics, things that, but again, I would agree with you and say, yes, there's predictive power, but you could it is vague, but sometimes vagueness, imperfect expressions in all the various forms can also be statistically significant in different aspects, and can have not just predictive power, but can be evidence for something that's real. But ultimately, God did make it, so you have to take maybe in essence a leap of faith or want to see it. But ultimately, like I'll take the extreme example because it's a bad one. It's really easy for you to refute it. I could tell you that, oh yeah, well, we found translucent fish in the ocean, so maybe maybe he was swallowed by a translucent fish, right? I mean, all these silly excuses I could give you, but ultimately, you're right. There is an aspect of God just did it, like let me just make a joke when it comes to Aaron Ra and the farts on the boat. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I do think it's okay that maybe God put them to sleep and their farts just didn't stink for a while. Like, I get it. Like, there is an aspect of God did it.
That's not scriptural.
Hey, maybe it is.
I mean, you better find a place where God put them to sleep so they didn't fart themselves to death. I mean,
well,
that is not scriptural. I'm sorry.
Have you seen his video, Stephanie? Do you know what I'm referencing?
I have no fucking idea.
That's okay, yeah. Well, most of the people
watching
will know what I'm referencing. But anyway, all right. I'll shut up now, guys.
I'll let you have the last word on that. It was a good little conversation there.
Talk to you another time, Mary.
I posted this little piece of nautical wisdom in the chat earlier, and when I first got attracted, sadly, to this stream, and that is that apparent wind is when your mother farts. Relative wind is when your uncle farts. And true wind is when you fart. So there you go.
I just
on that note,
what are we all here for? We're listening to a schmuck from Canada, right?
I have no idea what we're here for anymore. But I just want to point out real quick, Ember, I appreciate your graphics. I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but as you guys were talking, he was throwing graphics on his screen, kind of going along with the conversation. It was
Ember is serious about his production game. Ember's very serious about it. Yeah,
it was good. It made me laugh. I saw some explosions. I saw some SpongeBob. That's good. All right.
What's this guy's name? I keep on calling him a schmuck from Canada. What's his?
Calvin Smith.
Calvin Smith. That's a very, very Christian name. Okay, go ahead.
Daddy Lumberjack.
His name is Bob.
All the English.
Surprised his name is not Jesus McJesus Face.
You're a
It
blasphemer.
would be amazing. If I ever make an Edward Current style fake apologist channel, I'm definitely going with Jesus McJesus Face.
Pretzel Logic. There's an Etchells in our fleet named Pretzel Logic, and I've always thought that was a pretty good name for a boat.
That's a good name.
It's not bad.
Pretzel Logic, aka Apologetics.
Yeah.
One continent in the beginning. According to the scriptures, there was a call by the Creator. The animals were sent to Noah and simply arrived at the ark as if called by a homing instinct, some kind of behavior implanted in the animals by God.
Magic.
And presumably, they would have marched
They were
all
missiles.
by themselves. Though this was probably a supernatural event, which
Like,
means
why didn't he just teleport them? If he's going to use magic, just fucking teleport them.
He just said
in
this
fact, time travel them.
This-
Just poof them out and poof them back in after the flood's done.
Yeah. In fact, if we're going to do that, why even do the flood at all? Just poof the bad people out of existence. Why kill them in a horrific manner, including the babies? Why do this entire exercise? Like,
Eric, you've got kids. You know they're evil.
You're God. You don't need theatrics. You don't need to impress people. You don't need to impress pathetic humans. Just do the job and get on with things. Like,
Yeah, I like to follow that line of logic down. I mean, why oxygen? Why do we have to breathe oxygen? I mean, you could go down the why. I mean, everything about intelligent design is stupid. It really is. Like, why do I need blood?
God really needs you to be impressed with him. That's why he does all these things.
Remember, he went to all the trouble.
He really needs that validation, guys.
Every single human is fearfully and wonderfully made by the Creator in the womb. So he went to all the trouble of making all these horrible, evil people that he knew he had to kill, including the babies.
But you're stopping way short, Eric. Why did God put Job through what he put Job through?
Yeah.
Even though Satan did it. What was the point? His friggin' ego. It's all about his ego.
It's not that is exactly what it is. I mean, as we're XJWs, like that's the whole point of that was their whole answer, the JW answer to why does God allow suffering? It's because Satan challenged God, and God can't let that stand. God has to prove and demonstrate to everyone everywhere with this insane multi-thousand-year long test of misery and suffering that Satan is wrong. Or because if God just killed Satan right when he challenged him, then hey, that wouldn't prove anything to anyone. But for some reason, God needs to demonstrate this to people. Like, God doesn't need that. God can just simply tell people, hey, he's wrong. And everyone will say, yeah, okay, we agree with you, God. Kill him. Like, it's insane.
I got a little conundrum about Genesis, the Genesis story, and the smacking on the apple and all of that stuff. Remember the text about after Adam and Eve were romping around naked in the garden, but they realized that they were naked after they'd eaten the thing, and they went out and got the fig leaves. They hadn't quite done the nasty yet, right?
I don't know. The Bible
we didn't
doesn't
have
say...
Adam. We didn't know. We didn't have Abel or Cain or Seth or any of the other kids, right?
Yeah, but no kids doesn't necessarily mean they didn't do the nasty.
Yeah, I know, but here's my well, they might have done the nasty, but when God threatens Eve with, in pain you will bear children.
Damn it, I screwed up there.
How the fuck does she know what a children is?
It's true.
Because she hadn't done that stuff yet.
That's probably why she wasn't worried about it.
It's like, I have no idea what that is, so I'm not worried about it.
So did God curse Adam and Eve with children? Are children a curse rather than a blessing?
Oh,
that's a good hypothesis.
That's weird. I mean, it just occurs to me as being incredibly weird. It's like, why are you telling
maybe humans
this
procreating
person was never contemplated.
Yeah, humans procreating was never part of the original plan. And when they sinned, God was like, well, fine, reproduce, and then we're going to spread this misery everywhere. You're going to see exactly what you are responsible for. That's an interesting hypothesis.
Yeah, it's like, well, all right, fine. Now you know what good and evil is. That's great. Go get fucked. Fuck each other like bunny rabbits. But it'll be fun for a little while. But then, let me tell you, it's gonna hurt. What an asshole that guy is.
By our understanding of nature. When we compare it to the impressive migratory behavior we see in some animals today, it's easily understandable. We are still far from comprehending all the marvelous animal behaviors exhibited.
Animals move around, so why
The
not have
migration
them
of
move
Kennedy
across the
Greaves.
planet? Again, taking a small thing and then stretching it to absurdity. It's like his MO at this point.
This is no longer a pretzel. This is like multi dimensions curled up into little tiny bits that nobody can ever see. That's the logic that these people are going through. Jesus Christ.
Oh, wow, the Lord Jesus' dad is a rooster. It's true, dad is a dick.
Flight of monarch butterflies, the annual travels of whales and fish like salmon, hibernation instincts, earthquake sensitivity, and countless other fascinating capabilities of God's animal kingdom. But remember, answering the objection people pose against the account of the ark should be dealt with according to what the scripture plainly says. But what about dinosaurs? Were dinosaurs on the ark? You see, when people begin to realize that the Bible's account of the ark isn't as full of holes as they originally thought, they often begin to bring out their big guns of doubt.
That's gaslighting. That's straight up gaslighting right there.
Only when they begin to realize it isn't as full of holes as they originally thought.
It's like, no, I have never once seen fewer holes in the Bible story. I've only seen more holes as I gone on.
Yeah, but it's a holy book. What do you expect? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, exactly. Just read the goddamn thing.
Maybe I don't want to do a stream with Eric. He's ignorant. I'm kidding, Eric. Sorry.
I am ignorant.
Ain't we all?
Yeah.
They consider it to be the toughest questions of all, and the topic of dinosaurs certainly looms large among them. Now, dinosaurs are a subject that bring up all sorts of questions that we simply don't have time to get into here today. But
we don't have
We just
time.
don't have
It's
it. How many
it's
times have
his
we-
recorded video, but we don't have time.
Guys,
he
if
has,
I had an
he
article-
has
I
a
can
doctor's
only-
appointment.
I can only gish gallop so much. We can't bring dinosaurs into this. I'm at gish gallop capacity here.
He has a very important appointment over at the gay club.
Take any more, Captain.
Ember, you just did a video, or was it a stream, where they said countless times, right, that we just don't have time to get into this whenever it was a complicated subject.
Oh, it's their standby. It comes up all
We
the
just
damn time.
can't do it.
Honestly, I don't know why the hell they even address it. Like, just don't even mention the point. If you're not going to address the point, don't even mention it. You only make yourself look bad by saying, "Oh well, there's this big huge problem with what I'm saying, but we don't have time to talk about it."
Well, it gives the illusion of answers.
Yeah.
No, what's worse is when you
gives
do
the
a
illusion
video
of
and
a
say we're
rebuttal.
going to get into something, and by the end of the video, they never bring the proof they're talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah. Like, compare that to like Vice Rhino or Prophet of Zod, who will say, "Here's this big old subject that really requires its own video, so here's a card for that video. Suffice it to say,
Ember.
we already addressed this," or whatever, you know?
Yeah. That's a good point.
Ember.
Uh-oh. Here comes the elephant.
There it is.
That out.
The elephant in the room, right there.
And it's horny. All right.
It does. You know, it lost the tusk were looser. You know, to quote Groucho Marx, but whatever.
It gives me a terrible idea.
An elephant in my pajamas? No.
Dun-dun-dun. We need a drum roll there, Ember.
Oh no, I just randomly have terrible ideas all the time. I'm actually kind of slow. This should have occurred to me a long time ago.
What, at birth? Or are you just talking about like yesterday?
a few weeks ago. Probably.
Okay, before birth.
I wasn't born
in order to
yesterday.
discuss them in context of Noah's Ark. So we'll begin by going back to the biblical text. Now, the history of God's creation, told in Genesis 1 and 2, tells us that all land-dwelling creatures were made on day 6 of creation week, the same day God made Adam and Eve. Therefore, it's clear, without influence from sources outside of Scripture, that dinosaurs, being land animals, were made along with man. Also, 2 of every kind
Wham, bam,
7
done.
of
Simple as
land
that.
animals boarded the ark, and nothing indicates that any of the land animals were already extinct before the flood. Besides, the description of the behemoth in chapter 40 of the book of Job, and of course Job lived after the flood and the dispersal of the animals from the ark after it landed, only fits with something like a sauropod dinosaur. So the close ancestors of
Only
behemoth
fits with
must have been on board the ark. We also find many dinosaurs.
it's just so fast and flowing. It's like, just don't think, just feel your way through it.
God, you sound like a porn commercial, Eric. Settle down.
No, right?
It's totally Gish Gallop.
Don't
It's just
think,
completely
just
Gish
feel.
Gallop. Just
Feel God's spirit flow through you.
Feel the force.
That were trapped
such nonsense.
and fossilized in sedimentary rocks laid down by the Great Flood. That is, in flood sediment. And from people groups around the world, widespread legends of encounters with what people refer to generically as dragons give another strong indication that representative dinosaur kinds survived the flood. And obviously, the only way this could have happened is that they were on the Ark. Of course, when speaking about dinosaurs,
That
on
is the
Ark,
only
you can almost
explanation.
see
The only possible explanation.
It's proof of Bible.
The questions
Don't even
tumbling
explain
around.
why it's the only explanation. It's just state it. It's just your explanation.
It is. Yeah, there is.
Yeah,
I mean,
just throw it out there. And by the way, the birds, that dove thing, that was a dinosaur. Jesus.
On their head and then inevitably come out. But what about how big they were? Even though the Ark was huge, could it really have housed giant dinosaurs? Well, juveniles of even the largest land animals wouldn't present a size problem. And
Oh, yes,
being
the
young, they'd have
juveniles.
their full breeding life ahead of them. And despite our fascination with the more giant types depicted in museums, popular movies, and books, most dinosaurs weren't very large at all. Most scientists agree that
I
the average
wonder
size of a
how this
dinosaur
guy
is actually
feels
the size-
about Barney.
What he just said there,
Curious.
though, he
You
just
know?
basically said, let's ignore the large dinosaurs. That's what he just said, because he's talking about the capacity of the Ark with the consideration of how can we fit all the animals on board and all the dinosaurs. And some dinosaurs were really big, but then he says, well, most dinosaurs were small. And so he's just completely dismissing the question without even addressing it, because not all dinosaurs were big.
Yep.
Ugh.
We're just gonna,
Just-
I mean,
just
if
hand
we're
wave.
gonna magically summon all the animals in the first place, why not magically shrink them? You've put them all in a shoebox.
Yeah.
Brilliant! Brilliant!
Brilliant.
Is P-Town in timeout? I thought he just left on his own volition.
He bowed out of the stream on his own, but
Yeah, I haven't been paying attention to the side chat. Apparently, he was
I put P-Town in timeout just to kind of squash what was going on between him and Tsunami, and he said something I didn't think that was
Yeah,
quite
okay.
appropriate. So, no offense, P-Town, but
I want everybody in the community to read carefully Tsunami's name. It's not Tsunami. It's
Tsunami.
Mommy.
well, I hate to tell you, Steph, every woman I've had a relationship turned into a tsunami, so that's why I say tsunami.
Yeah, I'm sorry for your
It's an
I'm sorry
unusual
for your
transfiguration.
experiences.
Well, I can't help that I'm not a woman and I'm never right. No, I'm kidding. It wasn't nothing like that. I'm playing.
Yes, dear.
Anything you say, dear. No, those pants don't make your butt look big, dear. And that's where I kind of went wrong. And I said, yes, they do. But anyway.
Oh my God. I feel myself getting older by listening to this right now. We should probably keep on going.
This is definitely serious.
I feel the wrinkles on my skin for me.
right now. What the fuck? Lighten up, Francis. Jesus Christ.
size of a bison. So many were smaller.
Wasn't
and
it
of course, some were
Francine
bigger.
Turek?
For example, God most likely brought Noah 2 young adult sauropods, like apatosaurs or similar to
Oh yeah, Francine Turek.
what I knew of as a brontosaurus when I was a kid, rather than 2 full-grown sauropods. And the same goes for the elephant kind, the giraffe kind, and other animals.
See, there he goes. He's explaining the kind right here. I don't know what's confusing about it. It's the elephant kind.
Yeah, it's the elephant kind and the
The
giraffe,
kind. Yeah.
That's
I don't know.
Such an arbitrary.
Make me get the elephant out again.
Oh my God.
From the background.
Yes, God, we hear you. We're waiting for the elephant.
That grow to be very large. However, there was adequate room for most fully grown adult animals anyway. And as far as the number or different types of dinosaurs, it should
No,
be
there was
recognized that
not.
although
Yeah. He's not just saying that there was enough room to stuff them all in. He's making the claim that there was adequate room.
That was a lie.
Yeah. No way. Not Answers in Genesis.
There are hundreds of names for different varieties or species of dinosaurs that have been discovered. There are probably only about 60 to 80 actual different kinds. Think of them like many popular TV shows describe.
Jesus Christ. Jesus.
There are probably only 60 to 80. And so Doc Dino actually looked this up a little while ago. He was like, okay. So we know there's thousands of species, but what if we take it back to the genus level? And then he checked it it's just a totally made up number. There is no basis for this number. Somebody at AIG just pulled it completely out of their ass.
Is there like a, I don't want to call it definitive because obviously some people disagree with it, but is there a list anywhere of all the kinds of animals that Christians claim are kinds?
Yes, Ken Ham has a list posted inside the Ark Encounter, but you have to physically go there.
Oh, screw that.
Apparently Erica did take a photo of it, but I haven't seen the photo posted anywhere.
Did Ken copyright strike the photo?
Possibly.
Because he wants people to pay to see it.
Yeah. He doesn't want anybody to double check because they have to keep making changes.
Is there a consensus? Is there any type of Christian consensus around the actual kinds of animals now?
Oh, he's
because this guy says elephants and giraffes. So that's two of the.
He's going into it. You got the long necks kinds, the spiky ones kinds. He's about to elaborate on the different kinds of kinds.
Oh, okay, sign me up.
This is a mystery to me. All of this insistence on the literalness of the Bible is way outside my young Christian training or reading. It never made any sense to me, aside from reading the works of Jonathan Edwards and the first Great Awakening and all of that stuff. I mean, these are traditions that should have died and were dying in the 16th century, but people are clinging to them now, and it's fucking tragic.
Yep. It's weird how we're entering we're in the information age. We've been in it for probably about 30 years now, but it's amazing how entering the information age has caused a resurgence of insane and stupid ideas like kinds of animals, flat earth, anti-vaccine, like stuff that we saw were on their way out, have seen a bizarre resurgence because of the ability to communicate freely, and for these disparate groups of people online to find each other and to coalesce into larger groups. It's been a good thing, but it's also been a very bad thing because we got craziness going on right now with a lot of stuff I just mentioned.
The number of people that were anti-vaccine when I was a small child,
like virtually nothing,
minuscule,
minuscule,
because everybody got vaccinated. Polio was a real thing. It was a real thing. And Jonas Salk was a real hero. The whole March of Dimes thing was all about finding a vaccine against polio. My cousin got polio. And it was a thing. There were pool closers in the summertime because there was a polio outbreak in the town. Children were incapacitated and grew up for the rest of their lives crippled. Sometimes, it was the original name of the sickness was infantile paralysis. It ain't a good thing. And the anti-vax thing is something I will never understand.
It's the backfire of the information age that we've. It allows the crazies to pursue their confirmation bias.
Yep.
I really think with at least the COVID vaccine thing. I truly believe that the only reason it was an issue at all is because it seemed as though the left was pushing the vaccine. So there had to be a problem with it.
Yeah.
Simply because, I mean, if the left, just in general, just the left was anti this vaccine, I mean, the right would have been absolutely pro this vaccine. Just a hypothesis. of mine.
Well,
contrarianism.
To use the new thing, for the occasions when Stephanie isn't around, things like COVID were they were non-political issues that were deliberately politicized. The right made it out like the left was pro-vaccine, and then the left had to be pro-vaccine after the right already made an issue out of it. Because aside from the fringe group of anti-vaxxers, nobody actually had a problem with vaccines or medical science generally until the culture war fucknuts decided this was another battlefield to play on.
Yeah, you said it better than I did.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, and I think that we are so enmeshed in a storytelling frenzy, if I may put it that way. I mean, humans are really good at that, right? Telling crazy stories like the Bible, except we're not reliant on scribes writing on individual pieces of paper and other scribes copying them now. We're all writing our stories and putting them out there. So any cockamamie story, if it gets traction, it sells. And if it sells, it makes money. And if it makes money, then more stuff like that sells. And if it it's a snowballing effect of crazy fucking stories that make no sense. And people are muckling on to the ones that create the biggest tidal wave. That's the way I see things as they are in the current media landscape and cultural landscape. And I think it's kind of scary, to be honest, because it can it can lead to things going out of control.
Yeah, it can be devastating, no doubt.
There's the long necks and the spiky ones and the sharp-toothed ones with beaks and horns. But just like we see variations.
Oh, there you have it.
That's the scientific nomenclature, by the way.
There were long alligators and long neck geese, humpy-back camels and some chimpanzees. Cats and rats and elephants, and sure as you're born, you're never gonna find no unicorn.
I think you just rattled off all the kinds.
Yeah, that's all the kinds.
There were probably only 20 or 30 of them, right?
No. 60 to 80.
Oh, that's the dinosaur.
Okay.
Yeah. Come on, Ember.
In all creatures, like for example, the dog kind today, we see Chihuahuas and Great Danes, Poodles and Pyrenees, Canadian Eskimo dogs. They're just all dogs, even though they vary in shape.
Dog is a
and size
kind.
quite a bit.
We have 3 kinds
so
now.
As we can begin.
Giraffes, elephants, and dogs. We have 3.
No. He had way more kinds.
I am building the list because I can't find one, so I'm building one.
Well, make sure you put the long neck kind, the spiky kind.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
For dinosaurs, yeah.
Okay, we got long neck, spiky ones, sharp toothed ones,
Almost like he's full of shit.
ones with beaks and horns.
Dog,
So that'd be
giraffe,
two separate ones.
elephant. Okay, because he said 60 to 80, so I'm going to start building a list here. Dog, giraffe, elephant, and then what's the long neck, sharp neck ones?
I think he's saying all of those characteristics are of the dinosaur kind, though. I think that's
dinosaur kind. Okay.
Yeah, there is the long neck kind.
Did he say that recently? Can we pop back to it?
No, he is talking about the different dinosaurs.
He's talking about the dinosaur kind with variations inside the kind.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm building a list because I cannot find one. So
I want to be fair to Red Green over
here. Though there are hundreds of names for different varieties or species of dinosaurs that have been discovered, there are probably only about 60 to 80 actual different kinds. Think of them like many popular kid shows describe. Okay? There's the long necks and the spiky ones and the sharp-toothed ones with beaks and horns. But just like we see variations in all creatures, like for example, the dog kind today, we see Chihuahuas and Great Danes, Poodles and Pyrenees, Canadian Eskimo dogs. They're just all dogs, even though they vary in
Yeah. That's a kind. Dog. That's a kind.
Yeah. Is a wolf part of the dog kind?
No, that's the wolf kind.
Oh, okay.
It's very simple.
If
Not to get confused with the fox kind.
If we have a kind for a dog and a kind for a wolf, 60 and 80 is not going to cut it for all the animals on the earth.
That's what I'm talking about.
If that's how granular we're going, 60 and 80 is not going to cut it.
Ain't gonna make it. No way.
No, it's 60 to 80 cubit kinds. You measure them in you actually measure the different kinds in right. You measure it in the different kinds in inches. It's it's fine.
Oh my god!
It's
fine. Only P-Town was here to explain.
I know.
As we can begin to see.
Well, they're continental shells, you know.
The BS kind, yeah.
Nice. I like it.
No one needed to take wasn't the problem many people think it would have been. And we'll explore the specifics of that even more a little later on. But for now, let's examine the full scope of this terrifying judgment that deluged the earth. And all flesh died that moved on the earth, birds and cattle and beasts, and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth, and every man. All in whose nostrils was the breath of the spirit of life.
And then P-Town wonders why he gets
Genesis
timed out.
It's like, you know, it's a painful bye-bye for devil images and cats. I mean, what are you talking about? This guy's just going through nonsense and you're lapping it up like
I think he's joking.
Lemonade.
He's being lighthearted like we are, I think, in his own way.
I hope so.
And he doesn't realize cats are devils, so that'd be one image.
That is true.
Yeah. Cat kind, right? I mean, cat kind is a kind, right? Can I add cat?
Yeah, cat.
All right.
Yeah. So basically,
cat kind.
5. Yes.
I think what you do is you take an animal and then you say its name, and then you say kind.
Okay.
I think that's how you break this down. So like bear kind, wolf kind. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're getting it. I will say P-Town said one thing that was accurate. This is too painful.
Well, obviously he wasn't accurate when he said he was waving.
P-Town, I totally interpreted that as humor. So yeah, thank you.
I did too.
Appreciate you being lighthearted about things.
So the question that often follows when contemplating this verse is,
so I'm thinking
P-Town
is part of the BS kind.
This is true.
Is B.S. Lewis his own kind? Is he like one of a kind? Like he's
no,
one of his kind?
See, BS is actually part of the doofus kind, which is separate from the BS kind.
Oh my god, BS!
So he's actually two kinds in one.
If BS is the only one of his kind, BS, were you there at the Ark? Are you like an eyewitness?
Yeah, he was one of the ones that are floating.
I like
Kangaroos jumped over.
Eric, if you want to write this down, this is the tall, long-necked boy kind.
Long-necked
boy.
This
is true, BS.
Long-necked boy.
So we have the asshole kind now too. Great.
Boy, B-O-I, right? Long-necked boy.
B-O, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's biblically accurate.
Yeah, boy.
And you can't, hey, BS, you can't have assholes without ass crack. Remember that too.
I mean,
the Bible makes it clear.
I'm at 5 out of 60 or 80, so this is. I'm 1/12 of the way there to a comprehensive list. It's pretty good.
Does this include the human kind and the monkey kind and the ape
Are
kind?
humans a kind?
Yeah, human. Yeah.
Not usually.
Humans
we're a
are
bunch of son of
definitely a
bitches
kind.
usually.
This is Ember. This is another video idea of we should find all the kinds. Find like direct references to videos with timestamps and see if there are indeed 60 to 80 and see if they are indeed a comprehensive list of all living things on the planet. This would be amazing.
Well, they can't be. They can't be.
That's the idea, but I'm giving it a grain of
can't be.
salt.
Well,
I'm
the thing about
giving-
it is, though,
Can't be.
these
I'm
guys
giving-
are contradicting even Ken Hovind, because I could have swore Kent said there's like 100 and some odd kinds.
Well, Kent couldn't possibly be wrong.
Hey, Christians
Well,
would
that's,
never
that's why I
disagree.
bring him up. He's the expert. He's a
Hey,
doctor after
Christians would
Sure.
never disagree with each other. They're all under God's spiritual direction. They would never disagree like that. You got it
Well, here's
wrong.
my question about all this kind stuff. How come there? The Bible is full of genealogies, right? There's
two of them. It's two of them at least. in the Bible,
the
yeah.
begats and the begats and the begats and the begin. But where's the fucking list of the kinds? I don't see a kind list anywhere.
Yeah. Funny you mentioned that, because I was actually just browsing the AIG article on kinds, and here's what I find so dishonest about these guys. At least one of the obvious things, and I've seen the Jehovah's Witnesses do this on their articles as well.
They've got better production values, I think.
They do, yeah. Anyway, so the article subheading: "What is a kind?" The first thing that needs to be addressed is, what is a kind? And then it immediately proceeds to not address what a kind is. Like, if this was like a scientific text, if this was a scientific textbook, the literally the next sentence would be, the definition for kind is blah. But it doesn't do that. It starts like hand waving, going, well, people are confused about what kinds are, but this doesn't have to be the case. Species is a man-made term, and here's the problems with it. Like, a lot of bloviation and hand waving, instead of just going into the answering the question immediately and then bloviating afterwards. Jehovah's Witnesses do this as well. The Jehovah's Witnesses have an article on their website about, are Jehovah's Witnesses a cult? And they mention, well, cult is a very fuzzy word, and it means all kinds of things to different people. And then they do not go on to define it for themselves to explain why they're not it. They use that ambiguity to paint what they want to paint afterwards, because they aren't pinning themselves or tying themselves down to a definition. It's the exact same tactics I'm seeing here with AIG. And it just burns me up, because it's like, I read scientific textbooks. I went to college. When the question says, what is something? Here's what it is. Here's how we define it. And here's the standards we use to classify it. It's infuriating, because they're trying to give the appearance of
The first thing we need to address is, what is a kind? And the last thing we're going to address is, what is a kind?
That's a great way to put it.
All right, I need opinions. The cat Jesus that we're all going to
Everyone's got one.
Ember.
This cat Jesus or this cat Jesus? Because this cat Jesus has other cats, but this cat Jesus is a cat. So what
I
are
think
the same kind?
the colors on that one is just really perfect.
It's very I like that one.
Perfect.
Ember, let me let me ask you a quick question, Ember, or anybody else who's familiar with StreamYard. If I click on on your tab where it says solo layout, that I'm assuming that will bring your picture to the foreground.
I think so.
It should, yeah.
Okay. I want to do that, but I'm worried about how I'd get back.
You have this layout, this current layout.
got it.
If you click it
as
again, it'll go back to what you just had. It'll say exit full screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as this current layout is saved. Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
man, that is glorious.
At Jesus 1,
beautiful Jesus.
At Jesus 2.
Yeah,
First one.
Jesus,
See, but that Jesus 2 is a cat though.
that one.
He has cats and he is a cat.
No, that's a different kind of cat, Nara.
That's
There's a cat.
Two cat kinds.
There's two cat kinds right here. Look at this. Look at his cat ears.
He's like a kitsune Jesus, but he also has cat disciples.
I don't know.
What?
But then
I think
at Jesus,
You what?
I think you need to
Oh,
bring
no. You hear
Ted
me?
Nugent into the debate.
Cat
sorry,
Jesus. He
I got
napped
my
for your
earbuds in, so I can't
sins.
hear how loud I
Yes.
am.
The sacrifice he made.
I've only got 8 more hours. Don't worry.
Did you? Well, is that a Mid-Journey picture, Ember?
Yeah. I just cooked it up.
Quality. I like it.
Perfect.
Yep.
You entered the appropriate keywords. Very very skillfully entered those keywords.
Much more destructive than
and
any 40-day
Andrew needs
rainstorm.
Cat Jesus. Everyone needs Cat Jesus.
And now I see Sumami's name, and that's all I see is Sumami. So thanks, Steph.
No
well,
problem.
it's
good.
It's good that we have people's names correct.
Yeah.
Ever would be.
Depend keeps you drier than ever.
Nice.
Oh, just what we needed. The Depends commercial.
Now we're getting it. Now we're getting it.
I'm fucking dying over here.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah, that's where all the water went. Who asked where the water went?
You probably have an overwhelming urge to shit your pants after watching this creation. Here's some depends.
Do you know what old ladies taste like?
Oh, God.
Depends.
Badass. No.
Oh my God. What a beautiful.
And you say God doesn't exist.
Oh,
no shit. Oh, depends.
Are you
I know
nearing?
I'm tired. Oh my God!
Are you
last 8 more hours?
Are you nearing shit capacity watching this Christian propaganda? Here's some depends.
I'm giving you all I got, Captain. She's ready to blow.
Funniest thing that's ever happened on YouTube. Somebody got to clip that moment. Holy shit.
Well, if you wear them, you don't have to worry about somebody pissing you off. You're set.
One day, okay, though, one day each and every one of us will be sitting there in our depends thinking back to this moment.
And Eric will say, well, my wife doesn't taste like Depends at 90 years old.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
That was a
Okay,
disarming moment. I was going to say.
The time is now 2:22 on the East Coast, and you know what that means? Nothing good happens after 2 a.m.
No.
Oh boy. Wow. I think it was about an hour ago. We were at 10 minutes into this video.
Yep.
Now we're at 16.
Like Calvin.
This is how evaluations go.
It's peer review, remember?
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. All right.
3-day heavy rainfall today can cause major catastrophic effects on the local terrain and wildlife where it occurs. But the flood event went well beyond torrential rainfall. When the scripture says that the fountains of the great deep broke open, in other words, it's easy to understand earthquakes, volcanoes, and geysers of molten lava and scalding water were squeezed out of the Earth's crust in a violent, explosive upheaval. These
See,
fountains were
right
not
here,
stopped
this
until
is P-Town's logic right here, is that, okay, the fountains of the great deep burst open, like poetic language, fuzzy language. This is a tale. But using that, we can go, oh, earthquakes, volcanoes, things we know actually exist. This is obviously the Bible was referring to this with this vague term that has nothing to do with those things. Like this is the power of mythical scriptures like this, is that words can mean anything. Words can be stretched and pretzeled and twisted and completely reversed on their meanings if necessary to fit the narrative. It's like just him right here saying this is it's classic example. We saw P-Town doing this just earlier tonight when he was talking about the tectonic plates and the Jonah story. It's like words don't mean what they mean anymore because we're in Bible magic land. And when you're in that realm, anything goes. Your arguments can't be defeated, and your arguments can mean whatever you want them to mean. It is useless argumentation.
Well, it's not useless. It's done in service of something, and the question is, what is it in service of? That's the thing that's
the Christian agenda.
The pernicious that's the pernicious nature of this.
Let me refine my statement. It is useless to come to anything accurate.
Yeah.
Well, it's useless to come to any sort of reconciliation with reality. That's absolutely true.
Yeah, that's what I just mentioned.
But it's not. But it's useful in yoking people to a philosophy of life that denies other people their existence as full participants in society. That's the really pernicious. That it's useful in othering people, and this strain of religion is what we always feared and what we should fear, because it's fundamentally fostering control and surrendering our imaginations to think in this way rather than thinking outside the box. The stories are fine if everyone believes their stories. I prefer the Silmarillion. If I'm going to rely on a creation story, I'll read the Silmarillion and say, well, that's pretty. And I'll read the Bible, and I don't think it's as pretty, but it's like what the closing words of the sun also rises. Wouldn't it be pretty to think so? Well, it's like, it would be pretty to think so, but it's not real. And the tragedy is that we actually have a way and a means to figure out real shit that allows us to be in this room and talk to each other. Physics works. And, 30 years ago, we wouldn't be doing this. We'd be writing papers. 30, 40 years ago, we'd be writing papers and, maybe writing letters to each other. But no, that's not how it works today. And I'm not saying the good old days were any better, but we need to get smart about the way we communicate, because this is garbage. And the thing is that when I say that, I'm saying that in full awareness that this gentleman here and AIG and all of these people, they have hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and we don't. And that scares the living fuck out of me.
Yeah, and maybe I misheard the video, but I think molten lava and water is not a good recipe to make a flood.
Not really, no.
No, we actually covered that earlier tonight on another stream, on Duck Dino stream. There was the ICR people that we talked about here last week. They were talking about how Mount St. Helens proves something Bible, and TLDR, when you mix water with molten lava, you get explodey rock. Very explodey rock. Big.
Is that anything like explosive diarrhea?
A lot like that, but molten rock flavored.
All right.
B.S. Lewis. What a perfect ad for a Depends commercial. Depends for when the fountains of the deep burst.
Do you think they paid extra for that perfect product placement?
Oh man, I haven't laughed that hard in a while.
Oh goodness. Oh my goodness.
All right, final stretch. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Torrential rainfall. When the scripture says that the fountains of the great deep broke open, in other words, it's easy to understand earthquakes, volcanoes, and
No, I
geysers
can't
of
get
molten
rid
lava
of
and
that
scalding water.
image. Oh, no. No.
My goodness.
Were squeezed out of the Earth's crust in a violent, explosive upheaval. These fountains were not stopped until 150 days into the flood, so the Earth was literally churning underneath the waters for about 5 months. Continental shifting was occurring until the mountains were lifted up into their approximate current places. There's still some residual mountain building continental shifting occurring.
Wait. He said 150 days into the flood. Wasn't it 40 days and 40 nights?
That's how long it
That's
rained.
the rain.
Yeah.
Oh.
The flood lasted a whole year. The rain was only 40 days or 40 nights.
Okay.
Till the mountains were lifted up.
And he's ignoring the heat problem here.
Well,
we're ignoring a lot.
So wait. He's saying that the waters never receded. The continents we have today were uplifted. Oh, that's even better for the heat problem.
Yeah.
Because now we're adding additional tectonic plate movement. I love it.
Yeah, mountains are being pushed up, and continents are being pushed apart rapidly.
There's still some residual mountain
the,
building continental shifting
the mystery of actual plate tectonics and the story of them is so much more beautiful than this one.
Isn't that that's a common thread with a lot of these creationist apologetics? Like they try so hard to justify and play pretend so they can be right that they're actually missing out on a far more beautiful story that's way more amazing than their magic nonsense.
Yeah.
I've said this before on previous interviews. When I deconverted from Christianity, I had a moment, a few weeks of kind of a down low period where I no longer looked at nature and thanked God for it. Because my entire life I looked at nature and I would say, hey, thank you, God, for this beautiful sunset, or thank you for this beautiful meadow, or this beautiful vista that I'm looking at. So when I deconverted and I stopped believing in God, and I had no one to thank anymore. So when I looked at nature, it felt kind of empty at that point. But that was quickly replaced by the vastly more satisfying and vastly more fulfilling knowledge of the amazing natural processes that went into creating what I'm seeing in front of me. So when I look at a beautiful vista or a sunset, I look at it with the amazement of the universe that happened to be, that came into existence somehow. Don't know how, but it did. And the processes that went into seeing that. And now I have so much of a deeper and more profound appreciation for the things I see than I ever did when I was a Christian, and it was just magicked into existence. It was such a great it was a painful transition at first, but man, when I was on the other side of it, it was vastly better. And I can't express how amazed I am at the more I learn and the more that I look at it and the more I see that, hey, this is amazing what we got here. This was not just snapped into existence by some magic being in the sky. This is like a huge sequence of events that went into what we see here today.
Oh, I get to been serious enough, but yeah, I don't think that that humanity, that we as a species will ever be rid of the idea, because of the way our brains are constructed, to escape the notion of the numinous. What we may be able to escape is the notion that we need to ascribe a numinous feeling to an external force rather than recognizing that it comes from within, right? You know, it's like, this is amazing. You look at the stars, you look at the trees. You don't need to look at God in that. You need to look at the feeling that's in you that makes you joyous.
I think
you know what I mean? I think that, and if some people call that spiritual, but you know, it's just sort of the discovery you're the eyes of the world. It's like you are. I mean, this is where we are, and we all get to share that feeling in one way or another. And you know, you can just sort of go, okay, yeah, that's great. It's a beautiful place.
Hypothetically, if we ever one day discover a supernatural, and the supernatural becomes part of our understanding of reality, so we have a natural, we have a supernatural. Hypothetically, if that were ever to occur, man would immediately start wondering, I wonder if there's a supernatural. And it would be just the next step after that.
Oh my God.
The
I don't want
anything
want to die.
Anything that was ascertained to be supernatural would, by definition, be natural.
Yeah. If like I said, hypothetically, we were able to discover it and delineate between natural and supernatural, we would immediately start asking the question of, well, what causes supernatural? There must be a supernatural that explains it. And yeah, it would. That's the danger with having to go beyond what is required to explain what you currently have. You don't need that.
You don't need it.
B.S. Lewis, the super. B.S. Lewis says the super duper natural. Thank you. That's a much better.
Super duper natural. You know it.
Lovely. Why didn't I see that? Yeah.
Perfection.
Well, until we, as a society, can accept I don't know as an answer, I think we'll always have some sort of supernatural or super duper or super pooper duper.
Yeah.
And I think God also cheapens
is the way it goes.
I mean, I think God cheapens, the reality of nature. The beautiful, as Eric, and Stephanie were saying, a beautiful tree. To me, God done it cheapens the whole process.
Yeah, I think any type of magical hand waving cheapens what you're looking at. Isn't it enough to just appreciate the garden than it is to also have to believe that there are fairies underneath it?
And now for our sponsor, God Invented Depends.
That would be perfect.
Yeah, let's be careful with the super duper natural. Apparently it's been trademarked already.
Oh no.
Yeah. B.S. Lewis has already trademarked super duper natural.
Okay. Well, okay, we can, and Mel Brooks has already trademarked ludicrous speed, so that's guess we're kind of
that's why I call what I'm doing hyperspace.
If I ever invent a spaceship that can go that fast, I would like to see Mel Brooks stop me from calling it ludicrous speed.
Damn it, they've gone to plaid.
Well, Eric, if you did invent one, it'd be CGI
Does
anyway.
this make my ass look big?
Okay, if I ever get married, I do.
Calvin's already gone to plaid.
The flying spaghetti monster. Yay! Nazi.
I still can't get over the fact that he's wearing a tie.
I hadn't noticed that. But my God, I'm depressed now.
He's got it all. He's going. All right.
I think he's a lizard people. Like, okay, so mammals traditionally, a couple of exceptions, but traditionally have 7 cervical vertebrae. Look at the length of Calvin's neck and tell me there aren't at least 8.
Well, I was just going to say he would be the long neck kind, as we were talking about before.
Exactly. He's clearly a lizard people in a human suit.
Okay, now you got me confused with all this kind bullshit. What kind would a platypus be?
A platypus kind.
None of the above.
No, he'd be a bunch of different kinds, because you got the beak kind, you got the tail kind, the beaver kind, whatever else is, mixed up with
No. This is where you atheists try to confuse it. It's a platypus kind. I don't know how much more
heretic.
clear it
Can
can
we
be.
just play the
No,
fucking?
you're a fucking heretic. Go Team Pal.
All right.
Oh,
today.
Ketone left too early. We has switched sides again.
We lost
No,
one.
I'm on a different
duration of the
continent as P-Town, no matter what team I'm on. Because I'm not a P-Town kind.
I don't know if there's any
was extensive.
Naruto fans here. I just put a long neck joke gif into the chat. But that's okay. Let's keep on going. It's getting late. It's a distraction. I don't know why I
the
did it.
text shows Noah and his family were aboard the ark for around a year. For those that struggle to understand how the flood could be so destructive, a quick internet search with keywords like flash flood reveals hours of footage of how
No one is struggling with that, Calvin.
You know,
everyone.
it
That's the least controversial part of the story.
Again,
it is disturbing. Again, it's like now we're doing biblical exegesis on the basis of internet searches.
And again, he's trying to say this is plausible because I can point to a small localized of flood happening. So all you got to do is just blow it up to a worldwide scale. We're done. Like, again, this is what he's doing. He's pointing to a small example and trying to scale it up to a worldwide event. It doesn't happen that way.
Hey, Sumami's got a cat Jesus too.
Yeah, Sumami
Praise
just
cat Jesus.
converted. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's spreading.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm going to go log into
fantastic.
Mid-Journey right now and make a cat Jesus.
All right. We're all doing cat Jesus.
What is?
Oh no, I've got my dog Jesus.
What is the fallacy when you defend against a claim that no one else is attacking you with?
Straw man?
No,
it's like the inverse of that. It's like I can't.
When you
maybe
defend
it
against
isn't.
straight,
Yeah,
when
maybe
not
it
when you
isn't
were
even
rectifying,
officially.
when you defend against that, I don't know.
Yeah, because like he's saying, oh, and for those who doubt how destructive a flood can be, fucking hell, Calvin, no one is doubting that. Why are you defending against the one thing nobody's gonna nitpick?
it's like an inverse straw man. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying there. Is there a fallacy for that?
I don't know.
I'm sure.
Is that a fallacy? Because a fallacy is a flaw in logic.
Steel man, but
a fallacy is a flaw in your logic.
Yeah. So it wouldn't technically be a fallacy. Yeah. It's just a rhetorical trick.
That's like what's that? What's a good analogy for that? It's like in soccer when one player just accidentally brushes up against the other player and the other player like swoons. You know, like is it like swooning? Yeah.
Recent local floods, volcanoes, and earthquakes, though clearly devastating to life and land, are tiny in comparison to the worldwide catastrophe that destroyed and reshaped the world that then existed, as 2 Peter 3:6 describes. Noah's flood accomplished what it had been sent to do. All land animals and people not on board the ark were destroyed in the floodwaters, per Genesis 7:21-23. And the result was the billions of animals.
You say that was the objective, was to kill the animals?
Join us.
The animals were evil too.
The objective was to kill the
Join
bad
us
humans.
next time. We made it through the goddamn video. I can't believe it. Join us next time. No, thank you. Join us
not
next
today,
time,
Satan.
as we explore Sodom and Gomorrah, where people are slaughtered for no goddamn good reason. Because they didn't thank the angels.
But he said that the flood,
what a fucking terrible buck.
The flood accomplished the objectives that God intended, which were to kill the animals and kill the humans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
why was the
brilliant.
Animals an objective? They were just they were just like collateral damage. Unless that's an icky thing to say, and therefore God must have had to kill the animals for a reason. Right?
Yeah, they were all evil too. That's the same reason they also have to die and eat meat and stuff. The sin of humans contaminates the animals. Also, upon further research, even though it's not his own argument, it still qualifies as a red herring because it draws people away from what the actual argument truly is. It's still a distraction.
Red herring. All right.
Yeah.
Ember, when the apostles drew in their fishing nets, they were full of red herrings. So, that was prophecy.
Beautiful.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so
God, this is torture.
After all of that, what should the comment be? I'm leaning towards, and I'll fucking do it again.
Do it again.
Amen.
I'm leaning towards here's a rainbow, suckers.
Oh yeah, somebody had a perfect one earlier, and maybe it was Antichrist Superstar.
Yeah,
something about the rainbow. Like the rainbow was a reminder.
Yeah,
it was too long ago. It was hours and hours ago.
Millennia ago. It was many cubits ago.
So you think that like taste the rainbow bitches might be a little much?
Well, here's a rainbow, suckers is a little toned down, but you could escalate. I don't care.
Okay. Here's a rainbow, suckers, bitches. Is that better?
I'd be slightly more inclined to believe the Bible if the first thing God said after the flood showing the rainbow was "Taste the rainbow, bitches." Slightly more inclined to believe it. I'm like, hey, this God's got some style. I like this God.
It shows predictive power and a knowledge of how future culture will work.
I got it. We'll make the atheist Bible.
I think that's already been
rainbow
done.
version.
A couple of times, yeah. Okay, and Antichrist brought the
No, I know, I got
the
two of
text back.
Yeah, I like that because it takes a more serious tone. I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's.
I wanted to. So Jesus Christ would have to be disagreeing, whereas that statement would be agreeing with exactly what they believe.
Well, no, it's mocking the hell out of it because it's Poe's law, I guess, because it's satire on every level, but it's so close,
Yeah.
It's like I'm Jesus. I'm here to tell you that I'm here to remind you of the time I killed everyone, and that pride festivals are evil, and culture wars are legit.
Yeah, but that's the actual stance. That if I left that comment, it would probably get like 1 million likes.
Well, there you go.
All right, what are we leaning towards?
But if you leave the rainbow sucker comment, you'll get 1 million licks.
All right, we're taking Antichrist Superstars. Comment here.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's probably even toned down from what I would have done, but I'm a professional at this. Ask Gurr. I had him rolling up with all the comments I had on his stream one night.
How can I edit my back? Oh, that's how I can do it. Oh yeah.
Delete Control Alt. That'll take care of it.
Delete Control Alt. I will totally do that because I am a gullible person.
Well, you are an apostate, so yeah, you're gonna do it.
It's true.
Oh wow, it's great to have somebody that kind of gets these jokes, especially the swine one. I love that.
Yep.
That's kind of how I got blacklisted because I remember that going door to door and no one would listen and everybody would walk to the end of the sidewalk and stomp their feet and symbolic of knocking the dust. Then they'd be walking around. Well, we're not going to cast our pearl this week before swine. Oh, the good old days.
Yeah,
I hear lots of secular people say that.
Casting pearl before swine.
Yeah. There's even a comic strip named that now.
There is.
Yeah, or
probably
at least the
JW
last
Comics.
time I read the Sunday paper.
Hell, you can't escape biblical language. It's part of the culture. It's part of
Oh,
the
yeah.
English language. It's it's as
Without it, we
as
probably wouldn't
much
have
as
English.
the King James Bible and Shakespeare is rich sources of English. It's just you can't call, and that's the thing that people don't recognize. A lot of people are stuck in that culture and can't escape it.
Yeah, I think Pine Creek says it best. It's hope, meaning, and purpose. It's what ties them to it. It's like once you can let go of that need to have it be true, then you really start seeing it for what it is.
But Pine Creek himself is stuck in certain aspects of it.
Oh, I think we're all subject to it, and yeah, him too.
No, we are. I'm not. But some of us are a little bit more. Well, what's the proper phrase? Woke.
But in context,
some
of this
of us
conversation,
actually realize that we're not bound to those systems of thought.
Yeah.
And some people are still trapped in them. And I see that, in the atheist community writ large. People are stuck in fundamentalist systems of thought that leads them to believe that some people are not.
You got baby cat Jesus.
Aren't real people somehow or another.
Yeah.
Era, you have to make Eric full
They
screen.
might as well be using
Everybody can
religious
see the baby
language
cat
to do
Jesus.
it.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to put it on the.
Ultimately, yeah, hope, meaning, and purpose is what can really bind a person to a belief or an ideology, is because they need that to be true. It's too painful to entertain the idea that, hey, this might not be true. Once you can let go of that, once you can just put down the need just for a half an hour, then you can really start objectively analyzing something.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And some
Yeah.
people think they have, but they haven't done. So.
Well, sure. We're all. I mean, like I said, we're all in one way or another. We're all humans. We all have our wants and needs, and yeah, none of us are immune to it. You can't make me bigger. You can't make me big. I want to show him off my kitty Jesus.
Yeah, of course.
It's so cute.
Aww.
Oh, it's so cute.
There you go.
Kitten Jesus.
Yeah.
Like baby Jesus in the manger, except this is kitten Jesus in the.
Yeah.
What do you call a thing where you put baby kittens?
A thing where you put baby kittens.
A burlap sack.
The kitten nest.
Oh, wow.
The kitten crate. Like, where do baby kittens go?
Where do baby kittens go? I don't know. I don't know where baby kittens go.
Oh crap! My headset's gonna.
Ant sure. I use for all of my my thumbnails, my profile pics, or not my thumbnails, my profile pics and everything. I use what's it called? It's on the phone. It's called Starry, STARRYAI, and I think it makes some really good stuff. This is what I got for my. Hold on, where am I at?
Yeah.
This is what I got. This is my cat Jesus.
So Aunt Jura, what you can do is there's a if you're on Discord at all, Aunt Jura or anybody else, you can go to the Midjourney Discord channel. I think I don't know if there's still a free trial or not, but
I imagine so. They got to hook you somehow.
Yeah, go to Midjourney and you can actually start generating art. It's very easy. Go to Midjourney. You just go to one of their channels. You just type in some keywords, and that cat picture generated really fast. I think they've upgraded their capacity since I last used them because it got generated quick. So you feed it a bunch of keywords, it gives you some options, and then you can say, oh, I like this one, give me a bunch of variations of this one. And you can start like developing an image you like until finally you get something you really, really like.
Caution though, on the free trial, you only get 15 fast generations, and then you have to either subscribe or make a new account.
Yeah. And when you say
So-
fast generations, like they're what you have to wait 10 seconds versus 60 or something like that. Like it's not,
Yeah.
not that. It's not like slow. It's just so people aren't cranking out tons of artwork for their work or their production or whatever they're doing.
Yeah, and once you do, yeah, you'll blink and hours will pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't. I went to Midjourney and I couldn't figure it out for the life of me. So I went to I use Starry. I think it's really easy. I just typed in Jesus Christ as a beautiful, majestic cat god, and it gives you four different images.
Yeah.
And it took probably maybe 30 seconds or so. It's actually a really good. I tried a lot of them, a lot of the phone, whatever you can, through the Play Store. I tried quite a few different ones, and this one I've gotten really good results from.
Okay, they did change the free trial. It's you now get 25 GPU minutes, which is usually around 25 jobs.
Yeah.
Fast or slow doesn't matter, and once you've done that, you have to subscribe if you want it.
Yeah. So you can generate a few free images, basically. Aunt Jur's asking me to go to Ember's server on Discord and post a link. I don't think I'm on your server, Ember. I have you as a friend on Discord, but I don't think I'm on your server.
It's where all the cool kids hang out. Well,
Apparently.
I have about half the cool kids so far.
Yeah.
I'm still collecting people.
Actually, I'll pop the link into the private chat, and if somebody with a wrench wants to copy it into the chat but I also want to join your Discord server, Ember.
Right.
Yeah, I do have a Discord server. But there is nothing on it.
Yeah. It's very easy to
she
make
was
a
talking
Discord
about
server. It's very easy to make
she
a
was talking
Discord
about
server.
Ember's DC, not the channel. I misunderstood.
Oh, thank you, Archer. I was just gonna go fishing for my own Discord link. I'm like, I'd have to go back to one of my own video descriptions to find it.
There we go. Now I'm in there. So actually, let's see here.
Well, then how is Discord still running if PC isn't on it? Oh my God!
We make Titan do everything.
It must be Cat Jesus.
Where is Titan?
Our savior?
So here, I'll actually, we got the time. We don't care. Let me share my Discord window. Bam. Let's see if we can do that.
Bam.
Cool. Okay. So yeah, you should be able to see my Discord window. So yeah, so in the inside of the Midjourney server, you can go to one of the newbies or newcomer rooms. So newcomer rooms 2, newbie 73. You can see artwork that other people are working on. So basically what you can do is down here, can I make this bigger at all? Oh, I can. Ooh, wow, technology. All right, so you do slash in the chat room, you do slash imagine, and then give me some keywords, guys. Let's build something awesome here. Any keywords?
Cat.
We'll start with kitten, arc.
Oh, the kitty.
Okay, kitten, arc. What else?
Space.
Face.
Space.
Space.
Cosmos.
Cosmos.
I was gonna say the moon. That's kind of quinky dinky.
Moon. Okay. Ignore the images generating above. That's other people doing their work. Once I hit enter, then it'll generate my image. Kitten, arc, space, cosmos, moon.
Flood.
Flood.
Ant.
I want colorful.
Depends. Ant, he's smart ass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Depends. What else? We got more keywords, the better. We can do much better.
P-Town.
P-Town. Answers in Genesis.
Oh, I'm gagging.
Ooh, Ken Ham. Gotta have him in there.
I was gonna say Dino Land, but you got Ken Ham.
Dino Land.
Oh man, if we can get Ken Ham defending
Ember.
himself against the flood in
We
Depends.
need Ember.
Get over the pacifier.
How about Crystal? Ant.
Crystal? And? Okay. And then
Sumami.
Sumami. It's probably gonna be like, what the hell are these words? Sumami.
Right.
And then I'll wrap it up. Barbie movie.
Asshole. You can't forget that. Oh.
I don't think it'll like that. Yeah, if you actually give it bad words, it's gonna.
Yeah, certain words that'll
Oh, you're
flag
trying to say I'm a
and
bad
just
word?
ignore your whole
Yeah,
request.
it'll shake its finger at you, and then if you try again, it'll ban you.
That would be a white ass. Oh, Sumami.
Oh, you already broke it.
Oh no, actually, I haven't accepted the terms of service. Let's accept the terms of service.
Oh.
Okay, subscription required. Okay, sure, I'll subscribe. Why not?
You just got charged $29.95.
Yeah, probably.
For 2 weeks.
Oh, you do have to pick your plan. Oh, they changed this. There's no longer a free
version?
trial.
Wow.
Okay, well, yeah, $8, $24, $48. That's okay. Tell you what, I'm gonna go ahead and just copy this, and I'll switch over to my personal account because that does have a Midjourney. See here, where's Midjourney? Midjourney, bam. Okay. I was trying to use my Skeptics and Scoundrels account, but let's just go ahead and use this one. Image, imagine, bam. Now let's see what it does. Hidden Arc, Space, Cosmos, Moon, Flooded, Colorful Depends, P-Town, Answers to Genesis, Ken Ham, Dinoland, Ken Hovitt with the Baby Pacifier, Crystal, and Tsunami Barbie movie. Waiting to start.
Delays,
The grammar
delays.
police said that you spelled ant wrong and Sumami wrong.
Tsumami or
Yeah.
Tsunami?
Sumami is what her
Oh, I
name
missed
is.
the
But she
S.
said,
Sumami.
Sorry,
yeah, she said put the Sumami said put in Katana Kojima, and I know I probably butchered that. In instead of this Sumami.
Yep. Okay, boom.
They said
There's
it
the
might actually
third.
generate her.
So what it does is it generates 4 images. That's the first pass. So we can
That's wild.
select one of these images and say make variations of this, or we can say just hey start all over again, do this all
There's
over
a
again.
rainbow, or is that just Jesus' glory?
It's like a super pastel rainbow.
This looks awesome. I like this top left one.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Okay,
It's
cool.
got
So
a
what I'm
lot
gonna-
going on.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do V1, which means make variations of number 1. So I'll click on that.
I don't like you, Sumami.
But suddenly it's a tutorial on how
I'm
to
timing you,
Midjourney.
timing you out in my brain.
Hey, people pay good money for this. We should all be grateful.
It's true.
Yeah.
That's
Any
good.
knowledge.
While that's cooking, you can also look at what the other people are doing. Even though I have a subscription, sometimes I'll go to the newbies rooms to see what other people are doing to try to like figure out different ways I can use keywords to make it more like what I'm envisioning kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one with the rainbow looks like an album cover. That's true.
Yep. So
Must be a Beatles album.
Okay. Oh, Jesus is showing some skin there on that bottom right one. Oh, I like this.
Number
Look at this bottom
3.
left one.
Hey, Jesus.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And what is up with the pink kitty in the lower right corner?
I don't know,
number
but
3?
what the fuck is this thing?
It died in the flood.
What is this blue thing?
It's one of the 90% of things that got extinct before the
dick.
flood.
It has a dick for a horn. Oh
A
my
dick
God,
for a horn.
All right, we're
We
doing
say
V-
penis around here.
It's clearly an ancient tape here.
We're doing V3. We're going into the level deeper, guys.
And
then once, oh my
Just
God,
got real.
This is amazing. This is beyond anything I could imagine.
Except if you're on shrooms or something or
Yeah.
acid.
It's so beautiful. It's proof there's God.
Ink blot test. What do you see? Jeebus. What do you see in this one?
Yeah.
Boobies.
And also when you do a variation or an upscale or something, you have a history. So you can actually go back and like you can go, okay, I don't like this path I'm going down. You can actually go back and choose a different one. Okay. There a lot of clothing on these Jesus guys. So I think I might want to go back.
Yeah.
I
You
think
gotta have the naked Jesus.
I think number 3 there is just too good. So I'm gonna go ahead and upscale 3. And what that'll do is that's going to generate me a high quality version of 3. And then boom, that's it right there.
Who is Jesus hugging?
I don't know,
Is that
but
John?
he doesn't look quite right. He looks like, looks like God kind of.
So the rumors are true. He came out of the closet.
Look at,
All right.
look at that beautiful mane on Jesus.
Dude, I love it. Okay, so I copy that, and then I will go ahead and paste that link inside of the private chat. And if somebody can transfer that over to the main chat, that would be perfect.
Or PC, did you mean the Heimlich maneuver? Because that doesn't sound very or didn't look very medical to me.
There you have it, folks. That's Mid-Journey right there. That's pretty much the entirety of it. So the idea is the more keywords you pump into it, the more you refine it, you can actually come up with some pretty interesting stuff in there. It as tragic. I have more than one friend who is an artist, and I know this is very much a threat to them. The technology is amazing. It is going to be very disruptive to the art scene. I really feel for my friends, but it's here. Pandora's box is opened. Like this is a thing, and it's not going away.
Yes. Yes, it is. Anyway, it's been fun hanging out. Thanks for having me, and I suppose I should re-invisibilate somehow or another. Oh yeah. Oh wait, I'm fading. See, this is how I fade in, fade out. There we go.
So I'm guessing Steph's not doing the after party, is what she's saying.
I'm not doing the after party tonight. No, it's
you sound tired, girl.
I am tired. I was up. I don't know if I did a couple of shorts this morning. Well, yesterday morning at like 7 o'clock. I was tipping the J24 over and cleaning the bottom of the boat so we could get the thing all nice and shiny, so that we could go fast.
Part of those videos.
Yeah, and yeah, it is really neat. It's the boats are fun, they're really fun, and the whole thing's really cool. And then I was working on a mainsail. Anyway, it's like, I was up late last night. I'm up late tonight, and I'm an idiot for doing both of those things because I'm too old for this shit. But I guess you're never too old. Just keep on keeping on, keep going.
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah, I did a couple of shorts this morning too. My Depends leaked, so I had to change.
Damn it!
You just undid all that good sponsorship money.
Yeah.
Well, they were the Walmart generic brand, so it wasn't really Depends.
So you got to get the premium stuff.
I don't know if y'all saw. I posted a thing on
good idea, Ant.
During in the middle of the day, I saw a thing that Stephen Woodford, Rationality Rules, posted.
We got 7 more hours to go, Nara.
Jesus Christ.
No.
On in kind of a back and forth with Forrest Valkai, and he just didn't listen to Forrest at all, and it's so sad. So I posted a thing on Woodford's thing. If you haven't been around the community long enough to know, Stephen Woodford draws the line on trans allyship at trans people in sport. And there are problems with that. It's a complicated issue, but there are problems with that. Because if you say that in every respect, I will respect you as who you are up to here, then you're drawing a line that says up to here. And everybody else who who wants to draw the line way back here is going to do that. You need to figure these things out a little bit better and understand the issues a little bit better. So, anyway, Woodford posted his 2-hour video. I am a person who has a dog in the fight, and our voices never get heard. So that was my tip for the day. And I wish I didn't have to fight for this at this point in my life, because 26 years ago, when I was going through all of this stuff, I didn't have to fight for this. And all of a sudden, it's in everybody's business. And it really makes me mad.
It became a political contention point. So that's why it's been...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just garbage.
Yeah. Yep.
It's just garbage.
Yep. Political fodder. It's sad.
But on a positive note, something I learned, I watch a lot of sports. I was watching the Little League World Series, and I did not realize, but this year they've had the 22nd girl participate in the Little League's World Series. I didn't realize we've had 22. I've known of some of the other ones, but it was just like, wow, this is going on, and I missed it. And I watch this every year.
Yeah. And I'm so passionate about letting children play. It's really, play is what we do. We tell stories, we play. We play is what we do. We're playing here. And when you start excluding people from the arena of play, you're excluding people from being human. It sucks. It just sucks. And to be so focused on particulars about, well, I need to determine how you fit in to be, are you eligible? Blah, 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 blah. It's come on. And I think and I do trace it back to biblical text and all the bullshit we went through tonight, analyzing all that stuff. It's just garbage. We should have better stories to tell.
It's amazing to me how overt they are with the same bullshit. Like, think back to Jackie Robinson, right? Black people can't play in white people baseball because they have an unfair muscular advantage. It's exactly the same arguments replacing race for gender. And they're not even trying to hide it. But I'm going to get all worked up about that. And I need to go the fuck to bed.
Yeah, so I could go on about the sport thing quite easily. I mean, sports aren't fair. Competition isn't fair. People have advantages. People have disadvantages. It depends on how you arrange the playing field, et cetera, and so forth. But God damn it, sports have been doing this for years, and all of a sudden it's a big issue for people. It drives me nuts. Anyway, again.
Woo. Yeah, I gotta go the fuck to bed.
that was kind of a boost to the tip I'm on right now and what I was doing today. But it was more fun. It was more fun tipping the boat over.
Now that it is Tuesday here on the West Coast, you are now all allowed to go to bed. You have my permission to do that.
Bite me, Eric.
Can't Jesus bless.
Yeah. Neil's gonna get jealous. Neil will never talk to Ember again.
I love you, Cat Jesus. I love you.
This is so perfect.
Oh my God, that's gonna make me feel vertigo.
Yeah.
You're getting sleepy.
Do you feel like
I've been
your belief in
sleepy.
God is increasing by staring into that mesmerizing image?
Well, no, it's making me hate my cat even more. But
You want to subscribe to Better Than Ember.
Those hearts are infinite like God are. Infinite love.
you know, there's a subliminal message in there saying "Team Frank, Team Frank." Turk's the man.
Not on my thingy. Fuck that guy.
Hey, you keep your thingy out of this, Ember.
My thingy's not even on screen today. I look like shit. Which is one more reason why I need to go the fuck to bed.
Yeah,
So
holy
you're
shit! I
fresh tomorrow
started.
when you don't run yourself ragged and get sick even worse.
Exactly.
I started live streaming 6 hours ago. It's crazy.
Nara, you do know he's trying to stick around as long as possible to try to deter us from going for that record. And Nara looks like he's about ready to pass out.
Yeah.
You muted yourself, Nara.
Yeah, you're muted.
No, I'm
don't say
I'm a
anything.
night
That was
owl.
the best thing you ever said.
High quality
I can,
content.
I can do this. I can do this all night.
I can do this all day.
Technically I can too, but you know.
Yeah.
Work.
Anyway.
Okay, well I'm gonna bail. So
yeah,
thank you
I'm
very
gonna pop
much.
out so you can do,
All right,
do your
yeah,
wrap up.
thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you
for the
so much for
hospitality,
stopping
everyone.
by.
Nice chatting with you, Eric.
Yep, good chatting with you.
Yeah.
May Jehovah be with you.
Doodles.
May peace be with you, brother.
Dominus Ominous, you're an asshole.
Yeah. Yeah, I mentioned earlier, if you want to do any type of like XJW collab thing, we can do that. I'm gonna try to do more XJW content here pretty soon. I'm probably gonna do. I still got to arrange it before I mention it, but yeah, I got some plans here in the near future. But so if you want to reach out, just go to my channel. Go to my channel. Go get my email, skepticsandscoundrels@gmail.com, and reach out. We'll plan something.
Oh, I'm gonna reach out and reach around.
Yeah, that's a little foreshadowing.
Why did
there.
everybody just leave chat?
Yeah, just
After
boom.
that.
Not
Went from
only the stream viewers went to
87
zero, the
viewers down to
subscribers went to
3.
zero. All right, cool. All right, well, take it
I see
easy,
Purple
everyone.
coming. Hi, Purple.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you stopping by.
Bye.
Yeah, it was a ball.
Oh, all right.
Okay, now we can start talking about these people that left. Anyway, those wusses. No, it blows my mind that polio's in here because of a totally unrelated. I mean, the topic was related, but a totally different, smaller channel. That just blows me away. Glad this. I don't know if it's a he, she, whatever. But yeah, I'm glad to see polio status here. That's just blows my mind. Because my big mouth, they're here.
Yeah, you bring the communities together, asshole. That's for sure.
Yeah, because I'm so famous. Remember?
Yeah, well, I mean, in a sense, it's true because I've heard of none of these people.
PC,
Mark
famous,
Reed, Ember, and
Eric, Ember.
Yeah, Skeptic.
All more
yeah,
famous than I am.
Yeah, but I heard of you
furniture.
first.
That's all I am. I'm just. Well, it's not because of my content.
Well, I mean, you came on my comment section one day and said, "Hey, check these people out," and here we are.
Yeah.
One community. Never heard of any of the these channels. So you bring the communities together. There's no doubt.
I think he's got. I was a 406th subscriber. He only has like 2 or 22 videos, and it's just funny how you stumble across it because I mean, me being in Indiana, I mean you're in Illinois, but this guy is with the Kentuckian Atheist, and I've only seen like 3 or 4 of his videos, but it's like, wow, this is kind of cool. So I'm already starting to talk to him about just things in general. I don't know if Mindshift ever showed up, but he mentioned stopping by, or maybe he stopped by and said, "I don't want no part of this," and kept going.
What the?
I love Brandon's channel. He's got some
he's
great content. Have you checked out his Brandon's book, or his original site?
No.
He's got
I will.
lot over there. He's got a great
If a
slavery video over there that I loved.
If a video really, really piques my interest, then I'll click on it and watch it all the way through. But I try not to watch other people's content unless there's to show support. Like I'll go through Embers and
right.
Mark Reed and stuff like that, because I really don't want to be in the echo chamber. I like listening to the Christian side of things a lot more than the atheist side of things, because I don't want to get stuck in the echo chamber where everybody's kind of saying the same things. I like to kind of formulate my own
Oh yeah, but
thoughts,
I mean, like
guess,
the
yeah.
slavery, and there's so many issues that I'm already got my mindset on that. Just kind of refreshing at times is to get a different look. I mean, just like if it wasn't for Ember and Stephanie and Amy Newman, and I'd probably be stuck in the 14th century with my views of trans, to be honest. And even like when Stephanie was talking about females or trans in sports, I'm not trying to tackle that real hard right now, because I think that's going to be the last wall, especially being older generation really into sports, and I'm not against it at all, but to sit there and say, hey, I'm this is how I feel, or this is I can't do it, I'm not educated enough in that part of it. But and I hate to admit this, but there's a show, the History Channel or something, and what is it, Mysteries of the Abandoned, that they had a redheaded professor or something, and he kind of looked kind of strange. And then, but I listened to him and blah 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 blah. Like 3 or 4 months later, I could have swore it was a sister. Well, he transitioned, and I had a hard time for months even listening to him, just because I was so in that mindset. And then I started listening to like Amy Newman and Stephanie and Bree, and I hate to leave anybody out that that were part of this journey. And it's just like, man, I'm a friggin' bigot idiot, just because I don't want to, I'm having a hard time listening to somebody, especially after, I guess, just after transitioning, because now I can watch her and the voice is a little bit different, but it's either way. I can, even her old ones when she first transitioned, it's just like, God, I can't believe that was so hard for me to break through. But here we are.
No, I mean it. It makes a lot of sense. It's hard to completely uproot your entire, what you were raised with. It's not an easy thing to do.
Right. Well, especially with my sperm donor. I mean, he was the real men don't cry types, and you take care of you and yours. No welfare, blah 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 blah. And I mean, plus he was real abusive, so that clung to me for a long time. No, and I haven't. I mean, with all the, and I'm not making an excuse, because I went back and started watching like Bree's stuff, and maybe I need to go back and, look at stuff like that. That's actually a good idea. Just like Amy Newman, for about 30 seconds, I couldn't listen to her. And then all of a sudden I realized, damn, this girl's funny. She's intelligent, more intelligent than I'll ever be. And but she's got kind of like my sense of humor to a part, and she's really flirty with people, and I like that. Does anybody have the link to Ember's and even Nara's DC available? Or everybody else's too, for that fact. But probably what'll probably happen is you can do, join one or two, and most of them are all connected together one way or the other. We all belong to, well, can't speak for me because I hate DC and I'm still learning how to do it.
Yeah, me too.
I'm getting better at it, but I'm kind of like you in StreamYard. You're just, to that point, you know stuff, but you don't know stuff.
Yeah, well, I spent so much time on another program, because I never imagined myself doing any type of live streaming. And then the first time,
me neither.
Yeah, no, I just, I wanted to do some videos one day, and I was on Streamlabs, and that's how I was making all of my videos, and I worked through that whole system, and then it was Ember. He sent me an email and he said, "Hey, do you want to do a video with me covering slavery?" And I was like, "Yeah, absolutely." And then I didn't think about it, but I had literally about 45 seconds to quickly figure out StreamYard, because that's what he uses. And when I used StreamYard, I was like, wow, this is so much better and easier than Streamlabs. So I switched over to this, but only for live streams. I'll still use Streamlabs to do regular videos because I can record it in 1080, a little bit higher definition. But yeah, so I only mess around with StreamYard when there's a live stream. The difference between Streamlabs and StreamYard, almost nothing. I think StreamYard is a lot more geared towards live streamers, whereas Streamlabs is definitely geared towards live streaming, but for gaming channels. That's the biggest difference that I can see. And StreamYard has so much, the interface is so much more user friendly. There's no doubt about it. Just a couple clicks of a button and you can invite people to come on, and you can hit a live stream started real quick. I think StreamYard is just a lot easier to use, but I mean, they're basically the same thing. They're basically the same thing. But Streamlabs you can do in 1080p, whereas unless you pay an astronomical amount of money, you can only do StreamYard in 720, which really doesn't make a huge difference. But if you're just covering some videos and doing stuff like this, where you just come on a kind of a conversation with a bunch of people, StreamYard is purple rhymes with orange. StreamYard is super simple to get started. StreamYard is very, very user friendly.
Yeah, purple is also known by now as Antichrist.
Antichrist.
I still love that. Wish I'd have thought of it.
Yeah, it's all just.
We got like 40 minutes before we break our record.
What was the last one? Did we hit 6 hours in the last one?
6:07 or something like 6:03. I guess I could go look, but I don't want to. We'll have plenty of other chances. We'll have plenty of other chances to beat that record if we don't tonight, God willing.
Yeah, let's was it 2:27? Wait a minute, it's almost 4 for
here.
you, huh? Yeah. Yeah,
I'm good. I don't have to work, so I don't have to worry about it, but sad. I mean, it's nice to have disability with what I'm going through, but I'd rather be working, even at almost 59 years old. But see, and that's what everybody keeps a few people said I need to do some content, but it's like, man, that means I got to learn how to whether stream or make a video, edit it, or put it up.
I don't know how you what you prefer to do, but if you want to make, if I can figure
somebody
it out,
else to do it.
Somebody else to do it. Yeah, absolutely.
I can talk. I got that shit down good. It's just the rest of it.
No, StreamYard is very, very user friendly. It's just a few clicks of a button. You don't got to download, install any software. You just go to the website, set up an account, and a few clicks, you're literally up and running.
It's trying to mess around on the side. Just even if I put up kitty pics or something, or kitty videos. Yes, I'm talking about you. All hail the kitty.
Yeah, I'll have to bring my cats on stream, and my door is cracked. I'm surprised all 3 of my cats are not in here.
I can't. I was going to tilt my camera down, but it's like, since my place is, this in here's a wreck, I'm trying to get rid of some of it because I've only got one room in this whole house after having a whole house to myself before moving in to help take care of mom and dad. But oh well. It's only that's right. You're in Aussie land. I forgot about that. Mr. Polio Status. I like that name too. Streaming also does require much from you. And I just bought a brand new computer that I just got done setting up, and I should have used it tonight, and I got scared since I hadn't done anything on it yet. But at least my major issue with the streaming was getting decent internet, and now that I got that, I'm set.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first night I think I was doing 27 up and 27 down, and now I think the best I've had is like 50 and 32 or 5, and that's like flying compared to even what the satellite was supposed to be at best.
Yeah.
I'm on an old iPhone. I could never do iPhone. I'm a Samsung guy myself, and mine's probably about 100 years old. It's not a flip phone, but it might as well be one.
You know, is that why you don't sound well on streams? Are you having audio issues? Is it because you're using an iPhone? I assume.
Me?
No, I assume I'm.
Oh yeah, I thought it was purple for a second, but clickety clickety click. I don't even know if I've even heard Sue Mommy yet. I can't remember who I listen to, who I don't. Of course, I'm usually flapping my guns in the side chat anyway. Wow, PC's behind a few iPhone generations.
Hey, that's us.
What is it, like PC 14 or PC 14? God, iPhone 14 now, isn't it? I don't even know because I don't. Like I said, I'm not an iPhone guy at all.
Yeah, no, I don't. I can't do iPhones.
Yeah, I can't. Jeez. Of course, I don't do much with my phone anyway. That's why my phones are under like $200. If I spend $200 on a phone, that's a lot for me. But I think I'm on a Samsung A. Oh wait, I can just look. If I knew where my phone was. Oh, I think the cat was using it. I'm on that way. See, you can tell me what iPhones are, and I wouldn't know. XR. I forgot. Restarted my phone. Drawback has been the app being flaky. Come on, pop up, you little booty crack. I wonder if I can bypass that. Yes. About phone. Yeah, I'm on like a Galaxy A20, which is redonkulous.
Logan, yeah, this is still going. This is still going.
No, this is part 2. We just got back on. And I still have the same windblown hair from mowing today. I don't know why I'm still wearing these stupid things. Oh, yeah, I do. My prescriptives are in my car. Okay, now Logan's here. We can leave. Night, everybody. Thanks for coming. Bye-bye.
Oh boy!
And what happened to the other Jesus? I guess they took off. The lower Jesus.
The fake Jesus, yeah.
Oh, you're heretic. I think you were the fake Jesus. The real. That's what you said. The real fake Jesus.
It's the goal of the stream, which is great. I like following the stream where it leads instead of forcing it down a path. But the goal of the stream was to troll these YouTube comments. I think we left all of like 3 comments in this whole 6 hours.
Yeah, you got to think of all those. Pete Town got us on side tangents. And
it's great. It's great.
The arc took 20 minutes for every 30 seconds of the video. No, it was a little bit windy here today. Plus, getting on the side by side. I started my motorcycle today. And
there's nothing holding
took
you
it for
back.
a quick ride to make
What
sure
would your
that,
thing be?
Hold on.
in it. So it wasn't just mowing; it was a little bit of everything. Plus, me and the dog rode around in my car since it was so nice with the windows down. And yes, it's winders. My mom makes fun of me in my English because it's winter. I go to the turlet. I took the dog to the creek.
Oh, wow.
PC, don't call P-Town that. That's boo-boo. He said P-Town's bullshit. No.
Sorry, I'm checking if my if my channel actually got taken down. Well, I went to go switch over to the actual account so we can avoid ads, and it says It's
It was nice having you with us, but bye-bye.
Oh no, it's back. It's back. We're good.
Maybe I should check mine then.
Well, I just
Me and my
my
whole
profile
three-
pics was gone. The it said no. It just said no channel next when I went to go switch account. It just said no channel.
Oh wow.
But
yeah, that'd have been
I think we're back.
yucky.
Yeah,
I'm gonna save that. That's from Steph's channel. I want to watch that. Oh, I guess I haven't update or refreshed this. It's hard telling.
Yeah, B.S. Lewis. I think everybody was kind of trying to leave in a polite way. Ever since the whole Depends debacle.
That's the funny shit. I don't care who you are. Holy fuck. This is bullshit. I don't like PC anymore. I went from 3 to 7 subscribers. No.
You got to make content.
Shit, pretty soon I'll be able to get some money. I don't even have to have a friggin' no. How many R's are in Winder? No, it's Winder, not window. Winder.
Yeah,
and then when I go
11.
take a shower, I wash my back. I wash my private parts. I wash my face. And WURSH. Thank you.
There are 11 R's in Winder.
Yeah. Except if you're really drunk, so there's a few more. I just assume you grew up in. Actually, up until the when I was 12, and it's funny because I get into these stupid little accents and I don't realize it. And it depends who's around me. But I was raised in Florida until I was like 12, and it's funny because somebody from like Atlanta North, until you get to the Yankees, they always told us that Florida isn't part of the South. And I'm thinking, wait a second, you can't get any further south on the East Coast than Florida. And even, especially when I started getting tired, down there, we talk a mile a minute. When we moved to Indiana, everybody's like, whoa, slow down. What are you on crack? And I was like 12 years old. It's like, no, everybody talks this way. And here it is. I'm trying to listen to teacher. Today, we're going to learn about cosines. So it was a hard adjustment for me, because of their accents and their drawl. Tater salad. That's kind of weird because my second wife's nickname was Tater Salad. That's, a tater tot. Oh my gosh, that's flashbacks. Boy. Watch out, cat. Get out of, yeah. Oh, come on. Get your tail out. Oh, great. Here, let me help you. You watch my cat lick herself. How'd he go?
I linked it for you, B.S. Lewis. You're welcome.
B.S. Lewis, I'm not on you. Because I don't have one. Well, that explains a lot, Lucy.
Oh
Kitty.
my goodness.
I would do the Ohio joke with my cat, but yeah, that's a bit much. My mom hates when I do that. I'll lift the cat's tail up, or I'll ask somebody, you know where my cat's from? No, where? You lift the tail up and say it's from Ohio. Oh, Nara, you the bestest.
Yeah, no problem, B.S. Lewis. That's that is a legit link if anybody wants to click that. It's 100% authentic.
Yeah. Like my love for Jesus.
Okay. Yeah, if anybody has anything that they want to link, you want to post your channel, post your Discord, post away if you can. I don't know how that works. If a mod can post, feel free to post at any point in time. Third any of my streams if you want to.
Purple, are you talking about me? And if so, it's probably my cat. She's over here licking herself. I try to move my camera unless it's get out of there, you butt wipe. Not so much for me having a drink. She just stuck her head in and started drinking.
Only mods can post links. Okay. Well, yeah. Feel free to. I don't care if they're not like actively on the stream. If you feel the need to post, please post away. I don't mind that at all. Shill for yourself. Shill for a friend. Linky. All right.
Oh, this?
Well, I was
my little. That's for the fan.
No, look at that kitty.
Which I got to replace. $5,000. I hate this channel. Why can I send super? What's the thing in front of the 5? I mean, I know that's not a pound, is it? It looks like Chinese letter. No, but it's not the same as this one. For a second, I thought it was the same one as my grandson's cat right there. Chinese letters for grandson. And then I got the tattoo on. Oh, it's reversed. On this side, I've got my dad passed last year. It's he was a big fisherman, so it's 2 hooks together as a heart that says, "Went fishing with the master." And I know it's religious, but my dad was religious, and yeah. And then I got one on my chest. That's the Colts horseshoe and Notre Dame 4-leaf clover. There's a 3-leaf. I can't. I'm not taking my shirt off. You guys will puke. Anyway. It's a dad bod. Although I've lost 40 pounds since January and haven't even tried to lose it. So I'll probably gain it all back and 20 more pounds in the winter. Oh, 5,000 yen equal to like 350. Yeah, don't love these. I don't know what 350 equals in American dollars versus American dollars. So that's what that sign is. It's a yen. I'm interested.
Antichrist Superstar. Yeah. I don't care. I'll make you a mod.
Yeah, for $29.95, you'll make it 2 mods.
Yeah, or just sub to my OnlyFans.
Yeah.
And I'll make you a mod.
Just
It's
make
free.
all checks
That comes
payable
with a
to
free mod.
Make checks payable to Asshole64 Incorporated.
Oh boy. All right. What do we want to do? Do we want to? We want to call it? You want to go in? You want to find another video? How's everybody feeling?
Well, let's do what the people want. If they're going to crash, fine. If not, I can go longer. Or I can fall asleep while we're doing this, and it wouldn't matter. And they can listen to me snore and make fun of it and make videos. And probably my cat would end up sitting on my head and falling asleep. She's an evil cat.
BS Lewis, if you want to post your OnlyFans in the chat, please do that.
That's the yen. So what was the other one then?
A 3-hour documentary.
Maybe the other one is like you got yin and yang. I guess that's yin and yang. Oh well. Let's watch a 3-hour documentary.
Yeah.
Well, that'll get us closer to the 12-hour mark. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's find like the history of paint.
Well, then what's the first one, Ant? That's the one that was up earlier. I don't. Oh my gosh. Okay, I think I know the dollar one and the cent, the pound. I'm sure one of them's a lira. The very last one to me looks kind of like, and I know my eyesight's kind of going Walker. Kind of looks like a castle, a W castle or something. Well, it might be Rupel. Okay. What's the Canadian? No, I guess it's just called the Canadian dollar. Know that from my buddy up there. Okay, let's do a video. Pick a topic. Slide chat. Ta-da! See, this is why I wouldn't be a very good streamer. I'd leave a lot of decisions to the masses, so I don't have to make decisions. Okay, guys, this is a new channel that I haven't seen her post anything on her other one. Did she do away with her other one? PC? Because she's too a XJ-dub. Man, I might have to get a manager to manage all these streams I'm going to have to be doing, because I still got one with Ember at some point. He wanted me to do one.
Have you considered outsourcing?
Oh, I am famous, huh?
Have you considered outsourcing?
Outsourcing? I might have to.
Yeah.
Especially the editing and shit.
Okay. Yeah, I don't do any editing.
I already joined Pocket a long time ago.
I sit down, I play a video, I blab, and whatever comes out, and I just post it. I can't do editing. And it probably shows. I'm sure it shows.
You'll look like an expert compared to me if I ever did this. Oh, yes, I'm still here, by the way. I'm just not typing much. Well, I heard you're snoring, Polio. Oh, no, because it's like 6 o'clock there. Almost 6. Oh, well. Is that right? At night.
All right, here's a Frank Turek one that's 2 hours and 32 minutes long. I think we can burn through that real quick.
No, BS said 3 hours, and he wants a documentary. Let's do a documentary on the evolution of religion. Or any. Ha, got you there, Ant. So it does say on his, they, them, and any.
Yeah, the last I checked in with Ember because we
talked about that.
Yeah,
other people I definitely worry about.
I wanted to confirm with Ember, and that's why when I referred to Ember, I say he. I confirmed it, and he's 100% good with it.
Yeah, see, and that's another thing I'm having to get used to is to the Ember, and then even trying to figure out, because I don't know everybody, whether they're cis, male or female, or trans, or or trans male or female. So it's like, ooh, I'm talking to somebody. It's like, ooh, I know PC. That's easy. She's the water girl.
Yeah, I love the shorts from PC though.
Yeah,
they're terrifying and beautiful.
Yeah.
See how dark that water is, man? You'll die instantly if you go in that water. I'm convinced.
It'd probably burn my skin. I ain't bred down there. Okay. You don't know a person. They, them.
I think that's fair.
That's true. And that's the same thing that, actually, now I think of it, that Narb walked me through one night, because I think he used the analogy is like when somebody calls, somebody will say, somebody called. Well, you can reply. You say, well, who were they, or what have you. However you put that, Narb, that made lots of sense to this whole dude trans, but.
Yeah, I think that was only
purples. I did know purples.
Only in response to people who claim that there's no singular they. I hear that a lot from the Matt Walsh types. You can't. There's no singular they, but then I mean it's so easy to imagine a singular they. It's just it's a stupid like anti-trans thing that I heard a lot, and then yeah, if you said, man, I just got a phone call from the IRS, you could easily just be like, well, what did they say? Yeah, what'd they want? Well, oh wait, no, there's a singular they. Yeah.
Yeah, especially when I start getting tired, I forget all sorts of stuff. But and even when I'm more awake, I'm not real tired right now. But I've been saying here lately, like with purple, how's it going, girl? How's your day, or blah 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 blah. Opposed to even worrying about the pronouns, or when I talk to them. Yeah, I found out PC's pronouns are croc and dial. So I know how to deal with PC. Or is it alligator down there? It's alligator, ain't it? I mean, I can't even think. People use singular they all the time and don't realize. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, it's harder because like I'm trying to be politically correct or use the right pronouns, and then it's like, oh wait, what do I do? Because then it isn't natural, if that makes sense. There are many times when we need non-gender pronouns. Right. I've even gotten away, from like with Stephanie and her talking about boats. A lot of people, like my car, she's doing good. Now it's an it. Why can't my car be a he? I mean, I guess it could, but in the male-dominated society, that's what I'm trying to get away from being. Oh yeah, your car just has to be a she, doesn't she? Or it whatever they do. I just confused myself. Oh my God, I'm going to hell. So many times.
Oh boy.
Right. And it's funny because my oncologist retired in either 2018 or 2019, and my new doctor, they said Dr. Armstrong will be your doctor. Or not even, they said Dr. Armstrong will be taking over for Rushing. Dr. Armstrong, we'll see you in 3 months on your. And I walked in, and sure enough, it's a female, which I don't have a problem with. Me and her get along great. I mean, she knows her stuff, on and on sort of thing. But yeah, it's kind of like when you're thinking that most doctors are women, which really at IU University, there's probably more female doctors. It's a teaching hospital per se, because it's right next to like Indiana School of Medicine, ooey pooey and stuff like that. And I just love that. That's a great hospital. It just took me 12 years to find the doctor I needed for what I've got, since it was so rare. Traditional ships have been right. That mostly carries over to cars or motorcycles, or or my cat. She's a beauty, although she is a she, I guess. Another point is a single.
Yeah. Yeah, Andrew, that's right. It's not new. Everybody uses it. It's simply when you're specifically talking about gender pronouns, when somebody prefers the they them, that's the only time it matters to anybody. That's the only time it matters to anybody, is when you're talking about gender pronouns, because people, and we all know who people are, just they can't stand gender pronouns. It's
right. Well, I fought them for a minute, to be honest, but the one thing I have found, figured out and found out is, especially in this community, is even if I screw up and say, hey, just like Ant did, and I'm presuming that I said something about Ember and said he, but it wasn't like, I know Ant's not being shitty. She just, reminding me or, reinforcing what I should have already known or said, but just what have you, unless somebody's doing it, maliciously.
Yeah, that's kind of my take on it, is when it comes to gender pronouns, just don't be an ass. Then and that's it. That sums it up perfectly. Just don't be an ass. If somebody says they, just fucking say they.
Yeah, same. Yeah, Purple, I'm not one of those guys where I've always loved a strong, independent woman that makes her own mind up, that basically, especially an alpha female, plus if she's intelligent, that's a bonus. As long as I don't have to do dishes, we're set. If I got to do them, I'm going to hire somebody to do it. Oh, that ain't fair, Purple. Fine. I would be a broke bitch. Guess when I'm down to my last 25 cents, I'll hopefully by then would learn.
Hey, you're saving that 25 cents for me. Thank you very much.
All right, for your only fan.
Yeah, 25 cents an hour.
A minute. And I wanted 4 minutes, so I got to save $1. Oh yeah, Polo, that just pisses me off. Any kind of bigotry, done on purpose. What's weird is, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that triggers me. You know, abuse of women or children or animals. Oh, I love Godless Granny. I sub to hers too. And she gets a lot of great guests on there.
Oh, yeah, I'll have to sub. I wish I could click. You know what? I can't I?
Yeah, the one thing I got to do is get a like a USB port thing, because on this Chrome, I've got one USB port, so I can plug in my mic, but I can't use my mouse. And I don't necessarily like using the pad on the Chromebook or any laptop. Ew.
Yeah, I can agree to that, Andrew. Don't make it weird.
Well, too late. Look at me. I'm a weird dude. I'm shy.
My one black. Yeah, just for the record, anybody is free to show their content, their channels. If I'm ever live streaming, whatever it is, if it's YouTube, if it's anything, I'm open for. If I can support anybody in any type of way, I'm happy to do so. So if they're not on the stream, if they are on the stream, if they're your friends, if you know them, whatever, I don't mind that at all. Shill away. It's all one big community.
Sail away. Oh, we're getting close.
Yeah.
About 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, I was
Make
gonna
it
go ahead
weird.
and call it at 3, but I guess we'll call it at the 6-hour mark. 6 more minutes, and I think we'll call it a night.
Hold on, I gotta check the other one. Oh, I just lost. Oh, what am I doing? I think I got a playlist. Yeah, just our first one. Come on. Just trying to see how many minutes it was. Oh, 6:04.
Damn, we streamed 6 hours, 4 minutes. I don't
Yeah.
think we're gonna beat it. I don't think I can.
I don't
think I
either.
can sit in this damn chair any longer.
I know, that's like me. To go take another shower real quick before I go to bed. And besides, if we got to 6:04, then the next one's gonna have to be 6:05. And when does it stop?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. It's an
Bum,
evil,
bum, bum.
endless cycle. And yes, evil is an adjective and not a noun.
Yeah, Polio, Polio, you I think you came in pretty late. It's very chill right now, but I enjoyed this stream a lot. I think it was my my neck muscles hurt from laughing so damn much. It's chill right now. I'm putting an arbitrary timer on it. For some reason, I feel I have to stream for 4 more minutes at least to make it an even 6 hours.
Don't tell me this is going to be our standard every time. 6 minutes plus, or 6 hours plus minutes. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm glad you found it. Welcome. My apologies. I posted a link twice above. I can't erase it because every time I try to press it takes me to the link. It's worth posting twice. You are banned from my channel. That is the only rule I have, Crystal, and you broke it. Don't post links twice.
Oh my God. She's such a heretic.
I know.
I think we should misuse her pronouns, croc and dial. So that's a crock what you just did. 2 links.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Yeah, that's what.
Oi.
Let me find my own live chat and sub to all these channels.
PC, you really shouldn't apologize for it. It just kind of makes it weird. Wow. Yeah, we just lost Polio. He's gone. History, past tense. Yeah, this stream would have been a lot better if we didn't have BS in here. I just love that because that's his sweet dreams. Night, Annie. I'm going to say Antichrist, but it's Antichrist. Superstar. Fabulous.
Okay.
I have to go honestly. Oh my God, polio's going to fit right in. They will never be the same again. See, boom. Oh yeah.
All right. Got B.S. Lewis answers in atheism.
Oh my goodness, I'm going nuts. No wonder. I was just thinking that Nitty was still in here, but it's just from the other one I've got paused.
Shane the Skeptic.
YouTube, not StreamYard. With Philly. Here we go. I've been trying to try this again. I can't. How do you? I'll try this again. It won't let me put an avatar up there though. Why?
I'm subscribed to you already, Pragmatic Crystal.
Yeah. PC needs to
Stacy's
repent.
mom.
Stacy's mom's got it going on.
Deep drinks.
Okay, I'm not going to do that. I'll do this later.
Skeptic. Man, there's so many channels I have no idea exist. Wow.
Yeah, I can't believe how many channels I've subbed to, and I know there's a gazillion more.
Pocket Locker.
Yeah, I've got him. Let me see here. I don't believe Crystal apologized to Canadian Wayne Sawi.
The adults table. All right, I think.
Okay.
All right, I think I'm all caught up. Subbed to all the channels that were posted.
Okay. So should make videos. They would have that asshole vibe to them. What are you trying to say? Polio. Oh my God. I just can't. I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I can stream or make videos.
Sorry. Sorry.
Sorry. Sorry.
Sorry. Sorry. Oh, did we hit the?
Every
Oh, we hit
channel
the
I
6
post
hour.
This is one of my faves. And of course, mine's your most fave, PC. It's the quickest, well, one of the quickest ones to get on there and you'll be done. Wait, this I got to check because with my insomnia, I need nighttime entertainment. Tonight won't be one of those nights. The Flavor with DJ Uzazi. Okay, I'll sub to it. I'll check it out later. Here we go. Oh, wait a second. What is it? An hour ago, Nara posted for members only. Remember. Oh, that's this kitty. Got it. Okay, I think everybody's ready for bed.
Yeah, we hit the 6 hour mark. Now we're at 6:01. See, now I feel we need to beat this.
I'm gonna wait. 3.5 minutes. I can do it.
No, I'm gonna. Yeah, well, shit. Should we? No. Calling it.
I say we do it. Let's take a poll. Oh wait, you can't do that.
I don't know how to do no damn polls.
We're trying to get
pop out chat.
some content. So much fun there. Yeah, but I don't even know what I'd make content about. Oh my gosh, there's nothing I could do that's going to be any different than anybody else.
I hear that a lot.
I'll do makeup and hair videos. I'm sure that there's not many of those on YouTube.
Well, I hear a lot of people have said that. Like, what am I going to do that somebody else hasn't already done? And I always say somebody else may have already done it, but you haven't done it. You know what I mean? Give your own take on it. Nobody else has done you.
No, I've got a kid, and they've done me at least once. Okay, give me some credit. I might be a re-virgin now, but back then, yeah.
Nobody can do it how you are going to do it.
Exactly.
Because they
That's
are
why I've got a
you.
kid. I do a style with Barry White music, maybe some Aerosmith once in a while, some Journey, low lights, candles.
Okay, I
Steak
take
dinner.
it back. Don't make a channel.
You know, my first video would be my imaginary first date with Nara. It happened one night on OnlyFans. We looked into each other's eyes.
Will
It only
somebody
cost
will
me
somebody
75 cents.
will somebody do Aunt Jura real quick, please?
Do what? Oh. Aunt, I would do you, but I don't want to disappoint you, girl.
Atheist dick and fart jokes.
Oh my God, no way. I could do a Why I Hate BS Lewis channel.
I honestly, B.S. Lewis, I honestly don't think that could be any more niche than I think. It's incredibly niche.
Thanks, Aunt. That does a lot for my ego, you know.
Real
It's
quick.
all
No,
right.
well, hey, I was just trying to get it done. That's all.
Clicker. Let's see if we
Okay.
get it.
Will somebody please take sweet? No, I'm not going to go any further with it.
What's that is? No, what's that is when you're adminning and you go to, some's hit or don't, hide or unhide it or whatever, and you click on it. It's like, all right, I got that. And all of a sudden this thing comes up, handled by another moderator. It's like, you mother. So then it's like I get into this competitive thing. I try to hit every single one of them, then I end up with carpal tunnel. Hey, it's almost 6:05. We did it. We could do 6 more hours. Dead air.
Yeah, let's just keep the stream going, mute our mics, and just do our own thing.
No, because I sleep right over there. You guys aren't watching me sleep. Yeah, I was surprised I even got on cam because I had this, like, not a fear, but just thing of, it's like doing this or, accidentally sticking your finger up your nose 3 knuckles deep. Yeah, I'm not
At least
picking
it's
my
up your nose.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, we have what, roughly a minute left till we break the last live.
No, we already did that.
This is
It
the
was,
problem.
It was 6:04. Now we've just crushed it.
Oh, I thought it was 6:06. We're at 6:05.
No, it's like 6:03 and 54 seconds on the last one. Oh my God, we're gonna have to ban Antichrist. I feel the Holy Spirit. You should be.
Honestly, if I had the mental capacity to keep going and make it not completely awful to watch, I absolutely would. But I feel if I were to
Right.
play like a video to cover, it would just be like, I think I'd just like passively agree with everything they were saying just to get through the video. Nobody wants.
And why ruin a good video or a good stream with nonsense afterwards? Just to fill time.
Picture of a potato.
We're going for quality. You could put a picture of a potato on the screen for 9 hours. It worked for Stool. Yeah, that's why he's giving samples all the time. And just like magic, get their moderate. Oh, that is so special. Oh, we raised Antichrist right. They're going to be a wonderful admin. Oh my God, is that going to be the thing now? I feel the Holy Spirit. I like picture what the Holy Spirit garbage is like the Pentecostals jumping over pews and flopping on the ground like, talking in tongues. Uh-oh. BS is going in for the move or for the kill. Leave the poor Australian alone.
Favorite dinosaur? I don't know shit about dinosaurs. Not gonna lie.
Oh, I do. Thank God for Ark.
I don't know a damn thing about dinosaurs. I mean, I know what everybody else knows. They're dinosaurs. They existed.
They were on the Ark with Noah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, at least the long neck kind.
The long neck. Unless they're the platypus kind or the koala kind.
See, oh, you're finally getting it. You're finally getting it.
I'm in this. Oh, my favorite dinos are raptors and allosauruses. Yes.
Dinosaur kind.
The dinosaur kind. Or actually, the cliff chickens, the dinococcuses, they're pretty badass too. All of them. All
Which
of them.
apologist do you think is the most dishonest knowingly? Knowingly. If you take out the word knowingly, I'm going to go with Frank Turek. But it's hard to say if somebody is knowingly being dishonest.
And usually I have to think of the idiots, like Kent Hovind, Ham. I think Ham is a con artist, personally. You cannot be that ignorant and not know it. Especially when money's involved. Jesus and God buried, yeah, to test your faith. Amen. Testify, Antichrist. Oh my God. Oh yeah. Okay. I forgot about Alan Parr. Amando. Oh yeah. He is an idiot.
Yeah.
But he is a bestseller. Art or book dude, whatever. Writer. Seller. I know who Christ Righteous is, but I can't think of who it is. Yeah, I like Logic and Cersei.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna after putting all of like 2 minutes of thought into it, I think I'd have to go with Frank Turek, mainly because he wasn't in the religion game. He had no skin in the game for religion, and I think people like Ken Ham and who's the
Dino?
I think it's
Hovind?
from New Zealand. Yeah,
Oh.
Hovind. These people
Ham.
have been doing it.
New Zealand.
Ray Comfort.
Oh yeah.
These people have been they're members of the church. I believe their entire lives, and this is what they've done forever. Whereas Frank Turek got fired from his job one day for being a bigot, and then that's when he got into the religion game.
Mm-hmm. Well, how about the question you kept asking me that I kept telling you I didn't think there was one, but what does everybody in chat think is the best argument for God?
Hovind is an actual idiot in your opinion? No, in everybody's opinion. So I mean, everybody holds that same opinion.
Yeah. Well, I think Eric Hovind also is a grifter who is willingly with his nonsense.
Well, I don't know if it's a grift though. With those types of people, I really do believe that they buy into their own nonsense. And that's why I'm going to stick with Frank Turek on the most dishonest, because he's a tech guy. He did like Cisco,
Well, if it wasn't for
tech,
PowerPoint,
whatever.
he wouldn't be an apologist.
He loves his PowerPoints and he loves his books, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Much like Hovind.
he got fired.
If he didn't have his slides, where would he be at? Because he doesn't have an argument other than, atheists think that life started with a rock. Well, obviously he's the proof of that.
Rock kind.
The rock kind. The cucumber kind. He says that we think all sorts of dumb shit, like atheists think that they came from a strawberry or related to a strawberry.
Strawberry kind.
The strawberry kind.
I think Kent truly
Cucumber
believes.
kind?
Yeah, that's why I
We're up
wouldn't
to
say
like
Kent.
6,000 different kinds already, so Calvin's a liar.
I don't think I would call. See, it's hard to know. You can't know, but I would say that Kent probably believes the things that are coming out of his mouth. Whereas I don't think Frank Turek does. I really don't. I think he's mad that he got fired from his 6-figure job because he said something homophobic, and he got so mad that he decided to make an entire career bashing gay people.
Well, the thing about it is, Purple, I can almost respect a deist, you know, to the point where, okay, they believe in a, you know, invisible sky daddy, but, you know, that he doesn't interact with, you know, human everyday life. I mean, most of our founding fathers in America were deists, including George Washington.
Strawberry seed. Yeah,
Wow,
hold
Purple,
on,
you
there's
give
a.
Kent Ham a lot of credit with a strawberry seed brain.
Hey, you
I
know
was thinking
what?
more of like a mustard seed. Like his faith. Okay. Bad. These because.
I'm gonna see if I can't find this video. This video.
Oh, you had to do it.
No. We're not gonna.
It's gonna be 4:15. Okay, so by 8 o'clock we'll be done with this one. Get the video.
We're
Do
not
it.
gonna.
Everybody's still going in chat. I can't believe it. PC never
I
sleeps.
can't. If anybody knows a faster way to find when Dr. Josh Bowen imitated Kent Hovind.
All the
Kent
time.
Hovind.
He does it all the time.
Yeah, there was one
He's
particular.
spot on.
It was that
And look
when
at
he
Ember's
did that,
back.
he had
Oh,
me
I'm going to
dying.
bed because I don't feel good, and here he is, trolling.
You can't resist the stream.
I know. I've only ever met one honest apologist, and I put him out of his business. Oh God, Ember.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember you telling me that story.
Ember, do you Dunning-Kruger much? No, I'm kidding. You do know your shit. I'm not going to even act like you don't. Sorry. God, I just got dry skin everywhere from being in the sun today. Ugh. Maybe I have to put some lotion on, or one gets the hose again.
Dr. Josh is hot. Dr. Josh is hot. I agree to that.
Oh, why did you have to put Dr. Josh and Tucker Carlson in the same sentence?
Could you imagine if Dr. Josh started an OnlyFans and just spoke like Kent Hovind the entire time?
You'd be a broke bitch.
Oh, I would be broke. He would get all of my money. I would just have my. I would just direct deposit.
So you're trying to say my soothing voice is what makes you fall asleep out of boredom? Polytheist makes a lot more sense. Purple, see, and I don't believe the Christian God is a monotheistic God. You know, three who's and a what doesn't make one God. I don't care what anybody says. That is.
And at the same time, I think you could. I think you could be a god and still mess up. You just can't be the Christian God and still mess up.
Right. You'd have to be like the Zeuses, you know, the pantheons.
I can't find the video. Where the heck was it? I don't know. If you haven't heard Dr. Josh Bowen's impersonation of Kent Hovind, check it out. Oh shit.
I'm trying to catch up. If you believe there are dozens of gods constantly arguing about who's. Yeah, but there's also a hierarchy with dozens of gods. I mean, the biggest god's always going to be in charge and down and down and down. Purple is awesome. Oh, cat, quit get your claws out of me, dang. I never knew. What the hell didn't she need? Crystal, you find the show and tap on the three dots and select share. And oh, yeah, that I actually knew because I share all the time.
Well,
did you find
I
it
think
yet?
we all learned a little something. No, I can't find it. I can't find. I'll try to find it for the next time around. Or the Trinity +1.
Wah, wah, wah.
Oh, that reminds me. Ember, if you're still here, you should totally make that sound for your stream.
And a drum
It
roll.
could have been used quite a few times. On this.
Many times. I want one that says "cool story." That is like my go-to in comments. Well, that's a cool story. Tell me another, please. He's got that sound. Wozer.
Oh, you do have that sound. I feel like you should make better use of that. That's a.
Yeah, I think he also needs a cricket one. Oh wow, Jasper now. Hey Jasper. You may have to stay up longer. The morning crowd's coming in.
I'm a sucker for a good sound effect, Ember. If you ever want to use them on my stream, you cannot overdo it.
Well, just
I don't know why, but they crack me
and
up.
have your own little soundboard.
I learned how to pin a comment today, so we're gonna hold off a bit on the soundboard.
Yeah, that might be like advanced streaming.
Yeah, what else did I learn? I learned how to make mods and pin a comment. This is a very educational stream. Very educational. Prague learned
If not
something.
for anybody but yourself, right?
Yeah. Oh, hey, we all learned what a kind was. If anybody's
which
still
kind?
confused about that,
We haven't
Which
figured
kind?
out how many kinds there are, though.
60 to 80. Did you
Well,
not
according to
watch the
Calvin.
video?
Well, no, Calvin, that's the Calvin, but Eric was already up to like 199. Actually, 200 with the platypus kinds.
Yeah, platypus kind.
Oh, purple. That would be the bedtime kind. I hope that helped.
Oh goodness.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, this is bullshit. They think you're funny now. I'm not. I guess they don't think I'm funny anymore because I never was. I get this.
You'll always be the resident clown, asshole.
Go Team Pal. You watch. That's gonna be my new. That's gonna be my fake account. Hashtag Team Pal. And I couldn't come in here because Ember would catch that right off the bat because I always throw that at him. I'm going to team. I'm gonna have to look at our message because there's something in there that he said, and I said, yeah. Now I'm curious. Oh my goodness. Let us see. Mr. Ember. There you are. I think I have to go like scroll back to the beginning. Let's see.
Yeah, that's biblically accurate, purple. It's in there somewhere.
Oh, here's a bunch of the ones I had from it. Holy shit. How much stuff did I send you, Ember? This is like months ago. Or a month ago. Oh, come on. Let me find the team. Wait, no worries. I'll just keep doing shows until something breaks loose. I said maybe Can't Bovine will be your friend. Okay, that's not it. Hold on. Oh, here we go. It is what it was. Ember come back and said, I mean, I'd rather not. So I said, well, if that did happen, I'm going Team Pal. Oh, that was funny shit.
That's not true, Suami. Because everybody, all the kinds on the ark were also kind. They would not be eating each other.
Okay, back to this.
the kinds were kind. Possibly simultaneous.
Yeah, I just got this picture of a
The mental pic.
animal orgy, rolling around in poop and eating each other, which would be part of the orgy, I would think, but maybe it's a different kind of eating.
No, that's an OnlyFans.
So that would be kind of like a guy, gets done taking care of his intimacy and then asks the girl to go get him a sandwich. Yeah, that would be the eating part. Okay, I got this. Because men are pigs. And I hate to insult the pigs.
Pig kind.
The pig kind.
Yeah,
and the
we're getting
mankind.
it.
We're all over this stuff. And the poop kind. Thanks for Sumami bringing that up.
The poop kind.
Oh, God. Purples. Some kinds are into that, but not this kind. Poop in anything together. No.
This is a judgment-free zone.
And I live on a farm, so, I'm not scared of poop, but. Wow. You just turned me on, Ember. Or Ember, whatever her name is. Nara. Can you take a hit off your e-cigarette again, or you're just trying to act like you didn't hear this? And you're embarrassed. Why are you turning red, dear?
Yeah, I'm not embarrassed. We have an open relationship, and you played off the whole poop thing, and it's fine. But
as long as I still got money in my account, we have an open relationship.
Yeah.
Me and my quarters.
Andrew, I think I actually saw a. Oh man, this was years ago. I saw they. Of course, it's all bullshit, but they had some type of like chimney coal thing. I don't remember what it was, but they definitely figured it out. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Well, I mean, to me, it'd be no worse than
Stop
having
asking questions.
You bastard. Yeah, it'd be no different than having a fire in a teepee. Native Americans were definitely smart with that kind of crap, because I'd burn the shit down. I know I would.
Oh my goodness, B.S. Lewis. I feel like you're not understanding the whole kind thing now. Water's not a kind.
Oh my God, electric isn't a kind. It's the
We're gonna
Holy
have to
Ghost
start.
force.
We're gonna have to start this all over.
Wow.
All right, let's go back to the Noah's Ark video.
It was long neck kind.
Stone, spiky kind. Oh, that was the
Spiky
dinosaur.
kind?
No. We messed that up. That was dinosaur kind. They're all one kind dinosaurs. That was just a different descriptions within the kind. Won't the metal get hot and burn the wood sitting it? No. Mm-mm. No, back in the ancient Near East, metal didn't get hot.
It was a special kind.
Yeah, it was a special.
No. BS. There's just a flood kind. There's not a water kind. There's a flood kind. Antichrist, you better apologize to Ant for your grammar, because I don't care. When interested.
Yeah, I think it was something like that. I can't remember. They had a whole little cute animation for it and everything, of how they did the heat, and they even had the waste manage. It's all stupid.
Nope. Calvin said the dinosaur kind.
B.S. Lewis. No, man, they were on a boat.
And it float.
Yeah.
And he had
Something's
two
telling
goats.
me. Something's telling me that after all of this, the people still on the stream don't understand kinds.
No kidding. Let's start over.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go back to the
Just go ahead.
to the flood
beginning.
video. I think
Wow.
I think he wrapped it
Here
up.
we come,
quite nicely.
Calvin. I'll be loading my gun in the background. Don't worry about it. I don't think I can sit through that again.
Purple. I'm gonna ignore that comment because I believe you came in really late.
That's
but,
true.
There's
Purple behind.
They are the same. They're it's the dinosaur kind.
Purple missed the quiz you had, so
yeah,
she gets the pass until she checks up. BS AIG course failed the AIG course.
Yeah.
I like big boats, and I cannot lie.
I'm actually trying to find more info about emergent ship. My mom's Sumami, have you tried Ancestry? I did that as a fun little side project, and I actually found some really cool stuff. Ancestry, was it Ancestry.com, I think.
There will be a test on kinds tomorrow too, also, or today. PC, be prepared. I don't know what swag is. What is SWGOH? I'm lost. Is that like Exian slang for kinds?
You failed the AIG course. Okay, I'm gonna break down kinds for everybody listening. This is the last time I'm gonna repeat it. I'll break down kinds for you one more time. Take an animal and then say its name and then say the word kind. It's that simple.
What's an animal? Can you define that for me?
Yeah, a member of the animal kind.
Oh, okay, that clears it up. So we're not talking about plant kinds then. We're talking about specifically animal kinds, not water kinds, not flood kinds, not electric kinds.
Yeah, animal kinds.
Oh, that's so kind of you to tell me that.
If I missed PC, I gotta go. Oh, here you. Yeah, good night.
PC.
Sorry,
pragmatic
I
crystal.
read and talk at the same time. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it.
And thanks for being such a wonderful bestest ister mod, PC. You were an inspiration to everybody except BS. Because BS has got his own mess. I'm not even going to try to rap. That's a rhyme. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how far Ancestry's tendrils have reached into the webs, but I found some pretty cool stuff. Some pretty cool stuff from a long time ago. Just random stuff too that you wouldn't really think is cool until you actually see it. Just, a great ancestor of some sort signature on some random piece of paper. It was really cool.
Well, would kinds be on Ancestry.com? Could that help these people?
No, now I feel like you're not getting it as.
I know. I just lost it. That's all I'm asking. Think about it.
No. I mean, human kinds are on there.
Oh, okay. I forgot about the human kind. See, you just had to tell me that. I'm back in the saddle again. No, I'm not gonna be able to sleep. Not quite understanding why these people haven't gotten kinds. If I can get it, mostly, why can't they? They're not the kinds, are they?
I don't think so.
Wow.
Oh boy. So we were gonna call it at what, 6, and now it's 6:32.
So you might as well go for 8 hours.
Yeah, well, at this point, we might as well go for 7, right? No, I have to get some sleep. I am gonna call it. Thank you so much for everybody who participated. Everybody who's still, for some reason, here, as it's literally just two buffoons blabbing on about nothing. Actually, very educational. With the
it's kind that you've been here, but not that kind.
It's not that kind of kind.
Kind.
It's
It's the other kind of kind.
Is it? Well, what kind of kind?
Well, not the unkind kind. It's a kind.
Oh, we haven't even gotten into unkinds.
I know. I probably just blew everybody's mind out there. They're saying, "Oh shit, I just got the kinds." Now we're saying there's an unkind.
Oh yeah, it's too much to drop in one stream. We can't go over unkinds.
Well, next week we'll do the Calvin and his breakdown of the unkind kinds.
I don't even think he knows about unkind kinds.
Oh, I think he does. Calvin's a sharp cookie. He's a sharp dresser.
Daddy lumberjack. Okay, all right. All right, we're calling it. Thank you so much for everybody who participated. We're actually calling it this time.
Wait, nope, stop. Antichrist brought up a good point. You forgot about the Discord kind.
Discord kind. No, is there a Discord kind I should... No.
Well, then Antichrist is lying to people.
There's not a Discord kind. I feel like we're gonna have to do an entire stream on kinds.
And then another one on unkinds. And then another one on kind that's not kind. Okay, I give up. I just confused myself. And just,
Who's
I
on
think
first?
I had an aneurysm. Whew. Well, thanks everybody on my end for being here, supporting us, and putting up with my bullshit. And let's all
If anybody wants to post something real quick so you can stay connected off stream, feel free.
And jazz hands. Oh well.
All right, we're gonna end it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nara.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Yeah, I literally thanked everybody but you. Yeah, thanks for coming on. It's always better when you have somebody
So intelligent as myself.
Yeah. When you bring your wisdom into the stream.
Oh, so you're saying I'm the smart kind. Okay, you didn't say that, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Anyway, see you guys later. Bye-bye.
I did not say that.
Close it out so you can get some sleep. We can all go to sleep, and then we'll be back here at 7 a.m.
No, I'm not gonna take Nitty's punchline.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll
Here,
say
I got one for you. And remember, you are better than religion.
Oh, I did say I was gonna steal his ending line.
Yep.
The outro is and jazz hands. All right, we'll do it. And jazz hands.
There you go.
See, now I got to do this awkward thing where I find the end broadcast button while I do jazz hands.
Use your
All
feet.
Right, hold on.
Your toes.
Hey,
I'd say something
you want to
else.
see my
but I
feet?
don't wanna
If you
get-
want to see my feet, you're gonna have to pay.
I do. Duh. Only fan. Remember? I'm that kind.